Okay, round two here. Welcome back to the 2023 Mammoth Trail Fest. It is day 2 in time for 50 kilometers here in beautiful Mammoth Lakes, California. It is a beautiful, sunshiny California day again, and we are going to be broadcasting all day as 500-plus heroic runners tackle 32 miles, 6,000 feet of climbing in the beautiful Eastern Sierra. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined this morning by the local legend, Mr. Rod Farvard. Rod, how's it going, buddy?
Hey Dylan, excited to be here. This is a really awesome day for Mammoth, I'd say, especially coming off of yesterday. The trails are actually absolutely ripped by a bunch of international competition if you guys had a chance to tune in, and it's something we've never seen before. So excited to see how that translates over to today in today's field. We have 500 runners running out there, and a lot of people going for course record times, and a lot of people just out for a big bucket list day in the Sierra. So it's going to be awesome to see.
Yeah, awesome indeed. And yesterday, as we look at the start line this morning here, we are just about 11 minutes until start time here at roughly 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. But yesterday was so exciting, and for those who are watching us this morning, make sure you go back and watch yesterday's broadcast too. If you missed it, it was absolutely must-see trail TV. Some of the best international runners descending upon one of the best trail towns in the world to do battle over 26K. That was, of course, part of the Golden Trail World Series. And Rod and I were just furiously typing texts to some of those top performers yesterday to try and get them in studio with us here today. So stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere. Cancel all your plans here today and stick with us as we broadcast the 50K. Rod, you're the local guy here. Last night during the recap show and the preview show for the 50K, we talked a bit about the course, but maybe let's recap some of that and repeat some of that for the listeners and viewers who weren't able to capture last night's live stream. Give us a quick description of the course. And actually, Matt, we could go ahead and pull up the visual here too.
Yeah, definitely. I think what you're seeing on your screens right now is a nice little village town, but we just switched over to the Strava route. But it's pretty important to note how remote Mammoth is. There's really nothing around here. The fact that we're even getting broadcast on is pretty incredible. And I'm really excited for you guys to walk through this course with me, because you get to see some absolute gems in the Sierra. We'll start in that village, but pretty immediately you'll go up the same bike path that they did on the 26K course. And
so just for our viewers, we're starting at that checkered dot in sort of the top right corner of that red line that you can see. Yeah, I'll zoom in for you here.
Yep. Cool. So if you look on the screen, maybe we can even full screen that.
I don't think we can.
Yeah. Bummer. Okay. You'll start by going down and to the left. That's the bike path. And then you'll go immediately up one of the chairlifts. And just remember that Mammoth Mountain is primarily a ski mountain. It's probably actually the most terrain in California. So you'll go up Eagle Chairlift onto some mountain bike trails. And then you'll go down those switchbacks, which are still mountain bike trails, back onto a bike path. Up to that lake. That lake, there's Twin Lakes, and this is where we differ from the 26K course a little bit. 26K course would have normally come down across those lakes on the right-hand side, but instead we're going to head up to Panorama Dome. If you zoom in, which is a very iconic spot in Mammoth, you'll get like truly panoramic views. You'll get sunrise views there, sunset views, vistas out to the Mammoth Crest, which is absolutely incredible. And then coming off Panorama Dome, you'll follow a horse trail out to the Duck Lake Trailhead, which is definitely the most famous trailhead in Mammoth Lakes. Unfortunately, we won't go all the way up to Duck Lake. If you had some time this weekend, if you're out here, absolutely check that lake out, though.
It's a must do.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. Instead, we'll go up towards Emerald Lake and follow the Lakes Basin Trail, which will hit about 2 or 3 more lakes. This whole area is called the Lakes Basin, so it's spectacular. Every lake you pass is full right now, thanks to the crazy winter that we had.
Beautiful snowpack from winter of 22-23.
Yep. So we'll pass down TJ Lake, George Lake, Mamie Lake, back to the road before shooting up to Horseshoe Lake on the left-hand side. And then from Horseshoe, you'll hit McLeod Lake on the very far left. And then you'll go up Mammoth Pass to the Dragon's Back Trail, which is where the 26K went up yesterday.
Just for our viewers here, the bottom of Dragon's Back is, of course, the bottom of this biggest climb here on the course, and that was part of the 26K course yesterday, sort of the crux part of the course for both races, probably, right, Rod?
Exactly, yeah. This is the major climb of the day. You will climb about 2,000 feet on a pretty steep technical trail. So if you come down to the screen here, we're right about here. Now coming up the trail, you'll summit Mammoth Mountain, which is pretty cool. Insane views here. You'll
11,000 feet of altitude.
Yeah, you'll see the back side of Mammoth Mountain, which has one of the most iconic skylines in the Sierra. It'll include Ritter, Banner, the minarets, which is just amazing. I think like everyone's going to really appreciate that, no matter how much you're hurting up at 11,000 feet. And we'll go down the backside, which is a really runnable trail. You'll descend 5 miles, and let's see, that's about 2,000 feet, to Main Lodge, which is the main ski lodge in Mammoth Lakes. And then you'll climb up 2 miles, about 600 feet, before descending down to Canyon Lodge, and a short kicker up to the same trail that the 26K athletes ran down to the finish yesterday. And finish off in the village again.
Amazing. It is going to be quite a day. So you saw about 32 miles at roughly 6,000 feet of climbing, all at altitude, in between about 8,000 feet and 11,000 feet. As you see, we are back here in the village watching the 50K runners get their final warm-ups done and out of the way. Some runners congregating there under the Solomon starting arch. And this is truly the heart of Mammoth Lakes. And one of the things we've been talking about throughout race weekend so far is Tim Tollefson's vision. And for those who are watching, I'm sure you know who Tim Tollefson is. Longtime professional athlete in the sport, a fan favorite, and a Mammoth local. And this race has truly been a vision of his that he's been passionate about for years and years. Last year was the inaugural running, and here we are for year 2. And there's 1,500 runners who are coming all the way here to Mammoth to take part over a 3-day trail running festival.
That growth can't be normal. Yep. I don't really know the scene in the race director world, but that can't be normal.
Nope. Yeah, and another thing that we've been talking about is just like for those of us who have raced over in Europe many times, they do a great job of involving the local community, and I think that's one of the things that Tim was really passionate about creating here at the Mammoth Trail Fest. Yeah. That's why the start-finish area is right in the heart of downtown Mammoth, right in the village. So it's a great place for, obviously, those who are here specifically for the race to congregate, to spectate, to cheer on the athletes, but also a place where we might capture new audiences, capture, the general tourist or the general local population that is here in Mammoth to come and pay tribute and clap our hands a little bit for the heroic athletes who will be taking part this weekend.
Definitely. It's been an interesting month in Mammoth. There's been an event every weekend, it seems like, in the endurance world. There's the Grand Fondo bike race, there's the gravel Mammoth Tough bike race, and now the Trail Fest, and it's cool to see that representation finally hitting Mammoth. People think of Mammoth as more of like the track town and the running town with Dina Castor's group and Meb training here and all that, even Ryan Hall coming up. But there's been very little attention in the trail scene. So I think that was primarily Tim's vision. Tim obviously transitioned from roads to trail himself, and he really saw the potential here in Mammoth and wanted to bring it to life. So it's cool to see a vision come true, and it's very inspiring for anyone who's trying to do something different in the space.
You're right. Sort of when I was coming into the sport of running, I always knew about the Mammoth Track Club, Dina Castor, Meb Keflezighi, etc. But now with the likes of yourself, Tim Tollefson, Danny Moreno, it is sort of turning into a place where a lot of the professional trail runners come, and even those who aren't full-time locals like yourself. Yeah. I mean, I've come here for a 6-week training camp. I know a lot of people like Mika Boudon-Rousseau, who we hope to get in studio here, who was our second place finisher in the men's race in the 26K yesterday. I think he comes out here to train a lot. Some of the runners from Reno come down to train a lot. And it is sort of off the beaten path. That's one of the things that makes Mammoth amazing, is that, you know, it's hard to get to. You have to fly to Reno and then drive 3 hours south, and once you get here, man, is it worthwhile. One of the best trail running towns in North America for sure, and that's why it's great it finally has a worthy trail race.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we are back down at the start line now with under 2 minutes to go until the start. And while we have 2 minutes, you mentioned Dina Castor, so I figured I'd tell a funny story from yesterday. After our broadcast, I went out to a little cafe to grab some late lunch, parked the truck, and had to cross a road to get to the establishment. Nearly walked into traffic, and a very friendly local slowed down to ensure that I, as a pedestrian, had the right of way. Turns out it was Dina Castor. She parks her car and comes into the same cafe, and she says, "Hey, were you running today?" And I said, "Hey, my name's Dylan. I'm a friend of Tim's. I'm actually just helping with the broadcast, etc." And also, hey, thanks for not running me over. I'm sorry for nearly stepping into traffic right in front of you. But pretty amazing, former American record holder in the marathon, Dina Castor, absolute legend. It was amazing to meet her yesterday.
What a fun surprise! I've never run into her in my 3 years here.
Lucky. All right, so here we are. There's Tim Tollefson with the mic and the enormous cowbell, as we are now under a minute until start time. And look at the packed house underneath that Solomon starting arch. Again, 500 plus runners starting the race here today. 1,500 total runners across race weekend. It is a beautiful blue sky day, though it is quite chilly. So we'll get to that here in a sec.
This is going to be a fast start off the gate. They have about a mile and a half of road before hitting some trail. So I think I was looking at Remy's splits yesterday, and his gap pace for the first mile was 4:45. So it's no doubt that runners are going to go out hard here and try to get some space before they hit some trail.
Here we go. Final countdown, folks.
3, 2, 1.
And we are off in the 2023 Mammoth Trail Fest 50K, starting right on time at 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. We have some of the race favorites off the front. Dead center there is Nick Handel in the blue singlet, a Bay Area runner who spends a lot of his time, I think, training in the Tahoe area. He was recently 11th at OCC. Yeah, he's had a great season, Nick Handel. We'll keep our eyes on him throughout the day. Rod, I'm sure you can ID some of these other runners who are hot off the gate.
Yeah, I believe that's Chris Myers to the lookers left of Nick. Again, another really fast runner, 4th at Bandera this year, and 5th at Lake Sonoma. So we'll see how the two duke it out. Those are my two favorites of the day, pulling away somewhat early. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, obviously. In the opening minute here, so we'll introduce you to a bunch of the different characters that we expect to perform well here today. That looks like Ryan Becker.
Chad. That's Chad Hall.
Oh, that's Chad Hall. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about Chad Hall briefly. So he's the defending champion here at the Mammoth Trail Fest 50K. He sort of broke into all of our consciousness here at Mammoth Trail Fest last year, and he went on to have some amazing trail performances, followed by, I think, a 62-minute half marathon earlier this spring, a really fast full marathon. He's the younger brother of American great distance runner Ryan Hall. I think he trains quite often down in Big Bear, which is also sort of a little bit further south of Mammoth here. But Chad Hall yesterday had an unfortunate DQ to start off his Mammoth triple here today. Rod, why don't you give us a recap on that?
Yeah, it seemed as if off the top of Dragon's Back, the major climb of the day yesterday, he was sitting around, probably 2nd to 5th in a pack, and the pack made a wrong turn off the backside of the mountain. Others were able to get on course a little bit quicker. But I think Chad saw another way back onto the course, so he did happened to cut off a little bit, but he was very honest in his result. He crossed the finish line in second, and told Tim immediately. And unfortunately, had to give him a DQ there, but he's definitely fit. Chad spends a lot of time on the roads, and I think is primarily focusing, being one of the top Americans in the marathon. But it's awesome to see that translate over to the trails. I think he loves this race. He comes, from the high altitude background, coming up to Big Bear a lot. So I think today really favors him. He is also the course record holder of the old 50K course last year. It's only slightly different, but I think we can expect Chad make some moves, go after his record again. So.
Yep. So again, that's Chad Hall on the left-hand side of your screen, shoulder and shoulder with Nick Handel from the Bay Area. These are definitely two of our favorites here today, off to the early lead. Looks like they're having some fun, casual conversations, getting things going in a very friendly manner, as is typical here in the trail running community. But yeah, to echo your point, Chad, unfortunate DNF yesterday. He was looking so strong too. So, those things happen in trail racing, just navigational errors. If you do get off course, you got to go back to the point where you lost the trail to make sure that you do cover the entirety of the course. Chad didn't do that, was honest about it. And of course, race director Tim Tollefson, I think, regrettably had to deliver a DQ to Chad, which of course he accepted graciously.
The field reporters out there on the course, they were mentioning Chad was running crazy fast on the downhill, like easily the fastest person out there coming off the mountain. And I think that's what highly contributed to the wrong turn. I think he was honestly just running too fast to see the flags. And so he's definitely out for redemption today. And I think he won't be making that mistake again.
Yep. I remember talking to Garrett Corcoran earlier this weekend. I think it was on Thursday during our pre-race athlete interviews. And he said that Chad just blew him apart on the descent in the 50K last year. Garrett finished second to Chad last year and spoke very highly of Chad's descending capabilities. So maybe that'll be something that we can look out for here today. Hopefully his legs aren't too cooked from that screaming fast downhill that he did yesterday. But awesome to have Chad Hall doing all three races, the Mammoth Trail Fest triple for him here today.
Yeah, that's quite the undertaking, especially with how much downhill there is on these courses. It will shred your legs.
There's MK. There's MK Sullivan, our early women's leader. That's not surprising. She's joined us in our broadcasts throughout race weekend here as well, so our viewers are probably familiar with MK. But if you're not, she lives up in Reno, Nevada, which is about a 3-hour drive from Mammoth. I know she comes here to train quite often. She is a fantastic racer, especially in this sort of like 50K distance. I know she's a friend of yours, right, Rod?
Yeah, we consider MK a local now. She comes up here a lot to train, and very close friends with Danny. Training partners, podcast partners. It's cool to see her out here enjoying the course, and look at the layers she's wearing too. It's definitely not a nice and warm sunny day out there, I think.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. It says 52 degrees Fahrenheit in the top left-hand corner of your screen. That is not accurate. I looked at my iPhone weather app here right before we went live, and it showed 38 degrees Fahrenheit here in Mammoth Lakes, California this morning, a high of about 62 degrees forecasted for today. So it will warm up into an idyllic Sierra day here as it was yesterday, but this morning it is quite cold, much like yesterday.
Yeah. The summit yesterday, when the top runners were topping out, it was I think with the wind chill about 20 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's brutal out there. Your face gets frozen, your fingers get frozen, it gets hard to eat. The
wind is just whipping up there.
It's whipping, yeah. It's important to really keep on top of those things, like something as simple as bringing a pair of gloves to make sure that you could grab your gel. It's the difference between your race going well and not. So
totally.
It's cool to see a veteran like MK understanding that. And I'm sure she's going to have a good day here, wanting some redemption from OCC as well.
Yeah. So again, they're starting off on this bike path here, which is a main thoroughfare of transportation for a lot of Mammoth locals, this connects all the way up to the Lakes Basin, one of the most popular tourist destinations for folks who visit Mammoth. So you can ride your bike all the way up there to enjoy it, or take the main road. In this case, for the race purposes, we'll be on this bike path for like 1.5 miles, 2 miles before we take that hard left-hand turn.
Exactly. Yep. So we can expect close to 6-minute pace for the top men, I'd say, up this, and probably MK running 7-minute pace right now. And they'll take a hard left down to the ski lift where the real climbing will begin.
So if you are watching us digitally, jump in the chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Appreciate you joining us here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Make sure you smash the subscribe button. And after today's broadcast, make sure you go binge watch everything else that we've produced over the last 48 to 72 hours. Time is a flat circle already for me. But we've done tons of pre-race athlete interviews. We've done 2 daily recap shows. We'll do another recap show this evening to recap the events of today's race and look ahead to the final race, which happens tomorrow, the Dragon's Back Ascent. So appreciate everybody for tuning in. And if you don't mind, make sure you hit the subscribe button so that we continue to do these broadcasts at more races in the future.
Yeah. It's crazy to see how much this has grown since year 1 already.
Yeah.
The amount of content that's being produced here, the amount of volunteers out helping, the trail work done. Like, this is becoming one of the U.S.'s main trail races. And yeah, just to see the growth in a year, I can't wait to see what it's like in the next 5 years or so.
Yeah. So just off the top of my head, if we're thinking about races that exceed 1,500 total participants, which again, the Mammoth Trail Fest is already at, as we look at a beautiful drone shot
Look
here
at that. Wow.
over the Twin Lakes aid station
Painting.
here. This is the first aid station on the course, probably, 3.5, 4 miles into the race here today.
Yep.
So coming back to this race participation question, off the top of my head, there's the Rut, Broken Arrow.
Are we talking the 50K range?
No, I'm talking about like a 3-day running festival. There's
Yeah.
total number of participants over a race weekend. Right?
Yeah.
Rut, Broken Arrow, Mammoth Trail Fest. Like, who else has more than 1,500 participants?
Ooh. I don't know. I would think Canyons maybe.
Canyons,
Yeah,
maybe.
that's-
So anyway,
yeah.
I mean, that puts
Yeah.
Mammoth Trail Fest in year 2 already is one of the biggest races in North America. So again, a big shout out to
Incredible.
our guy, Mr. Tim Tollefson,
Yeah.
for executing on his vision and bringing this to life.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got Billy Yang in the chat with a nice frozen face emoji. So thanks, Billy, for providing that weather updates. We were just commenting on it. So even though it is a sunny blue sky day here, don't let it fool you. It is quite cold here at 8,000 feet of altitude in Mammoth Lakes, but it will warm up to be a perfect day here like it did yesterday. It was so nice yesterday after our
good.
broadcast, just going into the village and watching some of the middle and back of the Packers finishing their 26K.
Yeah.
Had a cup of coffee. I just kick back, clap my hands, say congratulations to a bunch of people sitting in the sunshine. It was such a nice finish line environment.
Yeah. We have people coming all around the country to this race, and obviously more international yesterday, but some people are coming from Florida and Kansas and like places where it's below sea level, right? So this is going to be an absolute bucket list day for them. I think like they're here to take on the challenge of running at 8,000 to 11,000 feet. I've heard some people from those states, training on a treadmill with an altitude mask. Like,
Yep.
This is a big deal for them, and it's really cool to see them out here realizing that dream.
Yeah. So looking here at Twin Lakes, maybe Rod, you could paint the picture here for us. I sort of made the description yesterday of the fact that this sunny slope on the right-hand side of our screen is sort of where the Dragon's Back Ascent starts to go up to the top of Mammoth Mountain. Of course, that's going to sort of be the crux of today's race and really the crux of all 3 races across race weekend. Maybe paint the picture of how the course sort of gets there on our screen here. Oh, as we just cut back to the race leaders here. But anyway, we can come back to that in a little while.
Yeah.
If you're in the chat and you can identify any of these runners, obviously please do let us know during our live show last night, we were making the comment that there will likely be another Chad Hall story of today's race. Of course, like I mentioned earlier today, Chad Hall was a relative unknown coming into Mammoth Trail Fest last year. Ended up absolutely dominating both the 50K and the Dragon's Back Ascent last year. And now he's sort of one of the name brand athletes, especially in this 50K and below type racing. So who will be the next Chad Hall, the Chad Hall of 2023?
Yeah, I'd say the field is wide open. I mean, just on paper, obviously Chad's running and is the favorite in the race, but that 26K all out, like that can't really help you out today. So I'm excited to see who shines, and it's this is a big win if you pull it off today. So
we should talk about some of the women. I know you have some insights on them, but maybe going back to Nick Handel quickly, who is the gentleman in the blue singlet running side by side Chad Hall there in the opening mile. Nick Handel's a really interesting character. I know you've got his results pulled up here, so maybe we'll tick through some of those here briefly. And while you pull it up, just to add my own personal perspective, Nick Handel, again, lives in the Bay Area. He's been a software founder and CEO. He recently sold his tech business back in the spring, I think, of 2023. So not only a dominator, a high-achieving, high-performance athlete, but also an absolutely brilliant genius data scientist who has been very successful in his professional career.
Yeah, I really look up to that guy. Like anytime, we should really disassociate from that and just remember a runner is a runner and not think about all those things. But it's amazing how much this guy takes on, and anytime I see a result that he puts up, I'm like, how do you balance this, and like how do I get to that? But just listing off some key races from him this year, he won the quad, or I guess this was last year, but he won the quad dipsy in 2022. I think that's when his domination really started, and then he was quick to a 5th place finish at Canyons. And he did that sick too. I was in that race with him in the 50K for Canyons. I know he just wanted to qualify for OCC, but he had a great race there, finishing 5th. Ran really smart, and then got second at the Broken Arrow 50K or 46K, second at the Speed Goat 50K, and then was the second American at OCC behind Josh Roon, who was 5th place in the race, and Nick Handel finished 11th there. So quite a great season racing in the 50K. So he's really seasoned for a 4 to 5 hour race.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to that Broken Arrow performance from earlier this summer, I recall before the race, Corinne and I were asking him, what audiobook are you going to be listening to? Because he's sort of the famous for listening to like very detailed academic textbooks in audio format during his racing. And I think it was on like grassland management or something like that. So again,
whatever fires you up.
Nick Handel, just one of those people who makes you feel lazy and makes you feel like you haven't achieved anything in life, but obviously also a humble, down to earth guy. So keep our eye on Nick Handel throughout the day. So beyond MK, let's talk about some of the women in today's race. I know like Lindsay Allison was on the start list from Telluride. She's a super strong athlete. I don't know if you want to talk about her or anybody else.
Yeah, Lindsay, she won the Triple Crown at Broken Arrow. Really strong races in the 23K, 46K, and the VK. I think her spread was like 9th in the VK, 6th in the 46K, and 20th in the 23K. So she's definitely a really strong athlete here. I think she is due for a podium performance. One of these races she puts on. She races a lot, so excited to see how she pulls today off. And I think MK is running strong in the front, but there's going to be a pack of maybe 2 to 5 women that can definitely run her down.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We just had a question in the chat from Charlie Seymour about, he says, are the days different runners or the same runners across multiple days? It's a good question and something we should clarify. this is different than a stage race where each runner would participate in every race. This is, more of a trail running festival, hence the name Mammoth Trail Fest. So there are a few psychopathic runners like Chad Hall who will take part in all 3 races across race weekend. But for the most part, it'll be different runners in each of the 3 races. I actually have the ultra sign up here pulled up so I can see how many people are actually doing the Mammoth Triple. So I'll double check on that. But 1,500 total runners across race weekend. And for the most part, each of those runners are taking part in one of the 3 races.
Yeah. Back on the women, I do want to point attention to Taylor Smith as well. She's definitely more low-key in the scene. She races close to home. I think she's from Thousand Oaks, California. But it seems like almost every race she enters around that Malibu area, she's on the podium at. So we'll see how that translates over to a race like this where, obviously we're at altitude rather than sea level and have a little bit more depth. So, it should be a good battle on the women's side as well.
Unfortunately, I can't pull up the Mammoth Triple here on Ultra Sign Up, so we'll maybe try and get those stats from race director Tim Tollefson if we see him here. So anyway, again, we are looking down at the Twin Lakes aid station. This is roughly 3.5 miles into the 50-kilometer course. You see the trail on the right-hand side of your screen there. They'll come screaming down that here any second. But here we are cutting back to the chairlift trail here. I actually went up this here yesterday with Mael, with Jamil Curry, with Ryan Thrower. We got out for a little dude's shred in the afternoon yesterday. And it's steeper than it looks there, isn't it, Rod?
This is definitely a steep climb. This is up Eagle Chair. If you've ever come and skied in Mammoth, it's probably around 15% here. People got their poles out. Right at the top of this, it's a very short little kicker, but at the top of this, you'll be on some winding, switchbacking, single track, mostly mountain bike trail, pretty shallow grade before descending down to that beautiful lake we were seeing in the drone shot earlier.
So again,
looks like we got, let's talk about the mountain bikers on course too. So kind of unique about this course is that a lot of it you can bike, and a lot of people would pay a lot of money to come bike these trails. So I'm sure this our mountain bike camera here is going to have a blast following these runners around.
Yeah. Tough to go from a dead stop to pedaling back uphill at 8,000 feet of vertical. So anyway, big shout out to the coverage team behind the scenes. Rod and I have the easy job. We just get to sit here in a nice warm conference room and talk into microphones, but we have a team of several hardy camera operators out there that will hopefully be able to capture much of today's race. Wouldn't you love
to be out there, though? Look at that sunny day.
Yeah, it does look beautiful, huh? Yeah, that's the downside of doing these broadcasts. As fun as it is to have a front row seat to dramatic trail racing, you don't get as much fresh air. So I'll have to try and squeeze in my own bit of exercise this afternoon once we're done broadcasting. We do expect to be live at least through the top 10 women of today's race. So that'll probably put us into the mid to late afternoon broadcasting here today. So if you do get out for your own run today, make sure you bring your cell phone. Have us dialed up on YouTube, put those AirPods in, and have a nice, inspiring shred. Got one of our female athletes here on the left-hand side, tiptoeing up the hill here. This is where the 26K course took a hard left. You see that white sign there. The 26K course went left here on that mountain bike trail straight to the Twin Lakes aid station. We've got a little extender here, a little bit of extrovert here for the 50K runners.
I wonder if that was one of the key spots some runners got lost early.
You know, having just run up that hill yesterday, if anybody got lost there, it was truly inexcusable on the runner's behalf. It was very well marked. Clearly 26K to the left, 50K straight.
Yeah. I've taken my fair share of wrong turns, and I always think I learn, but it happens sometimes. Same. I think at this point I just need to always remember to download the GPX on my watch.
Yep. It is a good point. I've done 70 plus ultra marathons at this point in my career. I still get lost to this day. In fact, we have our own 50K that we're going to be doing in the Bay Area in February, and I ran the whole course just a couple of months ago and got lost on my own 50K course. So, even for us grizzled veterans, we can get lost. So again, it's always so annoying and frustrating when it happens, but it is part of the game.
Yeah.
And it is each runner's responsibility to know the course and follow the course. And now with the technology that we have today, uploading GPX files into various navigation apps, you got the Strava route builders, the Garmin's and the Coroses and all these GPS watches, you can upload those and navigate in real time. So.
Absolutely. So Dylan, you're pretty familiar with Mammoth. You did a big stint here before Hard Rock 2021.
Sure did.
What were your favorite places to run?
Dude, I did so many insane runs here. So again, rewinding back to the summer of 2021, I was preparing for the Hard Rock 100. We were living in Portland, Oregon at the time. So obviously recognizing that altitude acclimatization and general mountain fitness and training specifically for the demands of the Hard Rock race, I wanted to go do a 6-week camp. We chose Mammoth Lakes for obvious reasons, but I did some incredible runs. Not only did I do Dragon's Back about 1,000 times in that 6 weeks, which again is going to be the crux of today's race, but I did some epic runs. The biggest one I did was a 12.5-hour push with my good friend Dominic Grossman, who's another grizzled veteran of the game, where we started at the Langley Trailhead. So this is a couple hours south of Mammoth Lakes, summited Mount Langley, and then did sort of that cross-country traverse all the way over to the top of Mount Whitney. So we tagged 2 of the Sierra 14ers. And then we descended the climbers route of Mount Whitney. Yeah. And we were completely trashed and fatigued. And anyway, 12.5 hours later to cover 28 miles only.
The best days.
Oh, the best days. And looking back, because I had a great day at Hard Rock that year, that day was the crux for me. 12 hours above 11,000 feet, 2 14ers. Great friendship and conversation. It was one of those just super special training days.
Yeah. And that's the neat thing about Mammoth. There's obviously a lot of trails here out of town, but you are so close to some of the most spectacular trailheads along the Eastern Sierra. And just, you can sleep in your bed here and then drive down an hour and, go summit a 14 or somewhere. And just feel like you're really remote out there in the backcountry. And
it's crazy, right? For those who've been down the 395 corridor. Yeah. It's you're just driving for hours and you could pull over basically every mile and go summit some spectacular peak. There's endless adventuring to do around here. Endless. And we should say also the PCT comes through here, the Pacific Crest Trail. Mammoth is probably an oasis for a lot of the through hikers. There's Reds Meadow is the main sort of trail intersection. That's actually I intercepted Timothy Olson a couple of years ago out of the PCT when he was out doing his speed record. I ended up doing 35 miles with him on the trail that day.
He was on one there, huh?
Oh my gosh, man. It was one of the most inspiring things I've ever seen. Yeah. We ended up I finished at Reds Meadow, and then he continued on for another 20 miles that day, and I was absolutely trashed. It was so inspiring to see.
Amazing. So. Yeah, the runners will hit close to the JMT today. Unfortunately, it is wilderness a lot on the JMT, so it's tough to get, or it's impossible to get permitting to get this many people out there on a race course. But they will get a taste of it, and they will get views down into the canyon that the JMT runs through.
Yeah. So you'll see, just from an equipment perspective, a lot of different strategies that people are implementing here. Some people with handheld bottles like this. Well, I'm looking at a little bit of a delay here on my computer, but you'll see some poles, some packs, some handheld bottles. So a lot of different equipment strategies. But one of the great things about this sport is, of course, the accessibility for people of all ability levels. Doesn't require a lot of equipment. Couple water bottles, a pair of shoes, some technical apparel. Even that is potentially unnecessary or a luxury, but
Yeah.
just getting outdoors, getting on trails.
Yeah, yesterday I was it was cool to see a lot of really, young in even younger than Mika and whoever, the 23-year-olds that were out there running. Like we saw some high schoolers out there mixing it up in the front pack and with nothing, like no knowledge of like what to bring and what to wear and how much nutrition to bring. So it's cool to see people just out there, like they saw a trail race that was going on. They're like, might as well just hop into this thing. I don't need anything technical to go do it. So really the accessibility in the sport is pretty incredible.
Yeah, super fun. So again, yeah, we'll expect to see the leaders coming through the first aid station, Twin Lakes. I've been saying it's 3.5 miles in. That's because I was thinking about the 26K course. It's actually just over 5 miles into today's race. You saw that difference in course dynamic there at that turn that I highlighted just a few minutes ago. So probably not too long. We are 28 minutes elapsed into the race here today as our drone searches for some of the lead runners here in the early miles. That 5.5 miles will go pretty quickly for our race leaders. I would guess it should probably take them under 45 minutes to get to that Twin Lakes aid station. So probably in about 10 to 15 minutes, we should start to see them from that amazing drone aerial shot over the Twin Lakes aid station. Then, like you said, from there, Rod, they jump on the trail up over the Panorama Dome.
Exactly.
And then head to the Duck Pass Trailhead, an iconic part, somewhere I ran a lot during my training camp here as well.
It's a staple, yeah. Yeah, the trail, once you get past that Twin Lakes aid station, it's pretty nice up to Panorama Dome. It's really nice, hard packed. You can ride a gravel bike through it. It's awesome. It's a kicker, definitely. And I think this is kind of where the additional vert comes in compared to the 26K. You go over a lot of rollers in between this Twin Lakes aid station and hitting Dragon's Back. None of it is really that steep or that long, but it's just very gradual climbing on very sandy horse trail. So it could definitely zap you if you're running it a little bit too hard. It'll be interesting to see how people pace it today because it's still very early in the day, and let's remember that once you hit the top of Dragon's Back, you still have nearly a 14-mile descent back to the end of the race. So,
with a couple evil kickers there. Looking at the awards here, Rod, I think it's important to mention here the prize money on the line here for our top performers here today. The Mammoth Trail Fest is going to be paying 5 deep, so $1,400 distributed to the men's and women's winners, $1,000 for second place, $700 for third, $600 for fourth, and $300 for fifth. I think that totals up to $8,000 of total prize money on the line here for the top 5 finishers here today.
Not bad. That's a good payout for this race, especially. It's funny because people pay $1,400 to come get an icon pass to ski on the mountain. So, you'll get your money back if you did that.
Somebody might be able to pay for their ski pass this winter.
If you loved Mammoth that much after today. That's awesome to see, and it's awesome to see more races having prize purses like this. Yesterday, I think the total purse was it 12K? So
I'm pulling it up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yesterday I think it was $12,000. So Remy Bonnet and Judith Wider both took home $3,000 yesterday, our 26K champions, also taking home W's on the Golden Trail World Series. It'll be really interesting to see both of them compete in the World Final next month over in Italy. Going back to the prize money, second place yesterday got $2,000, third place $1,000, fourth place $900, fifth place $800, sixth place $700, seventh place $600, eighth place $500, ninth $400, 10th $300. So they paid 10 deep yesterday. Great job to Tim and the team here at the Mammoth Trail Fest. So we are looking at one of the many beautiful pieces of single track on today's race course here. We are now 31 minutes into today's 50K. The course record time to beat here today was set by Chad Hall last year. The course is a little bit different from the 2022 edition, but Rod Farvard thinks it'll be roughly the same finishing times. So again, 4 hours for the men, between 4 and 4:15 probably for the men, and then women's times last year was 5:21 winning time, and then second place S tier was 5:41, so probably between 5:20 and 5:40 for the women's winner here today.
Pull up Chad's file from last year. You can see what he was splitting through the aid stations. It's going to be a long way to find that.
Yeah, you're going to do a lot of scrolling here. Probably be easier for me to do here on my laptop.
What do you want to tap in? Oh, we could probably just go to the course record of the...
So speaking
50K.
of Strava, while we have time to kill here as we await the leaders to come into the first aid station at Twin Lakes, we were commenting last night on our race recap show about Remy Bonnet, who won the men's race in the 26K yesterday, and he has just been an absolute superstar over the last 2 years, really over the last several years, but has established himself as the world's best sub-ultra distance athlete in the last 2 years. This looks like Chad Hall screaming downhill here in the lead of the men's race here at the 50K.
He'll be dropping to that aid station very quick now.
God, he looks so smooth still. Again, a reminder to our viewers, Chad Hall did run the entirety of the 26K course yesterday. He took an unfortunate disqualification due to an unintentional course cutting. So he did take a DQ yesterday, but ran the whole course at crazy fast speed. So to see him moving so well here this morning, I think is just testament to his fitness.
Okay.
We do have one of the all-time great trail runners there at the Twin Lakes Aid as our on-course correspondent. You see him down in the bottom right-hand corner. Mr. Max King, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, you guys. It is a beautiful morning up here. We're just before the Twin Lakes aid station. We wanted to get up and get just kind of a little bit of a view of where they're coming from, and we can kind of see where they're going and what their view is behind us. It is absolutely phenomenal. And we just saw Chad kind of back there coming down the trail, so he is inbound, imminent.
Yeah, I was going to say, you better not turn your back on the trail at this point, Max, because we're watching Chad absolutely rip down towards you at the moment.
This is a little kicker on the descent. I always hate this part because you think you're home free. But, yeah, he's moving up it.
Max, what's the temperature there? You're standing in the sunshine. Does it feel comfortable? You're only wearing a hoodie, but it seemed pretty cold this morning.
Yeah, I had a little hike up from the parking lot, so got a little warm. But you're standing in the sunshine. It is really nice, pretty warm. I've got, took my gloves off, and it feels really comfortable right now. I think once the runners dip down into the lakes basin up here, get back into the shade, it's going to cool off a little bit, but probably a pretty nice feel for the runners. I remember yesterday, running in this section, it wasn't cold at all, felt really comfortable, and it's really similar temperatures to yesterday. So it's feeling pretty good. They've got a long, big loop through this lakes basin up here that looks absolutely phenomenal to run. I wish we had done it yesterday. And then, temperature is going to be great, and then they're going to head up Dragon's Back. So,
yeah, it looks beautiful here, and you can see just the early twinges of fall foliage. You see the shrubs here in the Eastern Sierra starting to change colors as our drone is looking for Chad again. He'll come back into the picture here soon. And I'm sure
all white soon.
And here he comes, bottom right there. Chad Hall passing Max King, our on-course correspondent, looking crazy smooth.
Looks super comfortable, just kind of cruising. I mean, he's built up a few minutes in the lead already. I would say he's looking pretty comfortable, feeling pretty good after yesterday's effort, and probably out for a little bit of vengeance after
nice
he
switch back. That's a good cut.
After he got that disqualification yesterday. So,
hey Max, did you ever race against Chad or Ryan, his older brother?
Raced against Ryan quite often, actually, in road running, and and cross country as
Flying
well.
through the aid.
He usually had the upper hand on me, of course, but both those guys are stellar athletes. I love seeing this Chad getting into trail running, kind of from that road running track pedigree. And it would have been really cool to see what Ryan would have done in the sport as well. But I mean, Chad is ripping it up and doing really well. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know Ryan's done at least like 1 or 2 ultras. The one that comes to mind is the Grand Traverse between Crested Butte and Aspen, but he only did so after he became sort of a semi-professional bodybuilder, not in his peak sort of running pedigree. But it's awesome to see his younger brother Chad Hall, who's obviously also just a super talented runner, California boy. I think he trains. There's Nick Handel passing Max there. Max, what did you see with Nick? He looks pretty good too.
He did, yep. So he looked pretty good. It's just kind of whether he can hang on. He's also built up probably about another 2 minutes of lead over our third guy here, but he looked pretty good, pretty comfortable, and pretty smooth.
Yeah. So again, here's Nick Handel, the gentleman we were just talking about, singing his praises as an overachiever, both athletically and professionally. Both Chad and Nick not stopping for any supplies here at the aid station. Again, they're 5 miles into their 32-mile journey here today. Nick Handel screaming past Twin Lakes here. And here's our third place runner. Can you recognize
Spencer
that guy?
on that one?
Ooh. I'm not sure. Spencer.
We'll try and get an ID on that third place runner. Again, if you're watching us on YouTube, make sure you shout out your friends in the chat here if you can identify people that we can't.
I'm guessing that was Spencer Strom.
Spencer
from
Strong,
Warren,
we
Utah.
think.
This would be a big result for Spencer. I think he's going for it. He's looking good through the aid. Man,
He
what a
also
cool
doesn't
shot
stop.
from here.
No stopping for Spencer. So our top 3 men now through the first aid station here in the early opening miles of the 2023 Mammoth Trail Fest 50K, 39 minutes deep. It's Chad Hall, Nick Handel, and Spencer Strong. Here's our 4th place runner, Pass and Max King.
And that was Jacob Grant from Salt Lake City, Utah.
All right, Jacob Grant from Salt Lake City, 25 years old. Awesome. Look at this. We've got these cards on the screen now. Shout out to Matt Feldick, our executive producer, as Jacob Grant also forgoes any resupply there at the Twin Lakes aid station. And this is not surprising. 5th place coming through now.
This looks like Chris
Myers.
in 5th, I believe, in the red.
From Los Angeles, right?
From Los Angeles, yeah. Yep, 4th at Bandera, 5th at Lake Sonoma this year. So I think he's running pretty smart here, sitting back a little. But we can expect him to be moving up through the field, I think.
I think Chris is going to be one of those that moves up a little bit through the field, look pretty comfortable. That was his game plan going in for today, was just to kind of hang back, be really, really comfortable, and then start pushing up the Dragon's back.
Made it to Chad's file from last year.
Hang on to that here for a second.
Yep.
We'll get to those mind-blowing gap paces here once we get our top 10 through this aid station. We'll probably see MK Sullivan, who we expect to be in the lead of the women's race. I don't know, maybe 5 minutes from now, maybe less than that even. So we start to see much of the rest of the top 10 coming through here in the men's race. And we'll try and get live updates as those splits come through the timing mat from that Twin Lakes aid station. So us.
Runners have climbed about 1,000 feet before getting here, so definitely a little bit of vert in the legs. We'll see how that translates over, but yeah, everyone's looking really smooth through that first aid. No one seems to be stopping, resupplying.
Yeah, and if you're not looking smooth at this point, that probably portends future disaster. So it's not surprising, less than an hour into the race, to see people still looking strong. The fatigue will inevitably set in, even for the best, strongest, and most fit athletes in today's field. That's the whole point of this exercise and running long distances in the mountains is to get tired and to beat ourselves up a little bit. So we are just getting the show started here today. There's going to be a lot of great achievements to celebrate amid a lot of suffering for these athletes. This is what dreams are made of, isn't it, Rod?
Absolutely.
Is that MK there? That looks like MK
I think
to me.
first woman is coming down.
Yeah. So this looks like
Layer
MK
shed.
Sullivan, F1 here, screaming downhill. She's going to pass Max King here shortly, and we'll get his perspective. MK Sullivan again from Reno, Nevada. She used to be the coach of the University of Nevada before taking a step back from that coach. There she is. Go MK.
She's looking good. She was telling us yesterday she hasn't been feeling herself lately since OCC. Some virus or something that made her withdraw from that race has really kind of took its toll. And today is a good test for her to see how the engine's firing. So,
Yeah. Max, what'd you think with MK? She's moving well, right?
Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the second woman. The second woman just came through, probably about a minute behind MK. MK looks smooth. She looked comfortable. She knows how to do this. So not a surprise that she's looking really good and moving well right now. I mean, obviously we're 5 miles in. There's a lot to come, but she looked good. But she has about a minute on the second place woman. So they might have a race on our hands there.
Awesome.
love to hear that.
So we'll try and get an ID on second place here just as soon as we can. So it seems like
I'm
the
trying
runners
to
here.
figure that out.
Yeah, it seems like the runners here, Rod, sort of pass the lake here and then kind of double back because the course ends up going to our lookers left here up over Panoramic Dome. Here we've got our splits up on screen here. Big thanks to Matt Feldick. So we had Chad Hall in the lead, Nick Handel just about a minute and a half back. 2:20 back was Spencer Strom. Fourth place, 2:49 back. Sorry, it's a little small. I'm having a hard time seeing.
Pat.
Wachter, Jacob Grant in
Grant.
fifth. Chris Myers.
Okay.
That's a good top 6 there, I'd say, and top 10 really. But I think there's going to be some shakeup here in top 6. I think they're all pretty comparable runners. Pat has experience on this course, or on the 26K course from last year at least. But yeah, he's no stranger to the Mammoth Trail, so I'm excited to see how he shakes up the field a little bit, and Chris obviously as well.
So this is what I was talking about. They just
Yeah.
sort of double back, cross under the road, and then make their way up the Panoramic Dome. So MK Sullivan, our race leader, is currently sitting in 16th place overall, but women's leader. Behind her, Keela. I'm showing Keela Barger, but maybe it's a maiden name. So Keela Barger or Keela Newman. We'll get confirmation on that as soon as we can. Only 23 years old from Salt Lake City, Utah. Man, Salt Lake is really turning into another one of these like
Definitely.
powerhouse trail towns, producing a lot of great talent.
I was gonna say Jacob Grant too, who's in the top 5 here. He seems to train with a lot of the Salt Lake guys out there. Garrett Cochran, who ran yesterday. They put in work together definitely, and have the trails and the terrain to do it.
Yeah,
So,
Leah Yingling's been crushing it on the
Yeah.
women's side. She's top 10 at both Western States and UTMB this year.
Yeah! This is what we train for!
This is what we train for. I'm not sure if our viewers caught that audio, but a very enthusiastic runner passing our own Max King. And what a great picture-in-picture this is. We got great aerial drone footage of the runners ascending the Panoramic Dome as they make their way out towards the Duck Pass trailhead.
love the
And in the
shot.
bottom right, that's roughly 5 miles into today's course, just before the Twin Lakes aid station. It looked like F3 passing the camera, so
That was F4.
F4.
Yeah.
Thanks, Max.
And that might have been Kayla Newman from Mammoth.
Very short bit of road here before hopping back on the trail on the Panorama Dome, and pretty steep climb up to the top there. So runners will likely have a bit of relief here from the downhill before getting back into a good amount of climbing, basically all the way up towards Emerald Lake.
So it looks like our live tracker is working better than yesterday. So if all looks accurate, MK Sullivan again in the lead of the women's race. She came through in 43:07. Keela Barger from Salt Lake City coming through in 43:29 in second. Then in third is Selena Langner from Arizona, Parks, Arizona, 28 years old. Fist pumps from Matt Feldick here in studio. Arizona representation in the top 10 here today. So there's a little bit of a delay here from the timing mat till where it updates here on my screen, but we'll continue to get those results out to our viewing audience as soon as we can. Our runners are absolutely shredding here today. I should have asked Tim, and maybe I can get this information from him this afternoon and talk about it on the broadcast tonight or tomorrow. But just the geographical diversity of participants. I mean, just looking at my screen here, obviously there's a lot of California people, but I also see Arizona, Great Britain, Colorado, a couple Washington runners. Obviously, we've talked about Utah representation, so it's really awesome. They've probably got participants from nearly all 50 states here race weekend. Plus, I know there's at least, yesterday was crazy international between Swiss athletes, Norwegians, South Africans, Spaniards, many, many others. Romanians on the podium yesterday. So over the course of time, this will truly become, I think, a really international race. And again, shout out to Tim Tollefson for creating this awesome race weekend. Let's see if we got any more updates here.
So popping over to Selena Langner. Looks like she won the Mongolian Monster 42K earlier this year. Actually, was that last weekend? Wow. She's definitely in the 50K space. She was second at Flagstaff Extreme Big Pine 50K. Tiger Claw earlier this year, she was second there as well. So no stranger to the distance and no stranger to the podium either. So hopefully we could see a fun battle.
Okay, so let's update the full women's update here. Sorry, give me a second. Having a hard time sorting here. I think we've got at least 6 women now through the aid station. Again, MK Sullivan in first, Keela Barger in second, Selena Langner in third. And then we had Kayla Newman in fourth from Mammoth Lakes, 23 years old.
Awesome.
Great to see a young local mixing it up. And then we have, let's see here, scrolling, Devin Ramsey in fifth from Reno, Nevada, just up the road. Abigail Swift in sixth. And that's the updates now. Abigail Swift from Sacramento.
Good to see a local in the top 5 there.
Speaking of locals and Tim Tollefson, we've got our boy on the on the Dragon's Back Ascent start list tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you think the race director is going to start tomorrow? And if so, is he gonna try and take down Remy Bonnet's new Strava CR?
He's been bragging about the great sleep he's been getting, so I think we'll see him there.
We all know sleep is one of the great contributors to performance. So shout out to Tim Tollefson, who will hopefully be capping off his race weekend of race directing by redlining up his local hill here tomorrow. Going back to Remy, I was saying this before. We had some of our runners coming in yesterday, and we talked about it on last night's broadcast. But holy smokes, that dude yesterday, averaging 7-minute and 6-second pace for the 26K course with 3,700 feet of climbing.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's also hard to say which file is or what's more accurate, the the live tracker there or a Strava file, because while it is advertised as a 26K, I think the course was a little bit long, maybe 17.3 miles, which I believe is 1 mile longer than a 26K there. If someone check my math. But his Strava file had him at 6:40 average pace for the day. So pretty unbelievable.
Did it really? I'm pulling up his
Yeah.
Strava right now. Absolutely unbelievable, Remy Bonnet.
A gap pace of 5:28. So
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
We should somehow share our screen on this Strava file. Max is still here with us. Max, maybe give us your analysis of Remy Bonnet's performance yesterday. Any thoughts come to mind?
I mean, not only is it like historic, but it's pretty incredible, right? I mean, you just said it, 5:28 gap pace over that kind of terrain is absolutely incredible. I mean, the fact that he could do that, that anybody could do that is phenomenal. So, I mean, the amount of like improvement Remy has made over the last like 2 years of just being consistent is what is putting him at that level that he's at now. Before that, he was right in the pack. He was always competitive, but now he's just that one level up and at a point where, he just is almost untouchable. So if he can stay healthy, and I think that the skiing in the winter kind of helps him remain healthy and gives him that strength to get through the summer. But if he can do that and he's consistent from year to year, he's going to be absolutely unstoppable for the foreseeable future.
Yep, absolutely. So pulling up the Dragon's Back Strava segment yesterday, which is, again, the big climb on the 26K course. It's also the big climb on today's course as well, an iconic test piece here in the Mammoth Lakes area. Remy now has about a 2.5 minute advantage on that 3 mile segment,
Yep.
running 32 minutes, 51 seconds for Dragon's Back yesterday. Again, I recall yesterday Tim saying to Dan Kurtz, it's a 36, 37 minute climb. Well, Remy Bonnet turns that into an under 33 minute climb. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, next best on that segment was also from yesterday, no surprise, but it was Chad Hall. So another heartbreaking story because he put a lot of effort into getting up that climb in second. Too unfortunate with the wrong turn there, but I'm excited to see what he puts up today, if he still has a really big effort in his legs. And I believe if things are going well for him, he's going to do the triple, which will be a hill climb of that same segment tomorrow.
Yeah, this Remy Bonnet Strava segment belongs in the trail running Smithsonian at this point. Holy smokes.
Truly.
Absolutely amazing. So we are now 55 minutes elapsed into today's Mammoth Trail Fest 50K. Thanks for tuning in and hanging with us. We have our top runners now through the Twin Lakes aid station, just over 5 miles into today's 32-mile adventure. Max King, thanks so much for joining us, buddy.
Yeah, of course, guys. Thanks for having us out here. It's a beautiful day. We're looking forward to the racing that's going to come after this, and I think it's going to shape up to a really fun day out there for these runners because it is absolutely beautiful out here. So signing off from here. See you guys at the finish.
Are you going? Okay, you're going to the finish. Okay, we'll see you at the finish, Max.
Appreciate you,
Thanks
Max.
so much. Okay, we are back here in studio. Let's do another live update here for our top 10 women. We had the top 6 last time we updated, so let's just refresh the tracker here, and I'll do my best to get through the top 10 women through this first aid station. So again, MK Sullivan, our early race leader from Reno, Keela Barger in second, Selena Langner in third, Kayla Newman in fourth, Devin Ramsey in fifth, Abigail Swift in sixth, then Dana Stimson from Bishop, California, just down the road, in seventh, Nora O'Connor from Binghamton, New York in eighth. That is awesome to see.
Yeah.
Casey Sutherland from Moab, Utah in ninth, and Lindsay Allison, who we talked about from Telluride, sitting in 10th place overall. Just beyond the top 10, we've got Laurel Fiddler, we've got Sarah Leonard, Sammy Gross, Keely Bishop, Laura Bessiford, Taylor Smith, and others. So a big shout out to all the runners out here on the course here this morning, including these early leaders in both the men's and women's races. While we're at it, why don't we just do a quick top 10 update from the men's race as well. Again, we saw Chad Hall off to an early lead in first place, followed by Nick Handel, then Spencer Strom, Patrick Wachter, Jacob Grant, Chris Myers in 6th, Jordan Perry in 7th, Zachary Sonoga in 8th, Kevin Stewart in 9th, William Connor in 10th. Scrolling a little bit further to see if there's any other names I recognize. Yeah, and it looks like MK Sullivan, our early women's leader, is sitting in 16th overall right now. So she's off to a great start.
Keep eyes on Tommy Sullivan as well, MK's husband. I believe, he's definitely been putting in work and can make his way into that top 10 there. So
yeah. MK was saying that he's going to be doing the 100K at the Kodiak.
That's right.
By UTMB races that are coming up here in just a couple weeks, right? Early October.
Yeah, the 13th, I believe. So 3 weeks out.
Tommy's going stone hunting probably.
Yeah.
Trying to get an automatic qualifier probably into CCC or UTMB for next year. So shout out to Tommy.
Yeah.
Hope he has a great day. Back to the drone shot here.
Oh, amazing. Yeah. Wow, look at that lake shot there. That's likely Lake Mary, which runners will run by to the looker's right side of it. That lake is, really, really popular among tourists who come up here, boating, fishing, everything. And you'll see runners run by it all the way up to the Duck Pass trailhead, in which you'll take a right towards Emerald Lake. So the terrain here is sandy. This is where I believe you'll get really zapped. I personally try to stay off a lot of these trails because of that reason, but I think it's a fun dynamic putting a race here. So
yeah, it is true. I mean, obviously the altitude makes things difficult here in the Mammoth area, especially for those who are unacclimatized, but the trails are just tough, right? I mean, This is a mountain environment. Much of the courses this weekend aren't crazy technical. There's obviously a lot of technicality to be had for the recreational trail runners around here. The Sierra is known for its granite and its rocks. I did a ton of crazy technical runs.
The talus here.
Yeah, lots of talus. But, on the non-technical trails, it can be quite soft. Obviously, like some of these mountain bike and horse trails get kind of chewed up a little bit, which makes them even softer. And actually what you said yesterday, which I thought was an interesting way to put it, was, what did you say? It's interesting, like your foot doesn't come off the ground quickly or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah. The sand almost it's like quicksand, right? It traps you a little bit. It's like running through mud. It's hard to get that turnover going on these trails.
So it favors a strength-oriented runner.
Exactly. Yeah. We call it the Sierra kitty litter. So add that one to your vocabulary.
Yeah. And we'll see a lot of that kitty litter, especially at the top of the Dragon's Back ascent. That's when our viewers will be able to appreciate it, I think, up close and personal.
Exactly. Oh, that section. If you're running that section, you're in really good shape.
You're solid.
You're at 11,000 feet in deep sand. So watching Remy run through that yesterday with his knee drive was just unbelievable.
Yeah, that guy, man, absolutely unstoppable. Goes into the Golden Trail World Series final next month in Italy as the clear favorite. If he doesn't win, I think we'd all be shocked. Remy Bonnet, clearly the world's best sub-ultra distance trail runner. And absent from yesterday's race, Sophia Lockley on the women's side has also achieved 3 great victories on the Golden Trail World Series this season. Opted not to race the 26K here at the Mammoth Trail Fest yesterday, save her energy for the world final next month. Sophia Lockley, only 23 years old, an Olympian Nordic skier. So like Remy, has that winter sport pedigree as well. Super, super promising young athlete already.
Looking at her, I was, Strava stalking her yesterday. Looking at like her training and what she does, even in the summer, it's she sticks to a lot of the Nordic. So, while you can't obviously be on snow, Nordic skiing in the summer here, but she's still on the rollerblades doing a lot of that street Nordic. I don't know the correct term for that, but it seems like she incorporates a lot of that and a lot of cross training.
I think they call that roller skiing.
Roller skiing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Tommy didn't start this morning. Thanks, Rick Floyd, for this update in the chat. So Tommy didn't start this morning. That's too bad.
Feel better, Tommy.
Hope you feel better. Save his energy for that 100K.
Yeah.
At Kodiak. Thanks so much to Rick
Thanks,
for
Rick.
that update. It's interesting, though, like going back to the training, right? Like, there's so much we could go into here, Rod, but like with Sophia doing a lot of roller skiing and still being clearly the best sub-ultra distance runner in the world right now, then we think about like Heather Jackson, more in the ultra space. She's doing at least half of her overall training volume most of the year on the bike, right? Then we have, Kilian Jornet, obviously famously, Remy Bonnet famously being world champion ski mountaineers in the winter. I know like Pau Capel, Francois Den, a lot of the professional ultra distance athletes in Europe spend a lot of time on the bike in the summertime too. So I think it's just really interesting, like taking that being an athlete mindset and then racing as a specific runner, but training as just a really dynamic athlete. I think taking that athleticism and dynamic nature of training to trail races. Yeah. Just, obviously results in great performances. So something that we can all learn from.
Definitely. And not going too deep into it because I'm not a coach and all that, but aerobic volume is aerobic volume. Like you're going to get fit doing these things that are working your system. So yeah, I think it's no surprise that the cross training is helping. I think with a lot of athletes, it's the mental bit of it. Are you comfortable and do you believe in yourself doing less running volume to take on these races? So
speaking for myself as an aging pro athlete, I'm 37 years old now. I've put a lot of miles on the odometer. Yeah. I can say that I definitely feel a lot better with reduced running volume, more strength training, more cycling and cross training. Yeah. And a lot more intensity in my run training.
Definitely.
So lower overall run training, but not lower overall aerobic training.
Exactly.
If you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's different for everyone. We have our close friend Zach Miller still kicking 150-mile weeks with 60,000 feet of vert.
So that's what I was going to say, though. That's kind of the beauty of it, right?
Yeah.
Like Zach Miller doing 160-mile weeks with whatever 50,000 feet of climbing, all running.
Yep.
And then we've got Remy Bonnet doing 80-mile weeks, literally half the volume, and he's still like an absolutely world-dominating superstar. So that's what I think makes it so interesting. Yeah. And why I think coaching in today's day and age in trail running is really a personal relationship thing. You really have to get to know the athlete, understand how they tick. I mean, Zach Miller is a great example. Like he's the type of guy who builds a lot of confidence in himself by just doing massive volume. If I did that type of volume, I would be in the hospital, right? Exactly. If Remy did that type of volume, he may get injured, right? Or he may not have the same high-end, anaerobic type output, right? Yeah. So anyway, a lot of different ways to approach training here for specific applications, for specific courses. That's why I think it's just such an interesting time to be in the sport, especially when you also factor in that cross-training element that we just talked about.
Yeah, there's no formula quite yet, the way that there is a formula for the road marathon or something like that. Yeah, so it's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, right? There is more of a formula for going to a track 10K or a road marathon. Yeah. Here in trail running, there's so many different ways to approach it to still have super successful outcomes. So, yep, we got another great comment here. Ryan Hall's aerobic and anaerobic engine being inherited by his younger brother, Chad. Not to say Chad should live in his older brother's shadow whatsoever. Chad is an amazing athlete.
Chad, before he started running, was a pro mountain biker, actually. And I was living in Santa Barbara during college. I went to UC Santa Barbara, and I remember this guy, Chad Hall, would come and rip the cycling segments in town. And we had a lot of pride in that. I was a cyclist back in college, triathlete. So, we'd we'd love challenging each other on the big climbs. And then I remember Chad Hall came around and destroyed this segment in town called Old San Marcos Pass, if you guys are familiar with the area. It's a really contested segment. But that's how I first got radar on Chad, and I'm like, wait, is that Ryan's brother? And I no longer think of Chad as Ryan's brother. I think of him as a crazy aerobic monster out there destroying
Look,
our
bottom
trails
right
and
here, it
roads.
looks like we've got Nick Handel coming downhill. I think this is around the Duck Pass trailhead, probably, right, Rod? Maybe let's switch to that one here if we can, Matt. Give us a second here. Yeah, there's Nick Handel coming into the Duck Pass
They're
trailhead.
there quick. Or
We may have missed Chad, so Chad was off to an early lead. What did he have? 90 seconds on Nick at the first aid station. So I'm just hitting refresh on our tracker here. Let's see if we've got any updates from there at this point. No updates yet from that Duck Pass aid station, but we are now an hour and 7 minutes into today's Mammoth Trail Fest 50K.
It's about 9 miles into the race. So definitely a good pace. Nick's holding through there.
Actually,
7:30
Matt,
pace about.
Matt, if you want to share our screen here just real quick as we wait for rest of the top 10 men to come through. So you can see, zooming in on the course profile, it looks like Rod, they're sort of near the top of this lower high point here, the Duck Pass trailhead. So they'll have probably some welcomed downhill and flattish miles, another little kicker, and then they go up the crux of the course. What about 16, 17 miles into today's 50K as they make their way up the Dragon's Back Ascent. As we come back now, looks like third and fourth place, we expect, unless we expect we miss Chad Hall here, the race leader. And
Yeah, it looks like Spencer.
And probably Pat Wachter, who is our third or fourth place runner.
Yep, running together.
Yep.
Runners are about to hit an amazing part of the course. Like you're about to see 4 or 5 lakes on your way to the Dragon's Back climb. Hopefully they can enjoy it a little bit. I know racing all out, it's sometimes hard to look up, but yeah.
So now, I think 4 men through Duck Pass aid station. Looks like everybody made quick work of that one too after completely skipping the first one. So for our viewers, that's not unusual. The front of these races, they will try and be as efficient and as speedy as possible through these aid stations, especially in the early miles. Those aid station transitions will get progressively slower over the course of the day as the fatigue starts to set in. Now we go picture in picture here. We got our drone coverage on the big screen, bottom right, back at the aid station.
Looks like we got 5th coming in. I think that's
Chris,
Jacob.
Jacob, yeah.
Yep.
Jacob Grant, 25 years old, from Salt Lake City. And behind him, that's probably Chris Myers from Los Angeles, 27 years old.
Yeah.
5th and 6th place here coming in.
This is good. This is like
that's
a
Chris.
3-minute spread between 2nd to 6th place. Yeah, the trails get a little bit nicer. I know I was talking some smack on the horse trails, but the trails will get a lot more runnable here. Really fast to rip, and yeah, some fun water crossings, some nice lakes you'll go by, and that descent is really fast to Lake George.
Well, that looks like Jordan Perry just blasting through the aid station in 7th place. Jordan Perry from San Marino, California. Unfamiliar with him. If you're a Jordan Perry fan, please shout him out in the chat. Let us know a little bit about his story if you can.
I think we'll all be Jordan Perry fans after today.
Yeah, 37 years old. So we are making quick work here of the 50K here today on a perfect day for racing in the Mammoth Lakes area. They are now on the far end of what we would call the Lakes Basin, right, Rob? This is a place that one of the places that makes Mammoth Lakes iconic.
Yeah, we're about at 9,000 feet here. Runners have gone through some rollers to get up here. I think they've probably logged about 1,500 feet of vert.
And there's a lot of really popular campgrounds around here. This is a lot of a very popular place for day trips to
Definitely
bring the family.
Yeah. A
Let
lot
the
of bear
dogs-
sightings here also.
Let the dogs swim in the lakes.
If they're lucky, they might see a little brown bear roaming.
Yeah.
They're out around this time of year.
Yeah, I had a fun little bear encounter as I was driving through Yosemite on my way out here on Wednesday night. So
Isn't that a great drive?
it's such a good drive.
Compared to driving Highway 5 or 101 or something to get somewhere
Yeah.
in California, being able to drive through Yosemite.
We expect this to be Zachary Sonoga from Rock Creek Lake, California, sitting in 8th place, we believe.
Rock Creek Lake, that's just down Highway 395 from Mammoth.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So another local guy here, Zachary Sonoga. So we start to round out the top 10 in the early miles here. This is probably Kevin Stewart. That looks like Chad Hall.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so we didn't, in fact, miss Chad Hall. Chad Hall now coming into the aid station.
Excited to hear this story.
Tough weekend here for Chad Hall here,
Yeah.
folks. An unfortunate DQ again yesterday after coming into the finish line in second place. We were all celebrating a fantastic performance from him. He inadvertently had cut some of the course. So even though he had a great day yesterday, he was DQ'd. He tried to double back here for the 50K. Looks like he's going to be calling it a day here at the Duck Pass aid station, pulling out his iPhone, probably calling for a pickup here. So tough weekend here for Chad Hall.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but he's must be making the right call. Something's up here, and it is the unfortunate nature sometimes. I think the hardest thing in our sport is taking a DNF. So hats off to you, Chad.
With the great man bun there, pulled through the back of that Mammoth Trail Fest cap. Chad Hall, we were just singing his praises here. So it'll be interesting to see what he targets next. He's one of these types of athletes who I get so much inspiration from, because I feel like he could pretty much put anything on the calendar and be competitive, like go to a track 5K or race a 100-miler. Like, he's the type of runner who I would love to see eventually come to Western States or go for a golden ticket or something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to dive into his training a little bit more after this to see how he gets prepared for trail while being such a competitive road athlete at the same time.
Let's pull up his Strava here in a second. But I think what we should do here, as we have Matt Feldick and Jamil Curry behind the production screens here, I think what we need to do, boys, is persuade Chad Hall to get into the Javelina start list now after an unfortunate, disappointing weekend for him here at the Mammoth Trail Fest. Let's put him on the start line at Javelina, a course that he would absolutely shred to pieces.
Yeah.
Of course, 100 miles is a whole different challenge, but that would give him automatic qualification to Western States. He did
we'd
say
love
in
to
our
see
pre-race interviews that he had ambition to eventually, test out some of the ultra stuff, but again, we can't map my personal goals for these athletes to their goals. Actually, on that subject, I was going to post something recently. Maybe I still will. Just thinking like, okay, Jim did Western States this year. Jim Walmsley, of course, for our listening audience. He won, man. It's done. Check that off the bucket
UTMB.
list. Sorry, what did I say?
Western States.
Okay, yeah. Jim won UTMB. Of course, he's won Western States 3 times. So he won UTMB this year. I was like, what if next year, he already said he kind of wants to go back to Western States next year, and he may, in fact, go for a golden ticket at the UTMB Nice race, which I believe is next weekend back over in France.
Mm-hmm.
But what if he got his golden ticket, then ran Western States again, but then went for Matt Carpenter's record at Leadville at the end of next summer? Again, this is me mapping my personal entertainment against Jim's goals. But, I mean, for the things that he's achieved in his career, those 3 victories at Western States, the course record at Western States, the 1 victory at UTMB, the course record at UTMB, among dozens of other world-class performances.
Yeah.
You know, there's few other things that Jim could do that would really blow our minds, right? That Matt Carpenter course record at Leadville would be one of them. And it's a course that suits him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's here comes MK Sullivan through the aid station, our women's leader.
Go MK.
Looking awesome. Giving
Big
some
smile.
waves.
Big smile. You love to see
Let's
it.
go.
Straight through the aid station. She's good. Looks like a little Hawaiian theme there. Hawaiian t-shirts and some lays on our volunteers here at the Duck Pass aid station. That's always a fun element here in trail races.
I believe this aid station is manned by a local running team in town, the East Side Trail Runners. So, they're having fun. They love these trails. They love this community, and yeah, it's cool to see them all out here together enjoying it.
Yeah. So we got an update from Claire Johnson here in the chat. Chad Hall's legs were spent from yesterday and is bowing out. So that is not surprising. Thanks for that update, Claire. Appreciate that a lot. Again, shout out to Chad. Hope he
Smart.
rests up. I mean,
Yep.
clearly the fitness is there. It'll be interesting to see if he targets anything else this fall.
Yeah.
Hint, hint, Javelina. Let's go, Chad. We'll get you on the start list.
I believe Chad, after last year, he immediately transitioned to the roads again and went to CIM. I think he got an OTQ there, and yeah, I'm curious to see if he pulls that off again or what his plan is. But I think whatever it is, I think he has something on the calendar. Otherwise, he probably would have got it today out, I feel like. But it sounds like he's trying to save it.
Yep. So now our men's leader is indeed Nick Handel, the gentleman who we were talking about earlier in today's broadcast, who has made a great career for himself in the software industry in the San Francisco Bay Area. Also a fantastic runner. Now out to the lead. I wonder if we've got any updated splits here from the live tracker so we can determine exactly how comfortable his lead is there. We do not have an update yet from Duck Pass, but it was probably, a couple minutes back from Nick Handel to that chase pack of Spencer Strom and Pat Wachter, who were just behind him. And then there was a parade of others: Jacob Grant, Chris Myers, Jordan Perry, Zachary Sonoga, Kevin Stewart, William Connor, Vincent DeMassa, et cetera, et cetera. So
probably about a 5-minute spread in the top 10.
Yeah.
I think 3 minutes in the top 5. So we have an update from Katie Asmuth. I want to read, quote, verbatim. Jordan Perry is a freaking stud. Nicest human on the planet. Lives in LA. Data 2, PT, and coach. Insane athlete. Qualified for Kona on his first Ironman. I know altitude is tough, though, coming from sea level, but she's rooting hard for Jordan. So, Jordan, you have a huge fan out there. Katie Asmuth. We all love her. We're going to watch closely for you here.
thanks for that update from the great Katie Asmuth, another Mammoth area local. Yeah, that squad you guys have here, man. Katie Asmuth, Danny Moreno, Rod Farvard, Tim Tollefson. Who else is living here full time?
Keith Yanov, shout out. Let's see, Bentley Rager. Yeah, we have a good squad. We need to run together more, and I'm going to put that out here now.
How was training through the winter months here? Because obviously this was a historic winter especially this part of the Eastern Sierra. I know the Southern Sierra got more snow than the Northern Sierra, so Mammoth got a lot more snow than Tahoe, for example.
Yep, exactly. It's luckily we live 30 miles from the desert, Bishop, so there's a lot of driving in and out. But there were some days this year that you weren't allowed to get onto the highway. You couldn't really leave town. In those cases, you're indoor, you're on the treadmill, you're biking. I did a lot of Zwift this year. I loved it. I think I'm going to incorporate that into my training every year. And I think the important thing is embrace the mountain town and embrace the time off in the winter. Start cross training. I mean, like, we have great examples now of athletes killing the sport cross training. So yeah, I think for me, I'm not going to put a lot of races on my calendar early spring / end of winter, and just kind of embrace the bike and ski.
It's so true, man. I love put the bike on the trainer and just like either doing easy spinning, which I do a lot when I'm in heavy run training mode, or if I'm in lower run training mode, ripping intervals on the bike trainer. Such a good way to just like blast the aerobic system while not, having any of the impact forces that we get from running, obviously.
Definitely get my heart rate higher on a bike than I do running these days. So
we are still here at the Duck Pass aid station, about 9 miles into today's 50-kilometer race. We are now just over an hour and 20 minutes elapsed from the 7:30 a.m. start time here in Mammoth Lakes. Katie Asmith is also a big indoor cyclist. Shout out, Katie.
Yeah, Katie, unfortunately, in a boot this year so far, but it's amazing how much she still does, and her drive is insane.
After running one of the fastest times in Western States history this summer, finishing 4th place, probably the best race of her career, one of the best races in Western States history. Probably
top 5 all-time time, right?
I was going to say, definitely the fastest 4th place time in the race's history. So. Anyway, I don't know if we missed our 2nd place female through here. Let's just check the chat real quick and see. Sorry, we got a little sidetracked there. We did see MK Sullivan. 2 girls just went through. Okay, sorry about that, Cassidy Bancroft. Rod and I were deep in conversation, so let's go back. My guess is the top 3 women are still in roughly the same order as we saw them at the Twin Lakes aid station. So that's probably Keela Barger from Salt Lake City, Utah in 2nd place, and Selena Langner from Parks, Arizona in 3rd place.
Yep.
And here we go. We've got another female runner coming in here. Tough to tell, a little pixelated. We'll start to see the top 10 women parading through the Mile 9 Duck Lake Trailhead aid station here.
Still close in the men's and women's fields.
Yeah, here's, I think, our 4th and 5th place runners. So that might be Devin Ramsey and Abigail Swift from Reno, Nevada and Sacramento, respectively, sitting in... I'm sorry. No, that's probably Kayla Newman and Devin Ramsey from Mammoth Lakes and Reno, Nevada, respectively. We think, sitting in 4th and 5th. And to our friends in the chat, obviously, please do correct us if we're wrong. Oftentimes, it's difficult to ID these runners, especially because so few of them are stopping in the aid stations. We don't have boots on the ground here like we did with Max King at Twin Lakes to help get names off of race bibs and race numbers. So we'll do our best here. But again, from here, it looks like they do a little bit of a loop heading sort of southeast before doubling back and heading northwest, sort of heading back towards town, eventually making their way to the bottom of that Dragon's Back climb.
Yeah, we got Emerald Lake on tap, TJ Lake, Lake George, Lake Mamie, Horseshoe Lake, McCloud Lake. That's 6 lakes they're about to pass before hitting the Dragon's Back climb. It's truly spectacular. So, awesome course, Tim.
Yeah, we got Nick Handel's brother in the chat here, Chris Handel, shouting out his brother, saying, let's go. So what's up, Chris? Thanks for being with us here today.
Chris, any insight on what Nick's listening to?
Yeah, Chris. What audio textbook is Nick currently binging out on the race course as he leads the Mammoth Trail Fest 50K here? Let us know. Good to have that mental stimulation while you're out pushing the pace here.
Hurt the brain, too.
Okay, cool. So Linda Ramsey, thank you so much. probably a relative of Devin Ramsey. So Devin Ramsey is indeed confirmed in 5th place here. Thanks so much to Linda.
Thanks, Linda.
So another great drone footage here of the granite that is ubiquitous here in throughout the Sierra of California.
Yeah, you're looking at the Mammoth Crest there. Amazing, amazing loop to run. You could get up onto that skyline. That's at about 11K. You'll get views out to the John Muir Trail. You get views out to the town of Mammoth. And you'll loop down by Duck Lake. It's about a 13-mile loop if you were to do that. Great skiing there in the winter, too, if you are a backcountry enthusiast.
Yeah, I've done that Mammoth Crest loop many times also. Fantastic.
So
unbelievable
good.
Loop.
Getting into Deer Lakes, into that little cirque.
Yeah.
So nice.
Yeah, there's that sort of short little, it feels almost off trail a little bit.
Yeah.
Little cross-country action. That is an all-timer. And Lakes. That's where it gets its name, right? Mammoth Lakes, California. And here we have, it looks like more runners coming into the aid station here. Let's see if we can get more updates in the back half of the women's top 10 here. This might be our 6th place runner coming in.
Here's a trivia question for the chat. Which lake is Mammoth Lake?
It doesn't exist. This might be Abigail Swift here in 6th place from Sacramento, I believe. But again, if you can confirm or deny that in the chat, please do let us know. What's the answer there, Rod?
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
It's an old joke.
All right, here we have probably our 7th place female here. This maybe is Dana Stimson from Bishop.
Let's go, Dana. Local.
Yeah, we should talk about that too. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Mammoth was such a popular place for the road marathon runners, those professionals and Olympians to train here, is because not only can you be living at altitude, but you can get down to low altitude to do some of the higher intensity interval work. As this is probably our 8th place woman, maybe Nora O'Connor from Binghamton, New York. She comes in with a big smile. Shout out to Nora if that is indeed her. But yeah, what a luxury that is, especially in historic winter seasons.
Yeah.
If you want to get out for a run, you can drive 45 minutes down to Bishop and get on dry dirt.
Dry dirt, yep. So good for the mental health in the winter. Otherwise, you are pretty sucked in here sometimes.
Yeah.
The trail's there. Like, you can probably climb up to 6,000 feet even in the winter. It's really nice. It's a nice little reprieve. Yeah, a lot of great roads down in Bishop for marathon training too. So it's really no wonder that such an elite road group is out here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of high school and college athletes will come out here in the summertime to do training camps also. So it's almost like Flagstaff, right? Maybe to a little bit of a lesser degree. It's probably a little bit harder to get to than Flagstaff.
True.
So. And the race director's in the building here. Good morning, Tim Tollefson. Nice to see you. Do you have 5 minutes to join us on the couch here?
Would love to.
All right. What a treat here for our viewing audience. Tim Tollefson, the man, the myth, the legend, the race director, the visionary behind Mammoth Trail Fest. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for being here.
Of course.
So you surprisingly slept really well last night.
I slept incredibly well. I think after so many days of not sleeping, my body finally just gave up.
Yeah.
And and you send out the first group of runners, and there's a bit of that like pressure release.
Right.
That, okay, people are safe. They're having a good time. We're on the right path.
It's almost like, being nervous before a race, and then it starts and you're like, okay, finally, right? Like it's like you're nervous before the race as a race director, and then the first one happens. You're like, okay,
Yep.
now we can
Look
take
at those
a deep
shots. Jeez.
So this is the Dragon's back here, isn't it? Right?
Yep.
Tim?
That's
Yeah.
it.
This is like what, almost 3/4 of the way up, probably before you get on the pumice.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's right at the junction of
Yeah.
Skid Marks and Dragon's Back.
Yeah.
So Tim, designing the courses, how do you think this year would run compared to last year's 50K?
I think that this year will be a little more challenging, but I think the times I think it'll be similar. However, if Chad has the day I think he's going to,
He dropped out.
Oh,
He
no.
pulled a duck
Yeah.
dust.
Oh.
Yeah, we had an update from the chat
Oh,
that
no.
his legs were spent. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we thought we had missed him because we saw Nick Handel coming in first.
Yeah.
So we thought we had missed Chad, but then
Yeah.
he came through in like 9th or 10th.
Okay.
sort of
Only
like
to
barely
put
jogging.
an exclamation point on how hard he went yesterday.
And he went. I mean, he was incredible in so many ways yesterday.
Yeah.
Not only as an athlete, just as a person. Like, he came across the line, and the very first thing he said to me was, "I don't know where I am." And I said, "You're in Mammoth." Like, I thought he'd pushed so hard he was delusional. But he said, "I got off course and I don't know which place I'm in." And so, like, he just wanted to he's like, "Do whatever you need to do." Like, I want you to know that, like, I got off course. I tried to get back on, and like, so we chatted. But in my short time as a race director, like, the two hardest calls I've ever made were last year. Someone didn't make the summit, and they're like the radio team called in and said, "What do we do?" And I froze for probably a minute, and I couldn't give an answer because I knew the answer was we have to cut them off, but I didn't want to tell them their day had to end. And then yesterday with Chad, that was the second hardest. Like, but he's just such a good person in our community, and he understood. And like, I own that our flags got disrupted and it resulted in his off course, and so it's on us. And I apologize to him profusely, and he poured so much into it, and he had an incredible day. Like,
it's part of the game, man. There's only so much both you guys can control. And I do think it speaks volumes to his character to be honest about it. I mean, he was absolutely ripping yesterday.
He was
too.
flying.
Like, he was deserving of a second place.
Yes.
Right? Like, I don't know necessarily how everything would have shaken up, but man, he looked so good. His fitness is clearly there. So we were actually just joking here before you walked into the room that we need to persuade him to jump into Javelina and go for a golden ticket.
I mean, honestly, he's one of those diamonds in the rough.
Yeah.
He's such a versatile runner. He can do anything. And I've been chatting with him more this last year, and he's interested in trail more and more.
Yeah.
And he's just got such a hunger. I think he just needs a little more experience and guidance, and hopefully that turns into support, because that guy's going to be a crusher for years to come.
Unreal. So, Tim, this is only the second edition of the Mammoth Trail Fest, and there's like 1,500 runners here this weekend.
Isn't that wild?
How does that compare to last year, just in terms of total participation? Is it more than double?
It's triple
The participants.
Yeah. And I capped it. So we had a wait list and people, trying to get in, and my bleeding heart, I want to say yes to every single person, but we decided, hey, this is obviously incredible growth in year 2. And we want to be thoughtful of preserving the experience for each individual runner and all of our volunteers and all of our people on the mountain, that we don't want to compromise that by growing too fast. But our dream is to share it with more and more people. So, we want to grow year after year, as long as we can maintain what made this so special in year 1.
Yeah.
Is there a cap with permitting here?
There is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that number look like?
Each permit will be different based on the race, or the individual Forest Service. But yeah, with my permit with the U.S. Forest Service here in the Inyo National Forest, I do have a limit on each. I set my own cap under the limit so we can go bigger.
Yeah.
And another big part of that is we want to be respectful of everyone in town that are other user groups that aren't part of Trail Fest.
Exactly.
We have like recreators that are hiking, horseback riding, biking, and as much as we want to just take over, we can't do that. These are public lands, and we have to be very respectful and be good stewards of it. So, but it all is dependent on your relationship with the individual Forest Service rangers. And thankfully, we have a really good partnership here, and we're trying to do more and more as we move forward with helping them with trail maintenance. We were able to adopt our local Dragon's Back Trail last year, and so we maintain it, and we're hopefully do more and more of that in the future.
Awesome.
Which is in incredible shape, by the way.
I think it's because you've run it so many times, you just buffed it out.
Is that why Remy ran so fast?
Yeah, what do you run? 32?
Yeah.
We were just our jaws dropped.
I was actually joking about this before you came in because I heard you say to Dan Kurtz in the hallway the other day, yeah, it's a 36 or 37 minute climb.
Sorry, Dan.
Remy's like, no, it's actually 4 minutes faster than
It was
that.
for Dan.
Yeah. Okay, so he was spot on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Amazing. Well, I think that's it's wise, right? Like to have restraint and take the long-term view of the race and grow slowly over time. I mean, tripling in size in year 2, maybe some people wouldn't consider that growing slowly, but I'm sure, there's intentionality behind it. It certainly doesn't feel like it's overwhelming. It feels like it's obviously something that's going to have a really positive impact economically and otherwise on the local community. Anything you want to say about, sort of bringing this to the town that you've lived in now for such a long time, that you train in, that you've sort of made your career in, and how special it is to finally bring it to life for the second edition?
It really is a dream come true. It's I've been here for 12 years, and for the first 10 years I served our community like patient by patient, one-on-one basis, but I feel like this has always been something I dreamt of, and it's a way to share it at like a larger scale and have more of an impact. And it's just, I don't know, like shoulder season for us, it can be a time where like our seasonal employees, get laid off and tourism dies. And so having something like this that is genuinely constructed around like a positive vibe and it brings people to the area, I think it's just an amazing thing.
It'll be interesting if you do like an analysis of the economic impact of it. I think that'll be a great way to prove out the concept and probably bring yourself a lot of satisfaction of having an impact on the local.
I mean, that's the
community.
goal, is if we can like continue to support all of our local businesses, restaurants, and even get them more involved each year. That way when people come in, it really feels like our community is just opening the doors to people. That's the dream.
All right, so very important question for you, Tim. We've been talking about it over the last couple of days.
Oh man,
The world needs to know.
I feel rested because I haven't run this week. So, I'm gonna pick up my bib. Well, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
So I have to ring the cowbell for the start, but maybe I just drop and go.
Yeah. You just don't tell anyone you're starting and just go.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now you got to run whatever it is, 32:50 to get that CR back.
That's going to be a tall order. Rod and I have our work cut out over the next year.
Yeah.
We're just
going to
gonna
slowly
do it
chip away.
relay style. Yeah.
We're going to be chasing the ghost of Remy.
Just like you carry a GPS watch in the absolutely red line the first half, hand it off to Rod.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to leave the viewing audience with? I'm sure you got a lot of stuff you got to get back to here.
Thanks for joining and making TrailFest amazing. We founded this on the pillars of community, stewardship, and storytelling, and I feel like this is just an amazing second chapter in the story of TrailFest, and it's an honor that people are tuning in, they're joining. I met a gentleman that drove out from San Francisco the night before to volunteer.
Wow.
Not racing, just wanted to volunteer and be part of it, which was incredible.
Amazing.
Like it's humbling to hear that. And anyone that is local or on the ground right now, I'd say in the next hour we have the kids run. We have 70 kids signed up.
Yes.
It's gonna be the title race of the entire weekend. So if you're in Mammoth, come out to the plaza at 10:15 and cheer on those kiddos as they take on the 1K Woolies Loop.
My son is going to dominate that next year. Mark it down now. Put it on your fantasy team.
Yeah, we got to make sure we watch these kids as they grow up.
I know.
See what happens.
Yeah. Get some early recruiting.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys for everything you're doing.
Oh, thanks
Thank
for
you,
having us,
Tim.
buddy. It's a joy to be
Yeah.
here. It's amazing to see what you've created, and you picked a perfect weekend to host it. So
Oh,
thanks
man.
for that too. It's
It's
beautiful out there.
It's a banger day.
yeah,
Yeah.
banger day.
Thank you guys.
All right, Tim Tollefson, thanks so much for coming in.
We love you, Tim.
We're going to get back to the live stream here. See if we can't get some more updates from Duck Pass. Again, as the runners left Duck Pass, they had a little bit of downhill and flat running. Then they'll have another, looks like about a 500-foot kicker before they get to the bottom of the Dragon's Back ascent.
Exactly.
We will probably have cameras on some of the runners on Dragon's Back, if not from the top of the mountain. So bear with us as we try and get those visuals. We don't have a display here. So How about that, Rod? We got the RD in the house. That was fun,
That
huh?
was great. Yeah. Tim, he's looking real happy. That's
Oh, we had a
what I
perfect
wanted.
question here in the chat that we didn't propose to Tim, and that is what the Chinese characters are on the race merchandise, right?
Yeah.
Like right here.
Do you know?
I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it's Japanese. It says wabi sabi, and I'm probably grossly mispronouncing that, so I'm sorry. Which means something to the effect of everything is impermanent, which I think has become Tim's kind of catchphrase.
Yep.
It's it's a really liberating thought of like, like everything passes basically, and you should really savor these moments that bring you a lot of joy and bring community together, and everything's kind of fleeting, so make the most of it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And here's another great post in the chat here from Jason Watrous. He says, please thank Tim for letting my wife do the race on late notice. She is undergoing cancer treatment and wasn't able to sign up until last minute. He was very kind.
Wow.
Thanks so much for that, Jason.
Yeah.
Really, really awesome. I've got goosebumps here underneath my sweatshirt here this morning. Trail culture, best sport in the world. Appreciate you adding that here to the conversation here today. And love that meditation on impermanence too.
Yeah.
I think Tim texted me something like, embrace impermanence before I ran
Yeah.
Hard Rock this year. So, and I remember saying something to him as he was hiking up Notre Dame de la Gorge at UTMB just a few weeks ago as well. So anyway, really, really awesome. So anyway, Christian,
Look at
hope
the
that was
shot.
a helpful answer to your question here in the chat as we now have drone footage. Is this Horseshoe Lake here?
This is, yeah.
I brought my dogs here every evening during
Yeah.
my training camp here in Mammoth and just tossed the chucket as far as I could into the lake.
This lake has had a lot of trouble over the years, just with low snowpack years. The fact that the water is up to those trees right now is unbelievable compared to the past year. I don't know, like the year you were here, but
It was lower than that, for
it was
sure.
super low. It was probably down like 20 feet lower than that, and you can walk, basically deep into the lake before you'd actually hit it. So it's really awesome to see Mammoth Lakes healthy again, and just thriving.
Shout out to our drone operators here. If you don't feel inspired to come to Mammoth Lakes to race next year or to do your own personal trail adventures after seeing this amazing stuff, I don't quite understand it. But yeah, holy smokes, that's way more full than it was
Yeah.
the year that I did it. I recall, the parking lot sort of on that far end of the lake there. We had a little bit of a hike to get down to the water.
Yeah, exactly.
Get the dogs some exercise, but what a beautiful place.
And that hump
And
you're
these-
seeing in the back there, that's a great view of why we call it Dragon's Back. It's literally the back of the mountain, and you basically run that ridge up to the top. So
Yeah.
that's a 3-mile trail alongside the backside of that mountain.
Yeah, so this
to the
is
top.
this is great perspective because the runners come around this
Yeah.
lake here and then make their way to the Dragon's Back. So-
Exactly. Yeah.
So we're looking at the race course basically. And here's a drone at the top of the Dragon's Back looking down at Horseshoe Lake, which is the one on the furthest right-hand side there. So that's a cool back-to-back bit of footage here for us as we look at the Mammoth Crest. A
So
beautiful
good.
day, the Lakes Basin. These lakes are a dime a dozen throughout the Eastern Sierra. If you
Yeah.
spend any time on the John Muir Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail, really anything, you're sure to pass millions of lakes, all of them crystal clear and blue.
Those endless mountains behind too.
Yeah.
So, a lot of access back there. Oh, it's just such an easy place to just settle and enjoy the mountains.
And then looking out towards the desert that Rod had just described,
Yeah.
down there in that sort of misty haze, and down to the south or the right-hand side, if you're looking at the screen, is Bishop, California.
Question from Paul here. as someone who is not familiar with this trail, what is the difficulty? It varies. I mean, if you mean Dragon's Back specifically, it's a very difficult trail. But in general, this 50K course, you'll have a bit of really non-technical trail, a lot of flat sections and really easy to run downhills. But I'd say the big climb of the day that you're going to do is pretty difficult. It's about 3 miles with 17% grade. So, yeah, runners are in for a good one. But I'd say the footing overall, if that's more what you mean, Paul, is relatively easy.
Yeah. I would say this is not necessarily a race that, I mean, would be unreasonable to do for your first time, right?
Yeah.
Your first 50K. The major difficult variable is the altitude.
Absolutely,
so for those who are unacclimatized, the low point of today's course is 8,000 feet, which in itself adds a complicating variable, certainly something that anybody can prepare themselves for, but it does take a little bit of extra work. But the course profile itself, the technicality, the grades, the difficulty, with the right motivation and a good baseline level of fitness, really any trail runner could do any of these Mammoth Trail Fest courses. So
we just had a really nice drone shot of Nick Handel, our race leader, running through the forest there. I believe he should be popping down back onto the road pretty soon here. So you can kind of see him getting into that next aid station.
So he should probably be at the bottom of the Dragon's Back climb in what, you think, like 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, the climb to get up to there would probably take about 10 to 15. Mm-hmm. So once he hits Horseshoe Lake, we can expect him on the Dragon's Back Trail in roughly 15 minutes. Yeah. It's a nice view of the top of the mountain. They have a nice flat section before popping up to the summit. We saw a lot of the race leaders yesterday on the live stream ripping this stretch. It's definitely very fast. The wind also rips up here quite fast too. Yeah. Any update on the conditions up there today?
I don't know where I would find those.
Yeah.
My guess is the wind is the thing that is kind of ubiquitous at the top of Mammoth Mountain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just ripping over the Sierra. I know I've hunkered down behind that small building at the top of the Dragon's Back. Climb multiple times myself, putting the jacket on. Being careful not to sail off the top of the mountain, but
for people who love skiing, those are the magic days on Mammoth Mountain, where it's pretty famous for the wind buff. So a lot of refilling powder in a lot of these really fun sections off the top of the mountain. So. Looks like on the summit, we got a 31 degree Fahrenheit temperature, not too much wind, 1 mile per hour right now. That could kick up throughout the day, but yeah, definitely cold up there. We have an aid station up top too, so shout out to the aid station volunteers at the summit braving the cold here. So they're doing great work out there. This is a cool section of the course coming up from Horseshoe. Oh yeah, runners will be on Dragon's Back very, very soon here, probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes. But must be lead men. I believe that's Jason, right? Someone correct me there. And he's moving quick. Or Jordan, I'm sorry. Yep, so this section's about a 500-foot climb to Mammoth Pass. You'll descend down to the Dragon's Back Trail from there. Chris Myers coming in. Probably 20 seconds behind here. Little steep pitch to McLeod Lake. Okay, cool. Yep. Sally, how are you? If I got her. It's not coming through my earpiece. So we got our lead men through this aid station by Horseshoe Lake. I think top 5 must have come through, maybe top 6 now. And yeah, short climb up to the Dragon's Back Trail, and I believe that's where the race will really break up.
Yeah, in all likelihood, we'll start to see major gaps start to evolve in both the men's and women's races as they go up the biggest climb of the day, sort of typical of what you would see in cycling. The same is true here in trail running. The climbs are really where things start to spread out. So that's, again, the crux part of the course. Not to say it's the only important part of the course, but certainly a section that each and every one of these runners has been visualizing and strategizing for the last several weeks in their training. And then once they get to the top, they will know that with the exception of a couple painful kickers, it's mostly downhill all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, huge relief getting up there, I'm sure.
So we are almost 2 hours into the race here today. Again, the course record on a slightly different course last year was set by Chad Hall, who we just saw drop out of today's race, unfortunately, in about 4 hours. We think it'll be slightly slower than that for the men. Women, we expect probably between 5 hours, 20 minutes and 5 hours, 40 minutes for our viewing audience here. So, again, this is the longest race of Mammoth Trail Fest race weekend, 50 kilometers. We had the 26K yesterday, and we have the Dragon's Back Ascent tomorrow. As we see one of our runners coming into the aid station here. Don't know who that is.
Yellow singlet.
What a beautiful day and what a beautiful setting for an aid station here.
Yeah.
So great to have the live stream put together here. Shout out Mountain Outpost for getting all this stuff organized and bringing the great story of the 2023 Mammoth Trail Fest to a broader audience. That's William. Look at that drone footage zooming in on the bib. Let's see if we can get William's last name here. That must be William Connor.
Yeah.
So he was in 10th place at the first aid station at Twin Lakes. So he's probably somewhere around that 10th place still at this point.
Good spot to refuel. There's no more aid until the summit of the mountain, so probably about 2,500 feet of climbing to do.
And
before
that,
getting up
from
there.
here, that should be probably 50 minutes probably at least of running without aid. Here we have another runner here. Let's see if we can read his bib. Is that Vincent DeMassa maybe? Let's see if our drone could zoom in here. Oh, look at this drone. Hardly a stop
great
here
quality
from that runner. He's looking strong.
Runners are about at 9,000 feet here. They'll climb up to 96 before descending down a couple hundred feet, and then big push up to 11K. Perfect day out there.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. And this is pretty typical of Mammoth, isn't it, Rod? I mean, summer months, usually very dry, lots of blue sky.
Yeah. It could get pretty variable in September.
I know last year was much warmer than this year.
Definitely. I think even last weekend we had a bit of rain. So Tim picked a good weekend, definitely.
Yeah. And that's always nice when the things you can't control go in your direction as a race director. I've had it both ways myself, both perfect weather and atrocious weather in events that we've put on. And this is very much in the former camp, an absolutely stunning weekend here at Mammoth Lakes. Cutting back to our drone visual from the top of the Dragon's Back Ascent. You see that beautiful groove of a trail cut into the pumice there above the tree line.
Love the shot.
Absolutely amazing views. It's even better when your feet are on the ground and you're pushing up to the top of the mountain under your own power to look around yourself, to drink in these views. This is truly one of the greatest trail running destinations in North America, if not the world. And like we said at the top of our broadcast, it's so great that it now has a world-class trail event.
Yeah. About time.
Yeah,
About time.
About time. So again, tomorrow we're going to be having a race that goes straight up the Dragon's Back. It's a purely uphill event. It's a little bit under a true VK, but it's in the spirit of vertical kilometer competitions, which are very popular over in Europe and that we've seen in other North American races like Broken Arrow, like the Rut, and others. So
should be a great field tomorrow as well. A lot of really strong climbers coming to take it on. So,
including maybe Mr. Tim Tollefson.
Yeah.
So anyway, that'll be a great way to cap off an amazing race weekend. So obviously make sure you tune in tomorrow. I think our broadcast starts at 8:30 tomorrow morning, races at 9. So it'll be a much shorter broadcast given the fact that it is a much shorter race. So do join us tomorrow morning starting at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. And again, tonight we're going to be doing a fun, recap show of today's events. We'll preview the action of tomorrow. Maybe we'll have some special guests to join us here this evening. Myself and Rod will certainly be there. See if we might be able to get MK in after her race today.
Yeah. Yeah, in true festival fashion too, there's a lot of events going down in the village after the race, including a dance party. So, yeah, we're excited to get everyone together.
What's up with the dance party tonight?
Mammoth's best DJ is coming out, so you don't want to miss that.
Where is it?
In the village square,
just
right
straight
after
in the
awards.
village.
Yeah. So,
all right, so it could be a late night for us, huh, Rod?
I think so. And
after the broadcast, we go straight to the Rager in the village.
There's been some chatter about a beer mile too. So.
That would add a fourth event to the Mammoth Trail Fest.
Yeah,
that would
the quadruple crown.
Be also very competitive. Yeah, so here's a great question from Mark Van Hucht. Mark, thanks for the question. He says, is the event tomorrow up the same exact climb as the 26K yesterday? I believe so, right, Rod?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where do they start?
They start right at the bridge of Twin Lakes. So it's about half a K of road before starting up the climb.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So there's a little bit of space to let people funnel onto the trail safely.
Yeah.
And then, it's just an all uphill, full gas endeavor up this trail you're looking at now on your screen. Thanks for that question, Mark.
Really neat view of what runners face on the climb there. So hardly a switchback, you'll notice. It's definitely a lot steeper than it looks here, but they can expect 17% grade for 3 miles tomorrow.
It'd be great if we could get some of yesterday's top performers to come join us in studio here today. I've sent out a couple of texts, but I think they're still probably laying in bed licking their wounds from a rough 26K race yesterday. But we'll see if we can't get some of those top teners in the Golden Trail World Series yesterday to come in and join us for some conversations here this afternoon as we await the top finishers. So we're now over 2 hours elapsed into today's 50K. Let's do a quick recap of our top 10 men and women. We don't have completely accurate splits, but let's do our best to capture a semi-accurate picture here of what's happening in both races. Our early race leader, Chad Hall, unfortunately did drop out of the race at the Duck Pass Trailhead. His legs were feeling his effort in the 26K yesterday, so he decided to cut his day short at the Duck Pass Trailhead and save his efforts for another day, which leaves Mr. Nick Handel from San Francisco as our early leader in the men's race, followed by a train of super talented athletes, including the likes of Spencer Strom, Patrick Wachter, Jacob Grant, Chris Myers, Jordan Perry, Zachary Sonoga, Kevin Stewart, William Connor, and Vincent DeMassa. We believe that is our top 10 currently. Again, all of them are now through the Horseshoe Lake aid station and should be starting to make their way to the bottom of this Dragon's Back climb now. Moving over to the women's race, MK Sullivan, who came in as probably the favorite in today's 50K race, is living up to that expectation, currently leading the women's race overall. MK Sullivan, last we saw, was in about 16th place overall, so we actually might be able to see her at Horseshoe Lake here pretty soon. But MK Sullivan leading the women's race, we think, followed by Keela Barger from Salt Lake City, Utah, Selena Langner from Parks, Arizona, Kayla Newman from right here in Mammoth Lakes, Devin Ramsey in 5th from Reno, Nevada, Abigail Swift from Sacramento, we think in 6th, Dana Stimson in 7th from Bishop, Nora O'Connor from Binghamton, New York, we think in 8th, followed by Casey Sutherland from Moab and Lindsay Allison from Telluride, rounding out 9th and 10th. So that, we think, is our top 10 here today. Again, a lot of great runners here today. Going back to what we said earlier too, this is a great opportunity for people who are newer to the sport, people who have aspirations of potentially making a professional career within the sport, to gain experience at a high-level event like Mammoth Trail Fest.
Yeah. I think top men should be hitting the climb any second here. See the blue singlet of Nick, I'm sure, at some point. Yeah, although it seems like Mammoth is pretty far out there, it's really a 4-hour drive from the Bay Area, 5-hour drive from LA. So people looking for a competitive race definitely should make it up here at some point, and it'd be fun to get these fields in the 50Ks like just as deep as some of the 26K races, although probably less international. I think we can still get some good firepower here over the years.
Yeah. What happened to the Mammoth Airport?
Oh, it still runs. It's typically private.
Private only.
Yeah.
But I remember when commercial flights could come in here. I remember I was here and my wife flew in one time, and the airport is, of course, like 10 minutes from town. It was the most convenient thing ever, and it would be great for the Mammoth Trail Fest.
It would be awesome if they opened that up.
It'd be great for the community in general, right?
There's the
Aren't
Bishop
they building
Airport.
a new one in Bishop?
There is, yeah. And they'll do select flights out to San Francisco and Denver, depending on the season. I think flights have kind of just stopped right now in the shoulder season, but let's get to a world where there is no shoulder season, right?
Yep.
The more events we could do here in September, in May, when it's not quite snowing, the more tourism we could bring here, and better for the economy.
True. Yeah. I lived in Aspen, Colorado for a really long time, and have seen firsthand just, the importance of tourism on local economies and just how quiet those shoulder seasons can be and how that impacts the labor and workforce and small business owners and things like that. It's always something, usually you come to the end of a winter season in a place like Mammoth or Aspen and everybody sort of breathes a sigh of relief because everybody's been working so hard, but maybe at least shortening that shoulder season, still giving the local population a chance to rest and recover from going full gas for an entire season, but keeping the economy going.
Yeah, it's almost like Labor Day hits here and the town's quiet, you know. But this year it's been pretty special. Depending how you see it, obviously more people in town. Sometimes it could rub people, the true locals, the wrong way. But it's awesome to see every weekend this town's still thriving and things still going on at night, and it's not just a lonely mountain town.
And outside of just the running, right, it's a great place to bring the family. You can take kids on short hikes anywhere around town. There's activities galore. There's great restaurants, bars, breweries, things like that.
Absolutely. It really has everything. One place it doesn't have is an Indian restaurant, so if anyone watching.
Or a Thai restaurant. I was just looking that up. But I did have some great ramen the other night. So.
Yeah, we need a little bit more here. But
last night we went to the Brasserie. Have you been there?
So nice.
So nice.
Above the bowling alley.
We walked in, we pulled up, and we were like, are we in the wrong place?
Yeah.
Like, this doesn't feel like a restaurant. We walk in, and we're in a bowling alley. We're like, what is this? And then we see the sign, the Brasserie's upstairs. You walk upstairs, it's like a 5-star restaurant up there.
So interesting.
It's amazing.
There are a couple really nice dining options. Other one's Skatey in town. That's right by the village here too. But it's the bowling alley is a trip.
Here's Nick Handel,
there
folks.
We go. Yep.
Shout out to our drone operator who spotted him before we did. Nick Handel cruising up the Dragon's Back.
Look at this trail. It's just it's so cool seeing that side cut through the mountain.
Yeah. And this is, really one of the more technical sections on the course. Since runners will be going uphill on it, it's much more simple to navigate than if they were bombing down it. But Nick Handel making quick work of it.
Yeah, he texted me before the race asking me for beta on it and any good tips. And I told him some sections to hike up this climb, and he's like, I don't want to hike. So we can expect a fast time from Nick up here. I'm going to call him out on that. He hiked a little. So.
Yeah. We saw that, Nick. Can't hide that from us. But, man, he's moving. He looks great.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what is this? This is like a third of the way up the climb here.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. I think you cut off about 3/4 of a mile from the bottom section.
Yep. Nick having a couple little slips there.
It's tough footing here.
Yep.
It's the one probably really technical section.
He tucked his bottle into his shorts there.
Needs his hands.
Need the hands for the rocks.
Great footage here, by the way. This is awesome.
Yeah, amazing. Unbelievable. Bird's eye view of the one and only Nick Handel from San Francisco as he charges up the Dragon's Back climb in the lead of the Mammoth Trail Fest 50K. Nick Handel, just to repeat what we said earlier, not only a great runner, a super high-achieving individual. He's worked as a data scientist. I think he started his career at Airbnb before he started his own company, which was acquired this spring. And I think it's opened up time for him now that he's no longer the CEO of a growing business.
Absolutely.
That he can focus a little bit more on his own running, which is great.
Yeah, I think he splits time between the Sunset in San Francisco and his home in Alpine Meadows, Alpine Meadows, Tahoe. So he's no stranger to granite, alpine trails, altitude. So I think he was just up there before this. I know he did a big block for OCC in Tahoe, and it's cool to see Nick.
He's hiking
out.
again. We see that, Nick. Okay, I
Look at
remember
that.
this part here.
Yeah.
You sort of come up onto the sandy ridge here.
Exactly.
Yep.
There's probably one more technical section, but he made it quick work of that, definitely.
Yeah. We got Sally McRae at the summit. We're going to bring her up here in a second. Just wanted to say something quickly about Nick and his training. I think he's always like taken a really intelligent approach too, even going back to when he was in the thick of the hardest couple of work years that he had, where he'd just like jump on his treadmill, which would go up to I think 30% grade, and just hike for like 90 minutes on his treadmill. And man, it gets you so strong as a climber. And for him, he also just commented on how efficient it was because he could get such a good workout in, get his heart rate super high, and improve his climbing ability, all while only being a couple steps from his desk so he could jump on a Zoom call immediately afterwards. So anyway, shout out to Nick for getting creative and going back to our conversation about just training in novel and different ways.
Make it work how you can.
Exactly.
Definitely.
So let's pull up Sally McRae here.
Hey, what's up, you guys? How you doing?
Sally
What's up
McRae.
from the summit?
Are you wearing ski goggles or pit vipers?
Dude, these are the sweet Nike glasses. So, yeah, they're perfect for up here because it is bright. And I'll tell you what, winds are 20 to 40 miles per hour. We're on the other side, though, so it's nice and still. So hopefully my volume levels won't be as loud as they were yesterday because it was so windy where we were yesterday on McCoy. But it's kind of nice and still on this side of the mountain. But we're 11,000 feet up, 3,600 meters up, and it is a beautiful day up here. I'll tell you what, you guys, it's an awesome day to be a trail runner. I mean, this is about, you get on your feet and you see these beautiful views. Yeah, feeling lucky just to be here.
Sally, it looks a little warmer than it was yesterday, though. Even if you do have the wind, is it a civilized temperature up there?
It's the sun is very deceiving. As we came off of the gondola, it was freezing inside that building, and freezing to me. I'm coming from the beach, but it's about 35 degrees, I would say. But you add in that 20 to 40 mile per hour winds, and it just makes it feel much colder. So I'm wearing 4 layers right now. Also 2 pant layers as well. And but that sun makes all the difference. Cool. When you're climbing up and you have that sun on your back, it feels great. So,
how's the aid station doing up there? Are they set up for pancakes?
Yeah, the aid station is set up right next to the ski lift. We're about, I would say, about 100 meters from the aid station right now. We wanted to get a good view of the what's up, you guys? A good view of the runners coming in, and so we and it's not as windy. Right here as it is at the aid station. So when you see those runners going to the aid station, they got the headwind right at them.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, we got Elko Raymer. Shout out to her captaining that aid station. She is known for making pancakes, so runners can be treated to that at the top. It's a good time up there.
Yeah, I don't know how many of our front athletes are going to be grabbing pancakes, but I'll tell you what, you guys, you know what I was really impressed with? I was able to chat with quite a few runners yesterday in the village, and people just want to be here for this Trail Fest. I mean, there's a lot of people that cross state lines just to spectate. They just want to be a part of the community, but even better is talking to runners who made this their first 50K. Now we're talking about an extreme altitude race, over 6,000 feet of climbing, 32 miles, and people are making this their first attempt at an ultra. And I'm so impressed because that takes a lot of courage to come out in the high mountains and really test yourself. But man, you are going to be tested really well on this course. And people were excited. People were really nervous, but people just want to be a part of the Mammoth Trail Fest.
Yeah, I think that's such an excellent point. And I think this race knocks off a lot of boxes for bucket list things. Run a 50K, get to the high mountains, be in altitude, be a part of the community. I think it's just it makes sense that people want to choose this race over others for the first 50K. Like a lot of bang for your buck coming here, definitely.
Plus, Tim was just in studio with us too, Sally, and he was saying that the kids race is about to start. There's going to be a little bit of a dance party this evening. So, you know, it also has those fun peripheral activities, those lifestyle elements beyond just the suffering out in the mountains, out on the race course. It makes it special.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, these events are not just for the runner. I mean, you're going to get excited coming out. I mean, I talked to someone who was supposed to race the 26K yesterday, and he had some hamstring issues and decided, you know, like a week or two before, he's like, I'm going to come out and volunteer. And so he's hoping to sweep the course. And he was working at one of the aid stations yesterday and sweeping the course today. And I thought, that is so cool.
Amazing.
You know, that's a real testament of just the pull that this community has. It's like, even though I'm injured, I still want to be a part of it. But yeah, I mean, bringing out the family, there was a ton of kids yesterday out in the village. And yeah, I mean, I love seeing how the sport is evolving, and it's just bringing everyone in. It's not just the people running.
Yeah. So, Sally, we're also looking at a split screen here of men's leader Nick Handel charging up the hill towards you.
Oh
He's
my
still
gosh,
probably got
beast,
10 or 15
man.
minutes before he comes into your line of
Okay.
sight. But are you
So
kind of at the
exciting.
top of the trail, or are you at the aid station?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have Jesse pan over so you can kind of see exactly where we are from the aid station. So Jesse, follow me right now. So I'm looking right now, the runners will be coming at me. And then right here on this shoulder, you can kind of see the gondola, and the aid station is right there, right next to the gondola. Can you guys see that?
Awesome. Yeah, we can see that very clearly. Thanks so much to you and Jesse
you
for.
can see the race finish tomorrow.
Yep.
Tomorrow's race finish. That's up there as well.
Yeah, it's
So,
one
yeah.
of those. It's one of those mean circumstances where you come up to the top of the Dragon's Back and you feel like you're at the top of the climb, and then you have that sort of like fast traverse along the top at 11,000 feet before the final little kicker. So hopefully runners
they
are
got a little
prepared for
push.
that. But yeah, Nick Handel's
Yeah.
coming up in the lead here. It looks like he's got a pretty healthy cushion over the rest of the men's top 10. He's still probably 10 minutes from you, Sally, but keep your eye out.
Okay.
We've got great drone shot of him charging up the mountain. He looks really, really good.
Now, Dylan, are you going to be charging up the mountain
Yeah,
tomorrow as
he's
well? I heard
moving.
you guys said that Tim was.
Sally, you couldn't characterize anything I do as charging anymore, but yeah, I would love to go try
you're
and
charging
summit the
on
mountain
life,
before I
Dylan.
hit
what
the
are you
road.
talking about?
Yeah,
You are charging in every area.
yeah.
I
Except for
appreciate
running.
that about you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I've done this Dragon's Back ascent many times. Actually, earlier today, Rod and I were talking about when I did my hard rock training camp here in Mammoth in 2021. I did the Dragon's Back ascent probably at least 2 or 3 days a week, including, you know, a few sort of like steady state style tempos up. And yeah, such a great test piece to have so close to town, and always a great, you know, quick local bit of vertical to get. So it's awesome that's been incorporated into all 3 race courses here today. Tim was also just in studio with us, Sally, and he said that the race has now adopted the trail. So Tim and Mammoth Trail Fest are now sort of in
Really?
charge of keeping Dragon's Back in good condition, which I just think is so great and so
Yeah.
appropriate. So,
I mean, this
Dude,
trail
that is
means
awesome.
this trail means a ton to Tim. I think all of his best performances at UTMB, he swore by this trail. He would do reps on it, you know, 3 times up the mountain, 4 times up the mountain. He's like, yeah, it's like the 3 last climbs in UTMB, exactly.
Crazy.
So it was just really dialing it in for him. When I moved to town, he was kind of introduced me to this trail too, and I'm like, Tim's doing it, I'm doing it, and became that trail for me as well.
Actually, I think it was Helen Mino Faulkner who just finished 3rd place at CCC and who's one of the breakout stars of this year's trail running season.
Yeah.
I think she did 6 hours of Dragon's Back climbs and descents leading into CCC. So that was sort of one of her critical last pieces of training that clearly paid off for her, bringing home a proud podium performance there on the world's biggest stage. So yeah, to our
love
viewing
to hear-
audience, you gotta come tick this one off the bucket list. This is like the Alpe d'Huez of sorts here in trail running, just one of those climbs that everybody's got to do at some point.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't beat the Eastern Sierra. I mean, we are less than 2 hours away from Mount Whitney. So if for those of you that are viewing, those of you in the chat room, if you're not familiar with this area, I mean, Eastern Sierra has my heart forever and ever. But it's just views for days, peaks for days. And we're also only a couple hours away from Death Valley. And so you have the hottest place on the planet. And then you also have the tallest mountain in the lower 48 states. I mean, there are so many incredible places to train. You can get all different types of terrain, all different types of weather right here. And it is a great place also if you are looking to run internationally. I mean, this is the playground that we go to. So having the Mammoth Trail Fest here, seeing more international runners come here, I mean, this is just going to grow exponentially year to year. I'm super excited to see where this is going to be just in 5 years, because as you remember, Dylan, the beginning days of UTMB and being in Chamonix to seeing what it is now, I mean, it's just exploded. And I'm hoping that's what we're going to be doing here, is just exposing people to the beauty that we have here in the Eastern Sierra.
Yeah, we just had Tim in studio, like I said, Sally, and he was commenting on the growth of the race. It tripled in size just from year 1 to year 2, and he said that it could have been even bigger, but he said, I really want to take a slow and steady approach and a long-term view of the growth of this event. But I think he has a similar vision of, creating that sort of UTMB atmosphere, a destination type race here in North America, and only 2 years here at Mammoth Trail Fest to have 1,500 runners coming for race weekend. It is well on its way to being one of those cornerstone events on the international race calendar. To have it on the Golden Trail World Series already too, and to bring over the likes of Remy Bonnet and Judith Weeder and many other great international talents like we saw in yesterday's race. Yeah, super exciting time, and yeah, it couldn't be a better town to host that type of event here than here in Mammoth Lakes. Sally, you mentioned Death Valley, you mentioned Mount Whitney. I know those places are, have been important parts of your story and your career, having won Badwater and done that multiple times. I know you did a big project up on Mount Whitney. Anything else you want to say about how this place has become special to you in your career over time?
I mean, I start just like smiling as soon as Eastern Sierra comes into view. When I'm driving out here, I'll tell you what, if there's anything that just pours out of me, it's just gratitude. I mean, gratitude to be able to live in this area, the opportunity to just be here. But when you're in these mountains, it's just so quiet, it's so peaceful, and very, very humbling. I mean, for as long as I've been a trail runner, man, I come out here and it's like, yep, Sally, you still have a lot to work on. You still have a lot to strengthen and to grow in. And I think that's really what keeps me coming back. It just reminds me that I still have areas to grow. But so many great memories. I have so many wonderful memories with my training partners and friends. And I think this will always feel like home. I went running up the Mount Whitney Trail right before I came out here, snagged a permit. Just because I can't drive through and not run up that trail. That's how much I love it.
Love that.
So, yeah.
Such a great trail. Yeah.
Yeah, super cool.
So
yeah.
Sally, you were down at the McCoy aid station yesterday as our on-course correspondent as we await Nick Handel, the men's race leader here in the 50K. Any takeaways from yesterday's race, having witnessed it firsthand down there on the course and then now seeing the final results?
Oh my gosh, dude. It was so exciting yesterday. That was my first time doing any type of field reporting. Like, I'm used to kind of being like either on stage or in studio doing stuff like that. I've never done field reporting before. I actually, like being that close to the runners and seeing how hard they were working and moving so fast, like on the top of a mountain. But also, like, a big part of my excitement is just, and Dylan, I know that you're excited about this too. It's like, how awesome is the coverage? Like, it's changed our sport. And so I think it's just like, wow, oh my gosh, like thousands of people are able to witness how amazing, the performances that these guys are showing us right now. And, being on McCoy, knowing that they had just finished like the biggest climbing of the race, and they're about to do this big descent. And you never know how the race is going to end on a descent. You're really going to see your good downhill runners. You're going to see people that took in some good nutrition, or maybe didn't take in their nutrition at the right time because they were moving so fast. But being up close and witnessing that, I had so much fun. It was incredible. So the energy just this whole weekend has been amazing. But to be able to show it to everyone, all you guys in the chat, everyone that's been viewing at home, I mean, it's just fun knowing that we're watching this as a community.
Yeah.
No less in one of the most remote places in California. So it's cool to get that coverage out here. Yeah.
And Sally, you said it was your first time as a field reporter. You absolutely dominated it yesterday. You were the highlight of the broadcast. I need to go back and watch your game tape to become a better broadcaster myself. It was incredible. The energy and enthusiasm you brought was first class. So we're seeing Nick Handel back on our screen here. So he's going to be emerging sort of from the final bit of shrubbery, it seems like to me, Rod. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he should maybe not come into view from exactly where you are yet, Sally, but he should start to come up into that sort of above tree line area in the final push up to the summit here.
Yeah, you should be seeing him, Sally, in probably 5 minutes, I think, from here. So.
And
he's looking good,
right?
Yeah.
So we are at mile 18. What is this? 18.4? Is that right, you guys? Did I say that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, 18.4. And this race, I think, is a little over 32 miles. So it's a little bit longer. Of course, we are past the halfway mark when they reach us. This is the highest point on the course, the biggest amount of climbing. I think they still have a little bit more climbing after this when they descend. There's some little bumps there, but this is an exciting part because I know, and you guys can attest to this too, you kind of look forward to getting up and over the biggest climb in a course. You kind of can breathe a little bit of sigh of relief knowing that even if there is other climbs, it's not going to be what you just did. But mad respect for the guys that are just giving 150% pushing redlining right now to get to the top, because that is painful.
Definitely, yeah. And 14 miles of descent is no joke either. It's definitely a relief getting up to the top there, but if you cooked it, you're gonna have a really rough time coming down this mountain. There's a little kicker in the middle too. You got a 2-mile climb in there, so the race definitely is not over. As you mentioned, if you weren't taking in your nutrition or taking care of yourself coming down, the downhill could actually be the worst thing in the world. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I think Nick's a veteran. He's been around for a while and knows how to take in his nutrition. So I don't expect any blow up here, but it is just incredible how quick he is moving up this climb.
Yeah, he looks really solid here.
Yeah, that nutrition component too. I mean, how often do we talk to athletes? I know you guys can understand this, where you're feeling amazing, from 1 minute to the next, all of a sudden you don't feel amazing.
Yeah.
And so being on top of that nutrition, especially in a descent. I mean, I love descents, but when they're long, and you're moving so quickly that you don't want to take in a gel, you don't want to take in calories. I mean,
yeah,
that can definitely break your race.
Yeah, it's interesting too of like timing. Obviously there's the 30-minute rule, 40-minute rule for fueling, whatever, but timing your nutrition for where you are on the course too. Like you want to be taking in when you're at the lowest intensity. So maybe as you're cresting over that hill, it's a good time to start eating versus bombing down at 5:30 pace or so, and it's going to be hard to digest and you're going to start cramping. So those are the little things with eating that make it a little bit tough on fast days like this.
Okay, I think we are going to replace a battery really quick, you guys. So
sounds great.
We'll see you back in 60 seconds.
Great. Thanks, Sally.
All right.
See you in a few minutes.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
So we're looking back down the Dragons back here. It's difficult to get an ID on these two runners. My guess is this is not second and third place, because this is
a bit back. Yeah.
Lower Dragons back here. So this is probably somewhere in the back half of the men's top 10 we would probably expect here. We will confirm just as soon as we can.
Feel free to shout these gentlemen out in the chat if you know them.
If this were second and third place, that would mean that Nick Handel had an enormous lead at this point, so we don't expect that this is the second and third place runners in the men's race. But we'll try and confirm that just as soon as we can get an update. But as you can see, again, this is the lower stretch of the Dragon's Back, the most technical part of the Dragon's Back climb. Challenging underfoot conditions, technical, a little bit exposed. So you see both these runners sort of in hike mode here. Nick Handel was tiptoeing up, managing to keep a running cadence for most of this.
Yeah, just highlighting the trail work Tim's team put on this stretch alone. This is an amazing shape. Like, normally this section is just littered with rocks and talus. So, yeah, a lot of heavy lifting there. There are a lot of trees down in this section too earlier from the crazy storms. And yeah, maybe it was just a result of all the runners running up yesterday, but this looks pretty incredible.
So I'm refreshing our live tracker here. Still don't have any updates from any aid stations aside that first one. And here's Nick Handel, our race leader. Nick Handel, 31 years old, from San Francisco, California.
Still running.
Still running. And yeah, this section is definitely steeper than he is making it appear here. Managing to stay in that running cadence. Up over, 10,500 feet, at least at this point in altitude.
Yeah.
Not easy for anybody, but Nick Handel definitely showing his prowess, his strength, his fitness as he makes his way up the final stretches of the biggest climb on the course. And like you said, Rod, it will be at least a psychological relief to get over the top of this mountain, especially getting over to the top in the lead, knowing that you are in control of your own destiny here. Nick Handel showing no signs of vulnerability to the strong athletes who are no doubt chasing him at this point. And here's MK Sullivan, women's leader MK Sullivan from Reno, Nevada.
Going through that lower technical stretch on the Dragon's Back climb. She has about 2 miles of climbing to get to the top of the mountain here.
All right, MK Sullivan from Reno, Nevada.
Crushing it.
29 years old. She had a disappointing DNF at the OCC event back at the end of August as part of the UTMB festival of events. Now here she is trying to come back from that disappointment.
Get her mojo back.
Yep. She was, I think, 9th place at the World Championships in Austria in June, so top 10 in the world.
Huge.
Obviously representative of, her capabilities in the sport. Only 29 years old. MK's got a huge, bright future ahead of her. At this point in her career, she's sort of specializing at these 50K and below type distances. She and Danny Moreno, of course, hosting the Sub Hub podcast, focusing on that subsegment of the sport that is professionalizing so rapidly, becoming so exciting, internationalizing, so much of that energy transferring over to the United States.
It's just such exciting racing. Yeah. Great for viewership. I think it's about to rocket here.
Yep.
We can expect MK to take a little break from the trails after this race today and target CIM, similar to what Chad did last year. I think she wants to put up an Olympic trials qualifier. She missed in the half marathon last year at the beginning of the year by, I don't know, maybe a minute. So she's pretty hungry to get that. It's cool to see these transition athletes, right? Like going from roads to trails and really not, sacrificing anything doing it. So It's just that kind of variability, keeps you fresh, keeps your mind happy too, switching. So yeah.
And MK has been part of our media coverage team here through the last few days.
Yeah,
so,
she's not just a racer.
She's, I guess, both sides of the event here this weekend, both participating in the lead here and also going to be in front of the cameras.
Final steep pitch here for Nick. This is he has not slowed down at all. This is a really tough section, probably one of the steeper parts of it to the weather station. Really sandy trail. So
jogging this is I think, enormously challenging for any trail runner, even somebody as good as Nick. So I think he is probably feeling pretty good. It'll be interesting to see if he looks over his shoulder, because this is probably the only opportunity on the course for him to be able to see, how big of his gap has grown to, right? He's got a direct line of sight at least 10 or 15 minutes back on the course from up here. So he may take a look over his shoulder. And we've got Sally back.
Yeah,
Sally
what's
McCray.
up, guys? It's gonna be exciting.
All right,
First
you better
runner's
look
gonna
over
come
your
in.
shoulder, Sally. He's coming right now. You're going to see him any second.
Screaming. Yeah, we got some spectators that took the gondola up here, so he's getting cheers. I see him right now. Here he comes, you guys. Looking so strong. Heck yeah. Let's go. He's got about 100, 150 meters before he gets to us. I don't know if you guys can see him in view right now.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got a great split screen, a drone on the big screen here, and then you're also on our screen here, Sally. So we'll get to see him running
I'll
right
you
past
what.
you.
Do you know how happy he is to be running some flat right now? After
Definitely.
what he just did, this feels awesome. And on this side right here, he's going to get a little bit of break from that wind. So when he goes on the other side, that's where they're getting those 20 to 40 mile per hour gusts up here. And right now, we're kind of blocked. We got a little brim right here, looking so good. Look at this right here. Here he comes, you guys. Let's give him a big cheer in the live chat if you're in the live chat.
Let's go, Nick.
You look awesome. Let's go, Nick. Everyone is cheering for you. You look great. Let's go. Get to that aid station. So strong.
I love how we can see Sally on the big screen. Yeah.
Let's go.
Unreal.
Flash
How'd he
a
look,
big old
Sally?
smile for all of you. Oh my gosh. His face, he's very happy. I think it's part relief that he just did the biggest climb of the race. He gets to cruise a little bit here, and then he's got kind of a little deceptive steep pitch he's got to hit before he gets to that aid station. But he's got a pretty solid lead. I did not start my watch to see what this difference is between 1 and 2. Maybe you guys have a better.
We got the time in the upper right-hand corner here,
Perfect.
so yeah.
Perfect.
I'll start it now, too.
He's still running. I can kind of pan around this way if you guys want to see him climbing up.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
So Nick has just knocked off slightly over 18 miles with 5,000 feet of climbing. So, yeah, that's a hefty portion of the course there. And
that's hefty. If you go out on a training run, 18 miles with 5,000 feet of climbing, you're wrecked.
Yeah.
that's a good day of training.
Yeah.
So,
racing that at average of 9,000 feet, you're gonna feel it.
And running every step of it here for Nick Handel.
He's still running every step. I have not seen a step of power hiking yet, which is a strategy. I mean, there's some people can power hike so fast, and they know, okay, I'm gonna save the legs for a stronger push on the downhill, or on the flats I'm gonna run a little bit harder. So I really love seeing the strategy of the top pack on how they approach that steep pitch.
So our race leader, Nick Handel, now officially over the race's high point, and he will start making his way down a long, merciful descent after climbing for much of the first half of this race. Nick Handel, our early race leader, off to a great start here. We pan over now to see how he approaches this aid station transition. Sally, you can't see this on your screen, but we've got a great drone shot here of Nick. He is in and out of that aid station, now cruising downhill on the service road here.
Did he refill?
Mammoth ski area. If he did refill, it was very quick. He probably did, but either way, he is in and out.
Yeah, we saw him leave, and he's it looks like you're number 2 pretty soon, unless maybe that might be a spectator. My apologies. The drone shots have been incredible, right?
Yeah.
So amazing.
Goodness.
Yeah.
So amazing. Again, just showcasing the sport like this. I mean, we want to follow this. And, it used to be back in the days, it was like just aid stations. You see him come in the aid station, come out. You might get a couple shots here and there. on the course. But man, the drone shots just make it so thrilling.
It's so true, Sally. On the big screen here on the broadcast, Nick is a tiny speck amid gigantic Sierra landscape. It's absolutely gorgeous as he cruises
Isn't it
down.
so pretty?
That's kind of funny to think about how all the footage was just people eating when you think about ultra running back in the day. Like, what are these guys doing? They're just feasting.
Thank you.
Okay,
it didn't
so
help our sport. Everyone's like, so you're hiking and eating? I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I promise we're working way harder than you think. So the drones really help.
Absolutely.
So we did get an official split from Nick at the top here on our live tracker. He came through at 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 3 seconds elapsed. So we will get an accurate split of his lead as the rest of the men's top 10 come through. But he's definitely got a comfortable lead at this point. Sally will be able to see the second and third place runners come up here probably in the next several minutes. We also got a fun update and a text from one Chad Hall, who's going to join us in studio here in just a little while. So to our
Looking
viewing
forward to that.
audience.
Yeah.
So he stepped off today.
Yeah,
And
he
raced
stepped
so
off.
strong yesterday. He
Yeah.
looked amazing yesterday. He had a great race. So
Runner.
that'll
Yeah,
be
so-
fun to hear from him.
I started my stopwatch here probably 30 seconds after Nick. Okay, here we've got second place
Got
coming
two.
up
We got
over.
second place. Yep. Moving really well. I mean, I think all the runners, they get to the top here and they're like, yes. It kind of descends for like 100 feet and then it's just a little cruisy flat. So this is a great recovery spot where I'm standing, where the runners can breathe a little bit, kind of find their breath again. I mean, we're standing up over 11,000 feet, so the air is thin. So they're still sucking wind, but a break from that climbing is really nice. Looking
Is this
so
Pat
strong.
that we have coming
You
through?
look amazing. Heck yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, he looks
Everyone in the
great.
live chat is cheering for you.
You know, I'm up here.
Yeah, that's Pat Wachter.
All right, Pat.
Let's go, Patrick. Heck yeah.
Wow.
You got that little climb, and then you're going to send to the aid station.
I think that's a 3-minute gap.
It's
that-
more than that.
More than that?
Yeah, it's more than that.
Definitely more than that.
Probably 6 or so. by
okay,
the time
6
he gets
minutes.
there.
Pat's always such a happy runner.
Big smile. Yeah.
Great to see him out here. I think he just moved to the East Coast from the Bay Area, so it's a bit of a homecoming for him. And yeah, just absolutely shredding, honestly. I think Nick and Pat are amazing downhill runners. So I think it might take something for to go wrong for Nick for Pat to catch, but I expect Pat to be dropping some sub 6 miles up here to get down to that main
Y'all
lodge.
can use the road.
He looks great. I'm just watching Pat get up this climb right now, and he's got a very efficient running gait. I mean, when he passed me, nice, strong, efficient running gait. He's got a big smile, and to be able to just to talk to him, check in like that. He's like, hey, I'm here. I'm on the mountain with a smile. I mean, that's a nice, strong mental perspective right there. Like, I'm in it. I'm enjoying it. I'm happy to be here in second place. So, yeah,
Love it.
He's definitely fun to watch. Looks like we got number 3. We got our third place guy coming up. Just came over the hill.
This is Spencer, I believe, or is that Jacob?
Nice.
He's a runner for sure. Okay. You guys can pass. You're okay. Yeah, just if you can just stay to the right, because the runners are coming in right here. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for being up here. Cheering for the runners.
Looks like Pat Wachter ran the 26K here at Mammoth Trail Fest last year, finishing 11th overall. So off to a great start here today.
Definitely.
Just for our viewing audience again, this is the top of Mammoth Mountain, 11,000 feet of altitude. They're just about 18 miles into a 32-mile journey here today, so they are much over halfway psychologically, spiritually,
We got the live feed right
and
here.
an
We got
overall
everyone
distance.
in the room cheering for you right now. You have anything you want to say? Feeling great. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jacob.
He dropped an F
go.
on the live stream.
Was that Jacob?
Yeah,
I don't-
Jacob.
Okay, yep. Salt Lake guy, Jacob Grant.
We got number 4.
Not giving
right
an
here,
F.
too. They're about 100 meters
Chris Myers.
apart. So here comes fourth place male. But
Chris
Jacob,
Myers sounds like.
he looked fresh.
There we
Jacob
go.
looked fresh.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a
Jacob
battle
was
here.
moving- Yeah, Jacob moving really well. Big old smile on his face. He threw his fist in the air. Let's go. After a climb like that, to have that energy, okay, he's got a lot left in him, and this is be really fun what he does the rest of the race.
Chris Myers.
Coming in. He's got an orange.
Chris Myers.
Who is this?
Chris Myers.
We got Chris Myers. Chris Myers.
Let's go,
Let's
Chris.
go.
LA
Chris,
guy.
We got the whole chat. We got the live feed here. Everyone is cheering for you. How you feeling, man?
Oh, better than last year.
Better than last year, and you just
All
did
right,
an awesome
Chris.
climb. Well done. You look great, Chris.
Heck yeah,
also
Chris.
looking good, man. Look how strong he looks. So Chris is also coming in with a big smile, saying he's feeling better than last year, doing better than last year, and that's a great place to be, just mentally. You know, just
Check this out.
checking in with yourself.
We got Susan Grant in the chat cheering on her son Jacob, who's now on the big screen, Sally, as he makes his way up over the final
Love it.
bit of vertical to the true high point of today's course. So
That's
Shout
a
out.
steep pitch right there.
yeah,
He's looking good.
making mom proud.
I love
Susan
that.
watching
What's up,
her
Jake?
son
What's up,
in
Jacob's
podium
mom?
contention here today at the Mammoth Trail Fest 50K, representing Salt Lake City. Jacob
Yeah.
Grant, enjoy that gravity, young man.
So cool. And shout out to everyone in the chat room. I know I personally love watching live feeds. I mean, I've taken the live feed out with me on long runs before just to listen. It's so fun to be a part of the excitement. But, you know, everyone in the community is gathering around their keyboards and giving shout out. So we're cheering on all the runners. I know we get a lot of coverage on the front pack, but I'll tell you what, being in the village, talking to runners who have crossed state lines to be here. You know, they come from the flatlands, they're coming from the mountains, and every person on this course is brave and courageous for stepping up to the start line, because this course is no joke. And so, man, we are cheering hard for everyone from front to back. And so if you're in the chat room and you're here cheering for someone specific, we would love to know who you're cheering for. So go ahead and put their name in the chat right now so we can see that as we wait for our next runner to come in. This is number
Love that
5,
idea.
you guys.
It's Chad.
Is this number 5?
That's Chad.
Yellow,
That's Chad.
is this Chad? Is this Chad?
No.
Nope.
No.
I'm gonna
Spencer.
guess
We got
Jordan.
Spencer. How you doing,
Spencer.
Out here?
Ricky's over there.
Yeah, heck yeah. Looking
Yeah,
so
Spencer.
good. Keep it up.
Great bun.
Great bun.
Yeah.
All right, so while we wait Spencer getting up to the high point, I now have official splits for the top 3 men through that high point. Again, Nick Handel, our early race leader, came through in 2 hours, 40 minutes, 4 seconds. He has a 5-minute, 25-second gap on Patrick Wachter, who came through 2:45.29, and then Jacob Grant from Salt Lake City. We just saw him go through 2:47.56.
No, you're okay.
So that's about 7
No
minutes,
rush.
50 seconds separating the
Walk
top
like a
3
normal
men
person.
through the high point.
I love this battle for the podium.
Yep.
That's close stuff. And let's go back to what's on the line here for the
Number 5 and 6. 5 and
top.
6
Is it top 10?
Yep, here's number
Let's
5
see.
and 6. How you doing? Here, you look great. Moving really well. We got the live feed here. Super stoked to see you. Nice
Do you
job.
recognize that guy, Rod? Blue
In
shirt.
the blue.
This has been
Top 5 females, males awarded $1,400 for first, $1,000 for
go.
second,
How you feeling?
$700 for
Is
third,
this Jordan?
$600
All right,
for
Jordan.
fourth, There we
Looking
go, Jordan.
strong.
300 for
Jordan says
fifth.
feeling lovely.
So battle for the podium here, some prize money on the line. I wouldn't say Nick has it in the bag either. A lot can happen. 5 minutes is not that long.
Yep. Chris Myers now official split through the top 2 hours, 48 minutes, 53 seconds. That puts him about 8 minutes, 50 seconds behind Nick Handel, our race leader. Chris Myers saying loudly, I feel better than last year. So Chris Myers is a super strong closer. Let's see if he can make up ground, move his way into one of those podium positions here. great job by, I think we probably got top 6 or 7 men now.
Yep.
Past Sally,
Exactly.
making their way up to the true high point of the course here.
Top 6 just went through. All of them flashed a smile, which is easy to do, like I was saying, on this little flat section before they hit the next little pitch. But yeah, they're looking good, looking really good. And so we're waiting for seventh place. Got a lot of spectators coming out, which is also really exciting. It's so great for these runners. I mean, how cool to be on top of this mountain and have people cheering for you.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's pretty amazing.
That is so awesome.
Some people might have hiked up there, but there's also a gondola coming from Main Lodge to the top there. So it is spectator friendly, definitely.
Absolutely.
And what a perfect, beautiful day.
You'd see that skyline in the back there. You have a view of the minarets, that spiky ridge, which is absolutely incredible. We love it. And then
gosh.
Mount Ritter to the right, that pointy high peak, and then a little bit more to the right there, Banner. So, yeah, amazing skyline.
Yeah. A banner day.
It's hard to be
stare
up
at
here.
Yep.
Banner.
Yeah, it's hard
Now-
to be up here and not be running.
Official split from Spencer Strom from Orem, Utah. He came through in 2:51.08. That puts him about 11 minutes behind Nick Handel, our race leader. So that's our official top 5. Nick Handel, Patrick Wachter, Jacob Grant, Chris Meyer, Spencer Strom. I think we should have updates from 6th and 7th here, updating here momentarily too. So
Who's got the downhill legs?
Yeah, looks like they're both leaving the aid station about the same time.
now our drone is staring straight at Sally McRae. We see you, Sally. All right. Amazing.
Oh, man. Fun? Oh, yeah. How can you not have fun out here? On the mountain. It's awesome.
Matt, how many people do we have behind the scenes working on the broadcast here today? A lot is Matt's answer to that question. So a big shout out to that large group of individuals who are sacrificing their weekend to help bring the story of the 2023 Mammoth Trail Fest to the viewing audience. Our drone needs to pan to the left here. So our runner coming up. There's the true trail. There we go. And yeah, it is really incredible how these live streams have advanced over the course of the last couple of years. It's just brought our sport to a whole different level, bringing these stories to a much broader audience, sharing not only the great, beautiful landscapes that we get to recreate in, but also sharing the wonderful human interest stories, the storylines, the personal anecdotes, the human challenge, the curiosity, all into a great digital experience. So thanks to everybody who's joining us here for the broadcast here today, and thanks to the whole team who's making it possible.
Definitely.
Sally, you should have another runner coming back
Yeah.
behind you here any second.
Yep. And I believe this is number 7 or 8.
So this is going to be number 8, Sally. So
Number 8.
the guy in the blue who we had a hard time identifying, that is officially Zachary Sonoga from Rock Creek Lake. Rod, you said that's sort of in this Eastern Sierra neighborhood. So
Yep.
Zachary Sonoga is officially in 6th place. He came over in 2:52.17.
Local crusher, definitely.
And then Jordan Perry is in 7th, 2:52.46.
Let's go. How you feeling? We got the live feed right here. Everyone is cheering for you. Let's go, Daniel.
Oh, here we go. Kids
This
race.
is Daniel.
Okay.
Number
Zach.
8.
Zach passing through, going to the summit.
That's Daniel Grimm from, it seems like, Roanoke, Virginia. He's moved up. He was in 14th place last we saw. He's now sitting in
And he took his shirt off.
8th,
like,
I think.
I'm in 4 layers and he's shirtless. And with a huge smile.
Working hard,
I
definitely.
mean, when you come to
Working
California
very
from
hard.
Roanoke, Virginia, man, you got to take your shirt off. Those are basically
Totally.
written in the rules of, you know,
Right?
the Chamber of Commerce. Sally, on our big screen here, the kids race is about to start here. Oh, we've got somebody
push-ups.
dropping some push-ups here on the
What a
start
flex.
line.
I'm going to do that at my next race,
Showing
definitely.
I can't wait to get my son on that start line next year. And Tim Tollefson, he's got the mic, gassing the kids up.
It's like the PE teacher telling the kids to do some burpees.
They're panning over to the
Oh, okay.
first.
Perfect. You know the top? They have a bar in there.
There we go. Nice.
This is so sweet. 70 kids lined up.
There. And it's cool. You guys are on the same start line as all the other runners that are going up to the top of the mountain. You're professionals.
We got some professional kids.
Does anyone want to run to the top of the mountain? We got a couple of them. Yeah.
The community aspect here, amazing.
You're not going up there?
Love this for Tim.
I like that. So, as a reminder, you guys, once I ring the cowbell, that's the start. And you're going to run out through the plaza, all the way to the stairs. And you're going to go up the stairs, over the bridge, and then you're on dirt. And then we have volunteers that are going to direct you. You basically go out and do a little loop on the dirt, and then you're going to come all the way back here. Okay? So it's about half a mile. It's about a kilometer. We got some smarties here. All right, so
Are you running ahead of them?
Just a little bit, but then we have some other people.
There's volunteers.
How much longer, Kara, do you think?
You're 2 minutes.
we have 2 minutes and then we're going. Okay? All right, one more time. Who's excited?
And that's been
Okay.
Yes, guys.
This is exciting because we have some of the professional runners, the women from yesterday that are going to cheer you on. We're going to be out on the course, give you high fives.
On multiple occasions, I've been like, oh, never mind. Let's change it. We're ready. And somebody gets excited.
Okay, we have 1 minute. Where's Mike? Oh. So this is going to be our starters, okay? When I do this. Then you guys get to go, okay? Do you know where I got this? I did from a cow. I didn't steal it, she gave it to me. It came from France. Her name was Nelma, and the farmer said she was his best cow. It was very sweet. It was very good.
Tim, you're good when you're ready.
Okay, so who's ready to go? All right, so we have these guys in front that are going to be running with you, so you can follow them, okay? All right, we're going to do a quick countdown from 10 from everybody. 10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kids are off.
And they're off, folks. A group of, I think Tim said, about 70 kids registered for the race here today. And what an awesome family-friendly activity here as part of the Mammoth Trail Fest.
Breeding
Looks like
champions.
We got some parents acting as guides here for their children in the races. Oh, how great is this? This is amazing. And in just a couple minutes, we do have Chad Hall in studio, so he's going to sit with us and we are going to chat about his weekend where he's both impressed us and broken our hearts. So Chad Hall will get to you in just a little bit.
Wow, do you see that jump
It
off
is
those stairs?
Absolute athlete.
Let's see, he's out hot. If he, let's see if he takes his gels. Make sure he can make it to the finish line there. But
Do we know the distance of this kids race?
1
1K.
kilometer.
Oh, we can hear the screaming outside the studio.
I love that we're live streaming this.
Yeah.
This is brilliant. This kid is flying.
Matt Seidel with a good stat in the chat. 2 Roanoke runners in the top 10. That's pretty cool. All the way out here in the West Coast.
Isn't it? Yeah. So it sounds like Pat Wachter moved from the Bay Area to the Roanoke, Virginia area.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I believe he was a teacher in the Bay. I don't know if he's still pursuing that out on the East Coast or if he's back to school. But yeah, great to see him back in California.
Don Reichelt in the chat saying the future is bright. Indeed, it is. See if we can get an ID on this early leader here in the kids race. What did Tim call it? The woolly mammoth, something like that. Anyways,
Great form.
Yeah.
Best race of the weekend for sure. Although this kid is just blowing everybody.
What do we think? Local kid or who knows?
Local trail knowledge.
Yeah.
Local trail knowledge is what Chad said. Matt, we could probably pot up Chad here at this point, and we can. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay, cool.
So we can. Chad, welcome to the studio, buddy.
Thanks.
It's good to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
I'm sorry. The weekend was a challenge, but
it's been a long one.
Let's maybe take it in 2 parts. We'll talk about yesterday first, and then come to today. Man, you looked so good yesterday. We were sitting here in studio watching you, and we saw that moment where it seemed like you were passing Philemon on the descent. We sort of cut to somebody else, so we didn't exactly see all of that, but then we saw you screaming into the finish line in second place. Give us a sense of what happened, where it went wrong, and that exchange with Tim at the finish line.
Yeah. I mean, all around ended up being a very confusing day, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, I felt good. I think I finally had the day I was looking for. I kind of felt like just the guys racing, those guys all at Pikes Peak last weekend, I was with a lot of them that, kind of trashed me last weekend. So I was like, I'm in a good spot coming over Dragon's Back. And I just stepped on the gas, and I didn't realize how good of a downhiller Philemon is as well. So I rolled by him, and that downhill just always blows my mind how hard it is. But he was running really strong, so he passed me. We're all kind of going back and forth. If we need to go back to the kids racing point here. I'm like, this is definitely more interesting. Yeah. This little girl just rolling people right now. Okay, I'm so distracted by this. Yeah.
These kids know how to run.
Yeah.
She is killing it.
Biomechanics. Her for some coaching advice.
I know. I might go give her a card. Be like, hit me up. I'll coach you. We'll make some things happen.
So cool. So kids race here coming to a conclusion. A big high five from the RD.
Yeah.
Tim Tollefson. There's Billy Yang getting the content.
Okay, that was rad. That was very cool.
That was rad.
Do you want to go back to the race?
Yeah. So going back to the race, you were saying that you're sort of with the guys that you sort of got who beat you up at Pikes Peak, and so you're feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good. Obviously I know that downhills are a strength for me. So coming over Dragon's Back, I felt like I'm ready to rock and roll here. Really excited about how the race was going. Philemon was step on the gas, so he passed me. He went off course, came back on another section, so we kind of had this back and forth just by nature of him getting lost on a number of occasions. But then Philemon and I went off course together, and then Patrick was already off course, and then we were all looking at each other and just started running down further, and the trail just got progressively gnarlier and gnarlier, like mountain bike style features. And at some point I was like, we're not supposed to be here, I don't think. So, and getting off course, I mean, this is all, I'm still relatively new to trail racing. So in that scenario, you're getting in this frantic state. I'm not sure what we should do. So we're all just trying to figure out where to go.
That doesn't ever go away, by the way.
Yeah. I think getting lost is never a fun part of racing, right? I always think of Walmsley getting lost at Western States,
totally.
and it just
Happens to the best.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So at that point, I felt like all we had to do was go to the right, because I was like, we went down to the left, like the course has to be to the right. So I like jumped down in like a little, like they were working on some pipelines. I like did some sketchy stuff to try to come back over, and then no course. Found the 50K course, and I was like, at least I'm on something here.
This probably leads to the finish.
Yeah, I was
line,
like, this has got to, like, it did seem like the 50K and the 26K intersected a bunch of times. So, like, maybe I'm close. Running across that, more sketchy stuff, trying to get back on course. And then I just come out, and Mika's right there. And at that point, I'm just like, I don't know what's going to happen here. But, like, might as well finish the day off and see. So I just charged home. And then, talked to Tim, told him, like, kind of what happened. That I was off course. We were all lost. Like, I don't know what's going to happen here. And so I think at that point, I don't think he really understood how far off course I got. And I didn't even really know how much of the course I had missed at that point, right? Like, all I knew is I was with Mika. I didn't know what place Mika was in, right? And we had this funny exchange, Tim and I, where I was like, I don't know where I'm at. And he's like, you're in the village.
He talks about that. He was in studio like an hour ago.
I was like, no, I know where I'm at, man. Like, I just don't know what happened in the race.
Well, I physically know where I am.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm not, like, delusional here.
How far off were your stats compared to, like, if you were to stay on course?
So I was shorter on the GPS. Like, I think I was, like, 16.7.
Okay. Yeah.
But I also, like, there's some GPS variability.
Totally.
Like, mine chronically reads lower. Like, if you look at Pikes Peak, like, some guys had 13.3. I had, like, 12.8 or something. So who knows, really? All I know is, like, I was in front of Mika by some amount when I got lost. So, I mean, all in all, like, on the day, I would have liked to just finish in fourth, where I felt like I would have ended up at.
But I mean, you were rolling the downhill, though.
Flying.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Like,
You looked so
people on
good.
course were saying, like, you were easily running faster than the people downhill.
Yeah.
So just a quick timeout. So we're looking on the big screen here at Nick Handel, who just passed Main Lodge, still in the lead of the 50K here. And we've got Sally back at the top of the mountain. It looks like MK Sullivan cruising past here.
Yeah,
in the
MK.
lead.
Everyone's cheering for you, MK. Let's
Go, MK.
Let's go,
She's out for a
girl.
cruise.
So strong. Here we go. Get up that pitch into the aid station. Well done on that climb, girl.
Running great.
I'll hit the stopwatch here and try and get an accurate split on second place.
Big ol' smile.
Anyway, Chad, so we'll come back to the women's race here soon. Matt on our production team is going to keep an eye out for the next couple of women as they crest the top of the Dragon's Back. So anyway, you swallowed an unfortunate DQ, but you were honest about it. Tim had a lot of really positive things to say about you and how you handled it yesterday. So kudos to you for, doing the right thing in that situation. It is part of the game, and you are learning.
Yeah. And that was the thing is, like, I'm like, I don't even, it was like to know that I need to backtrack every time, right? Like, that's something that is locked in now forever. And so that was my main concern, is like, dude, I just don't want it to be painted like I was trying to do something wrong here, because like I was just frantically trying to find my way back on course here.
We all know that feeling too.
Yeah.
I had an episode at Canyon's 50K earlier this year.
Yeah.
So,
Dude, I can't imagine an ultra that must be
Yeah.
even more
It's hard to, like, I mean, are you like, should I just drop out, or should I just finish it? And you're always happy with your decision to keep going. And,
Yeah. But Remy had it locked in on his watch, and I'm like, pro right there.
Yeah.
That is the move. So I need to get a little bit more tech savvy, I think.
Yeah. So then tell us what happened today. It sounded like the legs were just dead after yesterday's full gas effort.
Well, it's funny because my girlfriend put that in the chat, and I was like, that's not what happened. No, I actually felt good. I felt trashed getting up this morning. I was kind of questioning whether this was a good idea. But felt good getting going, actually. But just had, like, my adductor start to get all locked up on me, and there's a point where you're like, this is not trending in a positive direction here. And I still, like, want to do Dragon's Back tomorrow. Like, I'd love to go give that another go.
Yeah.
I'm going over the top here.
Yeah, sick.
MK Sullivan from Reno, Nevada, in the lead of the women's race here. Not all downhill from here, but pretty close to it. 14 more miles to go for MK. Last year, top female finisher finished about 5:21, so should be probably in about that same neighborhood here.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be cool to compare if you do the Ascent tomorrow, what you end up doing for that versus how fast you guys
26K.
went for the 26K. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it probably wouldn't be that much different.
I kind of doubt it'll be faster.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
like, you did some running beforehand, but, you're a little bit fresher, and that race was, there's a lot of excitement. That race was
Definitely.
hot, for
You
sure.
got a lot of
Yeah.
motivation going on
Yeah.
there. Trying to hang on to so many of the best dudes in the world. It was such an incredible race
Yeah.
yesterday. We were saying also today, we've been talking about you a bunch this morning, and clearly your fitness is in a really good spot right now. So
Yeah.
just sort of curious if there's anything else on the docket, anything else you're targeting this fall, if we can persuade you to go run Javelina, get your golden ticket to Western States, those sorts of things. So
Yeah. I'm open to ideas. I think that I will likely maybe do the 50K at the Kodiak 100, or
Cool.
it's now
Nice.
part of UTMB. I
Yeah.
mean, that's my hometown.
Yeah.
I actually really know those trails well, so hopefully I won't get lost there. I think I might do that one. I mean, I was hoping to set myself up in this race to maybe go to the final. The qualification is still confusing to me.
Yeah.
So that's gone. So we're moving on.
So
Yeah.
we've got F2 coming up over the top of Dragons back here on our big screen here. Last update we had Keela Barger from Salt Lake City, Utah. We've got Garrett Corcoran in the studio. Can you ID
Maybe mention that.
if this is
Like,
Keela
do they-
here on the
no, we're
screen
still-
here?
They're on you.
Yeah, they Wait, are you guys talking to me?
We got Sally, we got Garrett Corcoran in the room who
Oh, sorry.
is yeah.
Sally,
Friends.
F2 is coming over your
Can they not
shoulder
hear
right
you?
now. So see if you can get an ID on
They
F2
can't hear
here.
you.
There we go.
Here we go.
It's not a huge gap. I did start my
Yeah.
stopwatch here on my phone.
Yeah, we're live.
It's been
I believe
4 minutes,
MK
34
is out of the aid
seconds.
Yes.
station.
So it'll probably be in the neighborhood of about a 5-minute gap here between MK and F2, who we will ID just as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Look at that view.
Shot. That's sweet.
This is painful to watch these amazing views right here.
Right?
That's such a
And you
cool
want
thing to
to
come
be
over the top of
there.
that mountain. For
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
Yeah, and if you're watching it online, you sign up right now for next year, because this is what you're gonna do. Oh, we got another runner. Oh, okay. That is like a
Do you ever come mountain bike these trails, Chad?
Not
job.
too
How
much.
you
Let's let
doing?
Sally talk here for a sec. Just-
You look great. You're moving really well. I've got the live feed here. We are all cheering for you.
Let's go.
Sally, did you get an ID on F2?
I didn't.
Okay, we'll
Her
get
hand
the
was
split from
covering
the
up
top
the
of the mountain
bed.
here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's
Chad,
like a
mountain
5-minute
biking.
gap.
Huge smile.
Yeah, not as much as I would like to. I have some friends who do a ton of mountain biking
Yeah.
up here. It looks rad. I did do Pedalpalooza a couple years ago.
'Cause that's your background, right? You're originally.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was running. I've kind of gone through the whole gamut, like running, road cycling, or I guess running triathlon, road cycling, mountain biking,
Okay.
trail running.
Yeah.
I should have just gone straight to ultra from cycling, to be honest.
Well, I was gonna ask you. So, where is your stoke in the sport now compared to road running? Are you more into the trail running scene now and want to do more of that, or do you still have big goals?
Yeah.
In the marathon.
It's funny. I think Tim said something about that last year. He was
Uh-huh.
like, "Are you gonna go full into the trails?" And I was like, "Well, I gotta check out the marathon." He's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
we're not cool enough for you." But no, I mean, I think it's just. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
something about being in these places that.
Again, the
nothing
minarets right
better,
back
dude.
there.
Yeah.
Those
Nothing
pointy
better.
peaks.
So I mean, I
You don't
can't.
get that in the streets of Boston, do
You
you?
don't.
No, you don't.
And I look at the training that you do, say for ultra stuff too. There's a lot of guys on bikes doing ski stuff, and
Yeah. Yeah.
I would like to expand a little bit of what my versatility in that way as well, right? And get back on the bike. So
Yeah.
I like the type of training, and I'm like, man, I just dig like how the whole trail scene like makes you train
Totally,
too.
like
Yeah.
Remy Bonnet, world champion
Yeah.
ski mountaineer.
Yeah.
Absolutely smashing it again
Yeah.
yesterday. We've been talking about that all morning too.
Yeah.
Rod spends a lot of time on the bike trainer in the winter here
Yeah.
during the historic snowfall
Yeah.
Yeah, you
seasons
guys.
here in the Sierra.
Not a lot of other options.
Yeah.
F2 coming through the true high point here at the top of Mammoth Mountain, 11,000 feet of altitude, a beautiful blue sky day, and a beautiful vista to enjoy as she makes her way downhill. And we'll get a true ID and an accurate split on her here in just a minute.
Looking really good. Excited to see how she takes this aid. But that transition from hike to run was instant. Usually a good sign.
MK now officially in 14th overall.
Oh.
So she's having a great day. MK's split through the top of the mountain was 3 hours, 10 minutes, 53 seconds. So she's about 30 minutes back of men's race leader Nick Handel. Let's see, we should get.
It's about what she predicted.
Yep.
Yeah, I think she's having a great day.
I'm not sure if the split is coming from the aid station or from. It didn't seem like there was a timing mat underneath that arch at the true high point, but either way, it's about the same.
This aid station is where I discovered the goo liquids,
Yeah.
which are money. Those are so good.
Well, we have an
She's
awesome
off.
update from the chat from Rodrigo Ortiz. Shout out to Alex Simmons, that's hiking the PCT and running the 50K today also.
No way.
Little add-on.
That's so cool. I saw some thru hikers in town yesterday, and just sort of like, man, you must be, if you're going all the way up to Canada, it's going to probably be a cold last
Yeah.
push here through Oregon and Washington. You're probably going to be chased by a lot of snowstorms up there.
Yeah, it's a hard timing year for it. Waiting
Yes.
for the snow to melt down south.
Yeah, I was gonna say that must have been rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris Handel saying the chip timer is below the high point, closer to the aid station. Thanks
Okay.
so much to Chris for that insight. So, let's see. Hit the refresh button again. I don't think I need to, but got to say, F2 looks really strong. That is Keela Barger. Okay, now we've got an accurate split here. MK Sullivan came through 3:10.53 in first place. Keela, only 23 years old, from Salt Lake City, 3:16.30. So she's about 5 minutes 40 seconds behind MK.
They're
at the
on
top.
you. Are they just talking over
It's still
you?
a race.
Yeah,
Yep.
definitely. Remember, there's that kicker in the middle of the ascent. It's not all
It's not
gravy
necessarily
coming
the-
down. You have a 2-mile climb in the middle
You just
there.
talk about it.
600
They can
feet.
save that and put it in later
I know. I
if it's better. Does that make sense? That's what they told me about David.
That's a bummer. I don't know. I was like, I might also get lost 1,000 times in the rest of this day.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's coming through.
Hey, Sally, can you hear us?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I can hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yep.
hear you loud and
Oh,
clear.
fantastic. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was just saying F3 went through.
F3 just went through?
Probably like 3 minutes ago, maybe.
Okay, great.
I wasn't sure. I know. I think we lost connection for a little bit.
So that's
get a
probably
split soon.
that's probably Selena Langner from Parks,
Yeah, she-
Arizona.
Yes, with the yellow shorts, she should be in the aid station by now. We're just about in it. And she looked great. She had a huge smile on her face.
Yeah, we've got a great race here for the women's podium. We now have an official split for Selena Langner too. She came through in 3 hours, 18 minutes, 55 seconds. So she's 8 minutes behind race leader MK Sullivan. So that's our top three: MK, then Keela Barger, Selena Langner, battling it out for the podium as we await F4 here at the top of the Dragon's Back.
Selena just won the Mongolian Monster 42K 2 weeks ago. So this is a awesome double for her.
Yeah, she had a strong stride coming through here. Big old smile on her face. I think she was really happy to get over the mountain and run on some flat for a couple 100 meters.
Yep.
Yeah, we got some love for her in the chat.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
I think another important thing to point out, they're in 14th, 16th, and 19th positions overall. So the women's
Awesome.
podium
Top
inside
20.
the top 20, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to move up.
Oh, yeah. They were looking fresh and ready to continue on. So I love the downhill. How much more climbing? I think they have like 1, 2 other little climbs.
Yeah, I think probably a total of 1,000 feet more from here.
For you to be in our town.
600-foot climb and a 300-foot climb, and maybe some tiny bumps along the way. But
Okay.
yeah,
Sally, did
So
that
most
guy
of the
just
climb-
say it's an honor to have you in our town?
Yeah, what a sweetheart.
What a sweetheart.
That's the whole community. I mean, that's the whole community right there, right? We're all stoked. We're all stoked to be around each other, and yeah, good vibes here.
Yeah, good vibes galore.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, this sun feels great. You can hear the wind on the other side. We're kind of like hunkered down. I wish you guys could see Jesse Ellis. He's sitting right now on a rock, staring at me with the camera.
shout out Jesse.
We are, yeah, we're sitting like against this brim, and on the other side, you can just hear the wind ripping through the bushes. So it's really weird sitting here and then looking up at top. The wind just hit the top as they go through that timing station. It's pretty powerful. So they get a little break from the wind as they run past us, and they come up this climb, this massive steep climb, where they're totally exposed. And then they get a little break. They get a little bit of a rest.
Got him right where I want him. Got him right where I want him.
Go get him. He's in your sight. I had the
So-
tiger, man.
On the bigger screen here, we have a shot of the mile 22 aid station main lodge. So that's going to be the last place runners could get some aid. Right out of here, they'll have a 2-mile climb. That's going to be essentially the last climb of the day. They'll go down to Canyon Lodge from there, and they'll have a very short kicker. It's steep, definitely steep, but I don't think it'll necessarily break anyone or break up the race here. So, yeah.
So they're looking at 9 miles from the last aid station to the finish. Is that right?
Yeah, 9 to 10, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's mostly downhill.
Yes, you'll have 1,000 feet of climbing split up into 2 climbs
Okay.
there. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So getting good nutrition, filling up those bottles is going to be key at that last aid station. You got to be smart there.
Yeah,
Anywhere else.
absolutely. Yeah, it'll be super, super wise to pick up some aid here. 10 miles is a long time, and it's not easy running to the finish from there. So
Yeah, and that's also always interesting to see how a lot of these races are spacing out their aid stations, because that's something that you need to study before going to the race. That has a lot to do with your strategy, what you're carrying, how much you're carrying. We have, looks like F4 coming in right now.
F4 coming in.
Yep, she'll be here in just a minute. Nice work. How you feeling? Way to crush that big old climb. Biggest climb of the race is done. Nice work, Ian. Shout out to Ian.
Let's go, Ian.
Let's go.
Great
Go,
work.
Ian.
Shout out to Goo.
She's stoked if she pedals on this little flat section for me. Well done. Hey, we got the live feed here. We're all cheering for you. What's your name? What's your name? Laura. We got Laura F4. You look amazing, Laura.
All right,
done.
Laura, she is flying.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Feeling great. Spirits are high.
Yeah.
Is
High
that
spirits,
Laurel
big old
Fiddler
smile.
from Crowley Lake?
That's a local. Crowley Lake, 10 miles south of Mammoth along
Or
the 395.
I guess it could be Laura Beresford from Dana Point, California.
Oh, never mind. That's a little bit further down, 395, and then
Well, we'll
some
see.
other highway.
We'll see.
That's more my neck of the woods. Lake
Yep.
Forest is closer to me. Yeah, that's a nice solid 5-hour drive. So
It depends if she
she
said
was-
Laura or Laurel.
she said Laura.
Laura. Okay.
Yeah. And
So that's probably Laura Beresford, who is back in 15th position at the first checkpoint, now sitting as F4, if we
Love
are
that.
identifying her accurately.
That's how you
Running a
race.
really smart race. 31 years old, if we are correct on that. Laura Beresford, Dana Point, California. Let's see if she's got any other notable results here.
I heard Laura.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But she's going to go through the checkpoints, so we'll see her name.
Populate. Yeah.
I love it. The Mammoth Trail Fest hat, you guys. Can we talk about that for a second? It's like all the craze in the village.
Yeah.
And she was
yeah.
sporting it. That was,
Yeah,
that was a
those
racing
hats are
decision
fire.
Right there.
Yep.
They are fire.
We had a little segment on this earlier, but the back characters on the hat, we have some Japanese characters here, and they say wabi sabi, which essentially means embrace the impermanence, which has slowly become Tim Tollefson's motto. It's a great way to look at life, to really not feel super attached to anything and let the bad things go, but also realize that these moments are fleeting and really relish in times that bring community together, bring you joy, and yeah, just soak it all in, really.
I love that. It's a good word to remember.
So
I love
if
that
this
was
is in
her-
fact Laura Beresford, looks like she's pretty new to the sport, having run the Zion 50K in April and winning that, 4th overall. That was back in April. And then it looks like she was 2nd at the John
At
Wayne
least
Grit
back there. I don't know if
50K
this
in
is a lady.
Newport Beach back in June. So again, if this is in fact Laura Beresford, we should get a split here any
Job, dude.
second.
We got
She's
number
run a
5
very
right now, guys.
smart
We got
race,
F5
sitting back in
coming
15th
Ask her
early in the
name.
race, now sitting in
What's your
4th
name?
overall.
F5 coming through.
What's your name? Yeah, you're number 5. What's your name? Dana.
This-
Dana, you look great, Dana. Heck yeah.
All right.
Dana, I think she's a local.
Girl.
I think a Bishop girl.
And then
Nice work.
6 in blue.
And now we got number 6 coming in as well.
6 hot on her heels.
So that's Dana Stimson from Bishop in 6th.
Woo! Let's go, F6. You look great. What's your name? What's your name? Devin. Devin. We got the live feed here. We're on
Okay,
camera.
Devin
Devin.
Ramsey
Oh,
from
man, you're
Reno.
awesome.
Let's go, Devin.
Let's
Go Devin.
Yeah.
All right, so now top 5. We'll just do a quick update here. MK Sullivan in 1st, Keela Barger in 2nd, Selena Langner in 3rd. That was, in fact, indeed Laura Beresford in 4th, so she's running a very smart race. 15th early on, now sitting in 4th place at the
Good job,
top of the
bud.
mountain.
Right on,
About
guys.
17
Way to
minutes
go.
back of race leader MK Sullivan, now in 5th. Devin
She's doing so
Ramsey
good.
from Reno, Nevada. So we have had a lot of shakeup here in the women's top 10. So thanks so much to Sally for those awesome updates.
Yeah.
Set.
And we
That was
still have
seven?
Chad and Garrett in
Okay.
studio now. Okay, great. This is awesome. Okay, so
top 7
Chad Hall has
women.
been in studio with us now for 20 minutes, and now we have Garrett Corcoran here in studio too. So, Sally, you got a whole team of people to join you in this trail running banter now from the top of the mountain while
go.
we sit here comfortably in a conference room down at the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
We
Must
got
be nice, guys. No,
we
I'd
got
much
Garrett in
rather be
here who
there.
ran the 26K yesterday.
I actually ran
Oh,
the
heck
30K
yeah, Garrett.
yesterday.
The 30K.
31K.
Oh, man.
Yeah, tell us where that went down and how
Extra
you ended
points.
up approaching the race, because it sounds like you had some fun mowing some people down late stage.
Yeah, me and Noah Williams and Nicholas Turco and David Norris and another European guy all took a wrong turn pretty early in the race before we even got to the Twin Falls aid station. And we went up the 50K course for a little while. I think we were going backwards on it. We were following the flags, and then I realized the flags were the wrong color. So we bombed back down through the, cutting all the switchbacks to get back to the trail. And by the time we got there, we were in 200th and just kind of swimming through people. But it was a lot of fun because I knew a lot of people that I was passing and had some fun conversations with them as I went by. And finished with a smile on my face. And it's really all you can ask for.
Yeah,
Way to finish, too, 'cause some
too
people go
bad.
off
It seems
course
like,
and they're
there's
no
obviously a lot
thanks.
of navigational challenges on the course yesterday, but it did seem like everybody had a good attitude about the whole situation. Everybody still finished, and it was still a nice day out there, hopefully for everybody. Chad was commenting,
job.
well, Remy put it in his watch like a pro.
Great work.
Yeah.
And anyway, good learning experience, I
Looking
think, for a lot of
good.
people
Let's go,
yesterday.
Andrew.
Good job, Andrew.
Good work.
Yeah, I've realized that the road running thing of spacing out and just putting your head to the grindstone does not work on the trails. You will blaze through every junction and be lost immediately.
Yeah.
That looks like Josh Young right there on the live stream.
All right, Josh Young. Is he a Salt Lake guy?
Thank you.
He's really good friends with one of my friends in Salt Lake, so he's always there, but he lives in Colorado.
Sweet.
Nice work.
So we
Which,
should-
by the way, is way better than Utah, and you guys should all move there.
Way to crack the line, man.
So-
to the Front Range, yeah. Boulder and Denver, yeah. They're taking new residents. Salt
Garrett-
Lake's off limits.
You've been racing every weekend, going to these different Cirque Series races, basically ever since Worlds, right? What approach are you taking with the sport? Are you trying to be more in the solo ultra scene? Because I know you have experience with ultras as well. But what's kind of your vision for the next year, I guess?
I haven't really thought about the next year yet. I was just trying to make it through this year after I signed up for 15 races.
Yeah.
And yesterday was kind of the last one in the big string, so going to be shutting it down, and it's time for silly season. Go get stuck in some bush over in Salt Lake City and do some stuff that I haven't really been able to do all summer because I've been trying to recover for races. But I'm not really sure where I want to go necessarily. I kind of like being able to jump between distances and do some sub ultra stuff every once in a while when I'm feeling fast, and do the long. I like training for the long stuff a little better because you just get to do a lot of fun days out in the mountains. I see your Strava all the time, Rod, and it just looks like you're going on such fun adventures. Man, I really want to be doing that right now.
You do that though.
I feel like you and Chad are similar, right? You ran a super fast time at JFK. You've got that flat pedigree too. You could go rip a road marathon. You could focus more on runnable coastal type races, or you had an awesome day at Worlds too, which was a beast of a mountain course too. So the challenge for you is probably trying to triangulate on what sort of category you want to focus on, huh?
Yeah, I'd say so. So I guess do what I feel like doing and try not to plan too far ahead.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the 1500 PR, Garrett?
I guess converted from my mile would be 3:41.
Okay, so sub 4 minute miler though.
Yeah, one time on an oversized track. I was pretty convinced there was a timing error that day because I thought I was running 4:05, and suddenly
I was near under 4. That's a good, that works.
Yeah, real fast backgrounds, both of you two, and again, it's just so cool to see that in our sport now. And yeah, I think both of you can attest. You jump to trails, it's not just a bunch of people who can't run fast anymore.
I mean, Mika is a 28:30 10K guy. There's some real speed popping up out on the trails. A lot of there's guys in that 28-minute range, that's cruising. That's real fast.
Totally.
Yeah. It's real cool seeing those guys come out of college and not get burnt out and step away from running and then come back to trail running, but come in while they're still really fit. Mika, Christian Allen, guys like that. They're kind of changing at least the sub ultra scene, and I'm sure they're going to move up at some point. And
I think Anna Gibson's going to come into the studio here a little later on. She had a great day, a great season this year too. I mean, even Sam Hendry, I think he's 23. He raced Nordic skis professionally or collegiately. Now, coming home with a really proud 4th place yesterday. I think the trail team had all their runners in the top 4 yesterday.
Andy's just trying to push us all off the podium eventually.
Exactly.
It's if I can't do it, I'm going to get a bunch of kids to do it.
I don't know if you guys saw that. That was S8 that just came through.
F8.
Apparently our audio's not working again.
Yep, F8 just came through.
Oh.
I didn't see a
Great.
bib anywhere though on her.
All right, so just a quick update here.
It's probably on her jacket.
Quick update on the
'Cause she
women's
plans on
top
peeling.
6 officially now through the timing mat there at the aid station at the top of Mammoth Mountain. Again, MK Sullivan in the lead, Keela Barger in second, Selena Langner in third, Laura Beresford in fourth, Dana Stimson in fifth. Then the latest
They're
update
on
is
us again.
Devin Ramsey from Reno, Nevada in 6th place, 3:31.34. So she's about 21 minutes back of MK.
Nice job. Let's go, Thomas.
Yeah, we're on screen again.
Okay, cool.
So we have 8 through, I think this is 9. We have, it looks like F9 is coming.
Yeah, it seems like F5 through 10 is pretty tight here as well. It'd be awesome to see that battle down.
Let's go. Nice work, you guys.
So Rod, on
Way
the
to
big
crush
screen
that
here, this
climb.
is Main Lodge here. So
What up,
for those
slut?
who have come to ski at Mammoth are probably parking their cars in this area.
Yep. Looks a bit different than right now, but
Nice work.
it was kind of crazy. There was snow here
Oh, that's Frank Sinceri.
until. Shout out Frank.
He gave me one of those jerseys he's wearing a couple days ago.
Nice.
Good job, Caleb.
He's in SoCal, right?
Yeah, Crestline.
So that's
Yeah.
Kayla Newman there, Mammoth Lakes local.
Kayla,
Looks like she's sitting in
F9.
9th.
Yeah.
Yep, 9th place.
23 years old. Shout out Kayla. Awesome.
So awesome.
And looking good. Nice job. Way to crush that climb.
Yeah, Mammoth
Just
Mountain
waiting
was
on
open
F10.
for skiing until mid-August this year, and I think there was a small death patch of snow that people would still come up and ski right around this area on the course. Yeah, a month later, and we're doing a trail race out here. It's pretty cool.
Jamil's like, can't hear him. Then Matt's like, no, we're good.
I don't think it's
At all.
We can hear you.
We hear you guys.
Loud and clear.
not okay.
So this
Okay.
aid station
It's
here
on
is
their
at
end.
Main Lodge. What mile
No
are we
ladies
at
yet.
here, Rod?
Or
Like
maybe?
23?
About 22. Yeah.
22.
Yep.
So we saw Nick Handel come through here a while ago now. We don't have an accurate time split from him, but he was still in the lead of the men's race. So he's probably up and over one of those final 2 evil kickers here on the 50K course.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the last 8 of the day. So, I mean, I would say on average probably, anywhere from an hour 15 to 2 hours left for most runners from here. So it's definitely important to fuel up. I think you can get caught in being down off the mountain by the road and in that little trap to think that you could just kind of blow through here. But you got 2 kickers, as we said, a 2-mile climb straight out of here, and then a short half-mile climb, but very steep before you make the final turn down to the finish.
Yeah, I think they're the same climbs from last year, right?
Yeah.
They're nasty. Yeah,
Exactly.
those ones get you
Brutal.
pretty good.
Yeah. There you go. We got
Yeah, we do have our first and second place finishers in the 50K here
That's
in
right.
studio with us from last year.
We weren't even running the same race last year. Chad was gone.
But
Let's
yeah,
see.
This is Vincent DeMassa, I think, here. Getting rehydrated at the main
you
lodge.
must have heard Rod talk about the importance of fueling right now. He's
Yeah.
just down in that.
He heard me.
Yeah. I mean, that is funny. Like, it's crazy when you get to the last part of a race like this where you can just explode.
Yeah.
And it can get really rough, and an hour could take you 2 hours. Like,
Running
very
downhill
easily.
too. Like,
Yeah.
your quads just kind of lock up. You're not. You got a cramp somewhere too. It's just, you can't sleep on it.
Like that kamikaze downhill at the beginning, I'm always blown away just by like the respiratory part of it.
Yep.
You just get all out of rhythm. Your abs get all
you
jacked
can
up.
spike your heart rate running downhill.
What did you split down that? Sub 5?
Sub 5, which is funny.
Yeah.
It feels like you're running like 4-minute mile pace or something. But yeah, it's. I think it's a little bit rough. I don't know if it's rougher than it usually is, but it's actually. I mean, that's sometimes running down something super steep is actually harder than running down something that's more gradual. Like, I think it
Definitely.
at a race last year, I split like a 401 mile on like a gradual downhill.
Please, I hope everyone heard that, by the way. 401 mile.
How long was the race?
How long was
it?
the
It was
race?
a half marathon. It was the Spartan Trail Half Marathon, Golden Gate Classic. I mean, I exploded shortly after that.
Yeah.
'cause I probably should have.
We do have an update from 7th woman up at the top of the mountain. That was Kylie Schumacher, came through at 3:37:43. Another runner who's running a very smart race. She was in 17th position early in the day, now moving well into the top 10, sitting in 7th. So we see some more women either just inside or just outside of the top 10 coming up to the top of the Dragon's Back now.
A little bit earlier today, we were also talking about how this course would run compared to last year's and if the times would be comparable. I think Chad's course record, we're about...
Here's MK at Main Lodge here.
Nice.
Race leader MK Sullivan, 22 miles in. Oh,
Let's go,
there's
MK.
there's Helena Faulkner there.
Oh, nice.
Giving her the time updates. And her husband, Tommy, it looks like, who didn't take the start line here today. He was supposed to, but woke up.
MK's
She almost
biggest
walked
fan.
backwards.
I love those two. Yeah, we're about 16 minutes off Chad's course record right now. Any update on where Nick might be? But
Yeah. It seems like MK is very much has that 5:21 course record from last year in reach. It doesn't seem like Nick will be able to get close to Chad Hall's mark.
live to see another year.
You know, different course.
Hold on to something.
Apples and oranges, so to speak. But MK Sullivan looking good here, 22 miles deep. She's got 2 more kickers separating her from the finish line and 10 miles of running left still to accomplish here today before she gets to relax and rip a beer mile tonight.
There we go.
Oh, is there a beer mile tonight?
Yeah,
It's kind of hard to tell on the screen, but this
gosh.
is a climb she's going up, and
Ruined the
she's
last
running really well. Making sure she stays on course. Good job.
You can
MK
see
was-
she has a nice rhythm still too.
Yeah.
I feel like you can kind of see that when they're moving up a hill a bit.
Yeah.
MK, of course, lives just up the road in Reno. Apparently, she and Tommy come down to train here in Mammoth on a regular occasion. She and Helena Faulkner have the same coach, I know. We just saw Helen there in the screen. We talked about Helen earlier just to refresh people's memory. She's had a breakout year here, winning Broken Arrow. Then she won Speed Goat. Then she was 3rd at CCC, here to support her good friend, MK Sullivan. We're back up with Sally. Sally, what's up?
Abigail, F10, who just passed us. And we got F11 right here. This is Lindsay.
Let's
nice
go.
job,
That's
Lindsay.
Lindsay
Looking
Allison.
strong.
Yeah,
Here we
that's
go.
Lindsay Allison from Telluride.
Using those poles.
She just won the Ultra Tour of Monte Rosa in
Oh,
Switzerland.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's a tough course.
Yeah, super tough.
Yeah, she's moving with those poles really well, too. I think those are the first set of poles I've seen today. And if you know how to use those, I mean, sometimes poles can feel a little clumsy,
Yeah.
but if you know how to use them, I mean, you can
Yeah.
move really well. She
Lindsay
looks great.
grew
So
up in San Rafael, California, where I live. Now living with her
Okay.
partner Ryan Becker, who's also a savage athlete in Telluride in the San Juans.
okay. So that's our 10 and 11.
Yep.
So our
Awesome.
top 10 is through. Top 10 women are through.
Hey, Sally, now that we've got the top 10 women through, you're
Yes.
free to sign off. You can come on back down
Yeah.
the mountain and enjoy the finish line. Maybe you can come poke your head
Awesome.
into the studio and
I
we
just
can pull you under the
might
couch.
poke my head in. Yeah, that'd be great. I might
Sweet.
come down there. Yeah,
Well,
thanks you guys.
Thanks so
everyone,
much,
for
you're a
Sally.
star.
You're the best.
Thank you.
All right, let's go.
Okay, we are back in studio with the quadfecta. Got Rod Farvard to my right. I'm Dylan. To my left is Chad Hall. And on the far end of the couch is Garrett Corcoran as we watch MK Sullivan, our race leader,
Moving super well.
cruising downhill. She's through the final aid station on the course.
Anna Gibson's out there too. If you wanna, I can tech her.
Sweet. So it sounds like Anna Gibson is here too. So we're going to have her on the couch here for an interview. We can excuse Chad Hall.
Yeah.
Chad, good job this weekend, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry it didn't work out, but man, the fitness is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could, like I said, I've mentioned this a number of times, but I think the Javelina 100 would be a great 100-mile debut for you. Halloween weekend.
Okay.
A golden ticket to Western States next June. No pressure, but.
I mean, I did go after Broken Arrow. I went and ran part of the Western States course, and I was like,
that's a course for Chad Hall.
I think this could be fun.
It'd be fun.
We would love to see it.
Good
But
job, man.
whatever route you choose, Chad, we know you're going to be successful in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been awesome to see you.
Awesome. Yeah, and thanks for all the hype this weekend. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
Good
We'll
luck
catch
in
you guys
the,
at the
in
next
the
one.
Ascent tomorrow. We'll be
Yeah.
watching. Yeah.
One last chance at redemption.
One last chance.
All right.
Don't screw it up. Yeah.
It would be great if you went off course. But
yeah, not getting lost is going to be the main thing in my head. All right.
Cheers, buddy.
We'll see you guys later.
Sweet. So we got a great follow cam here. We'll bring Anna onto the couch here. Rod's going to take a quick break. So we're now 3 hours, 46 minutes elapsed into today's 50K. Hey, Anna. Hey, great. Good to see you. Good to see you. Can't wait to talk about your day. Oh, yeah. Okay. So we're going to pod up Anna here. Garrett's going to hang out for a bit. So we're still following MK Sullivan, race leader here. She's nearly 4 hours deep into an effort, giving a fist
She looks like
pump
she's
for
having
the
a good
camera.
time.
It's almost like she heard you say that.
She may have actually heard me speaking. I'm not sure if the e-bike has audio powered here, but this is pretty sweet.
These
You want to
trails
go
are
picture in
so
picture here, Matt? Sweet. How great is this? We can watch MK rip while we have a fun convo here in studio. We are now joined by F4 from the 26K yesterday. Anna Gibson, continuing your stellar season this year. Amazing. How was yesterday, first of all?
Oh, yesterday was so fun.
So good. So good. So I guess start from the beginning and give us a short race report. It seemed like you sort of held your position more or less all day. I think you came over the top in fourth place, finished in fourth place. Tell us how it played out.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to go out of the start pretty relaxed because I knew it was going to be fast on the flats and down on the bike path, and it was.
Yeah.
But I was just kind of wanting to hold off of that pace for a little bit. So I was like, I don't know, hanging around 8th or 10th. And then, yeah, from pretty much halfway up the climb to the finish, I was in 4th, and nothing really changed.
No.
So,
did you have a... Okay, great. That's F2 who just went through? Okay, great. All right, so F2 is just through. Thanks for that heads up, Matt. So that's Keela Barger, again, 23 years young from Salt Lake City, Utah, having a breakout day here.
Ooh, go Keela.
And we hopefully... And F3 is just behind, so that's Selena Langner. We've got a great race here for the women's podium. My guess is that the gap is probably roughly the same as it was at the top of the mountain where MK had about a 5.5 minute lead. So I don't know if we're going to get an accurate split here from Main Lodge, but look at this race for second and third. Awesome racing action here in the women's race at the 50K. Back to you though, Anna. So you came over the top in fourth, finished in fourth. Did you ever get a line of sight on? You did.
I did.
Because the top three came through the McCoy aid station, mile 11 together, and you were not far behind, and we were all losing our minds here in the studio. Did you ever feel like you were going to have a chance to move up?
I actually didn't see them at McCoy. I did not know where they were, and no one was really telling me anything, so I was sort of just running against the clock and pushing myself, which was fun. But I did get... I had eyes on Florea on the way down the last couple miles. I think that's after she went off course and then had gone through the checkpoint at the garage. Yeah. And so I saw her there, and I also saw Malin behind me there, and I started running for my life. Yeah. And I was like, I need to hold my position. So
Gosh, I should pull that up again just to remind the audience how close you all were there at the finish line. I mean, it was such exciting racing. You must be pretty proud of that performance, especially coming off Pikes Peak.
Yeah, that was a huge week for me.
Yeah.
It was kind of insane. I'm a little bit in shambles, and yeah, I'm pretty tired today.
One of the things we were talking about is like, okay, how will the people who skipped Pikes Peak race, like how will the performances compare to those who did go to Pikes Peak? In the men's race, all 10 top 10 finishers had done Pikes Peak. In the women, I think it was 9 out of 10. The only exception being Danny Moreno, who finished second.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, it didn't seem to, compromise anybody's freshness, Pikes Peak Ascent leading into Trail Fest. How did you feel? Did you feel strong start to finish?
I
Even
felt
if you're
decent.
banged up now?
I mean, I felt pretty decent. Like, I think knowing that everyone else had also raced Pikes Peak for the most part helps a lot. Like, if I'm tired, like everyone else is probably tired too.
Yeah, we kind of figured there'd be some translation from being at altitude the weekend prior to being able to race okay today or yesterday. We keep saying that we think the race kind of broke apart, or at least it was decided a little bit more near McCoy. Where do you think things went in your favor?
For me, I think it was the climb, which is
Okay.
like, that's just where I'm strongest. And so I felt pretty good there. That's sort of where I started to push. Because I was like, okay, I'm a decent way into this race. Like, and I wanted to kind of back half the race, but at the same time, I'm best on the climb. So I was like, I don't want to waste like where I'm strongest.
Definitely.
So I didn't want to wait too long. So we had a good group going up that climb. A couple other women, a couple other men.
Yeah, I saw that. That was awesome to see. You guys were like, butt to head up the climb. So yeah, it was a very tight climb up. I feel like the top 3 women were within about 20 seconds, and then there's probably like a minute gap between you guys getting up there. And then how did the downhill legs feel?
The downhill's pretty good.
Yeah.
I actually ate it really hard once.
No.
And I have never fallen that hard in a race, or honestly ever. It was pretty brutal, and I'm kind of sad it wasn't on camera. Yeah, I superheroed, and I rolled my ankle pretty bad. So I had a moment where I was walking, and I was like,
Dang.
I might not make the end.
Yeah.
But then I realized that McCoy was still 3 miles away, and I was like, I literally have to get down somehow, so I might as well just keep running.
Might as well keep sprinting. Yeah.
So I kept running, and like I had no pain until after I crossed the finish line, and today it's mad. But the downhill, other than that, was really fun and super fast.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, so to recap your season, you won the VK at Broken Arrow, second in the 23K. Were you third or fourth at Challenge Salina?
I was third.
Third at Challenge Salina, third at Pikes Peak, fourth at Mammoth Trail Fest. Your first season of racing as a trail runner. Are you going to go to the World Final for Golden Trail?
Yeah, I mean, I said on TV yesterday that I was going to, so I guess I'll just say it again. I'll be there.
So I mean, that's obviously next. How might the next month of training look? Because obviously, the fitness is there. You mentioned earlier that you had been injured for much of the summer months, so you're probably feeling a decent amount of freshness. What does the next 4 or 5 weeks look like?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good. I think this week the focus will definitely be recovery, because that was a lot more intensity than I'm used to racing Pikes Peak and this back to back. So yeah, recovery for the next week, and then just kind of hop into a good training routine. I feel like I've been bouncing around a lot and traveling a lot. So
Nice.
Yeah, and now you got more travel. You got to make it to Italy.
Yeah.
When is that race? It's 4 weeks from now?
mid-October. Yeah.
Okay, so you got a little bit of time to recover, a little bit of time to train, and then that'll probably be the close of the 2023 season for you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So what's your obviously we've been talking about the trail team a lot this weekend, provides great structure, mentorship and stuff. Obviously we've been talking about also your career at University of Washington. You're fresh out of school basically. I'm curious what your coaching and mentoring situation is, how you're navigating this new career path that you're on, because obviously it's a big moment for you, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff changing right now, but I've kind of just been trying to take one decision at a time. The first one being okay, who am I going to run for? And then it's okay, I'm running for Brooks. That's cool. Super excited about that. I'm okay, where am I going to live?
What have you decided on that front?
I mean, I'm technically I'm living in Jackson. That's definitely home for me, but I've been bouncing around a lot. I think that'll be home base for a while.
Was the decision with Brooks kind of having the hybrid trail road model?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So hybrid, trail, road, and track. So I'm going to run track next spring. And that's kind of the next decision phase where I'm at. David Roche has been coaching me this summer.
Awesome.
And he's been extremely helpful, because I've never had coaching in the trail space before. I've always just train for track and then race trails for fun.
Can you give us a sense of your volume? Because Rod and I were talking about this earlier, just like training philosophy and how there are people like Remy, people like Sophia who spend so many months on, I mean, Sophia's doing a lot of like roller skating still. I know you spend time on the bike too. So maybe give us a sense of the volume, the mix between running and cycling and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't run that much, to be honest. I run like 30 to 40 miles a week.
Wow.
Like 3 or 4 days of running.
Wow.
Pretty much workouts only and a long run, and then the rest of it is biking.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
or if it's the winter, skiing. So
Has it always been like that for you? Like even through college? Or?
yeah, in college that was pretty much what we settled on, which was definitely different than what most of my teammates were doing, but I found success with that, so we kind of just kept rolling with it.
And so great to have a coach that lets you do your own thing, I think, and make the best decision for you. I know a lot of collegiate programs kind of force you into like a high volume model, and it's like churning out people who break and just keeping that core group of people who can handle the volume. So
I mean, that's been like
awesome.
a theme on my show for such a long time, just talking to runners who did take that traditional collegiate running path and like totally lost love for the sport altogether, end up ejecting themselves from running before finding trail running and reconnecting with that love and passion. And David Roche is obviously not only a great successful coach, but beloved by the people who work for him, and critically takes that really long-term approach. And for you being such a young superstar, I think that'll be critical for you over the long term. We do have a fun anecdote here in the chat that I feel like is appropriate to bring into the conversation here about Keela Barger, who's our second place runner in the women's 50K. It says that she is a master's student in bioengineering at the University of Utah. She is awesome at school, running, and life. Go Keela. Except unfortunately took over my Strava local legend title. So
What segment is that?
yeah,
Down in Salt Lake City.
Garrett's gonna go take it.
I will say I also know Keela personally, and she's a legend
Awesome.
and super awesome. So can vouch for that.
More than just a local legend. So I mean, last question from me, Anna, is just more about the trail team, and what do you feel like has been the biggest helpful piece that it's given you?
I think just the community. I was saying this the other day in here, but I think just the conversation starter. Like you just run into other people at events, and they're like, "Oh, hey, I know your face. I saw you on the trail team website, or I see you on Instagram or whatever." And it's just a reason to kind of connect with people. Yeah. And I think that's been like more than anything. That's what I've gotten out of it.
Has anyone reached out to you about like how to get on the team, or how do you kind of navigate ending your track season in college and getting more into the trail space?
Oh, I think definitely. I've had a lot of friends, not specifically like related to the trail team, but just like people hit me up all the time about like, oh, I want to race trails. Like, what do I do?
Yes.
And I think that is like.
What do you say?
I mean, I would like just send it, like go do it. You know, actually, I have friends who are here this weekend who like we had similar conversations, and now it's like it's actually happening. Like they showed up at events. It's super cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, we need it. It's awesome to see, and.
Yeah, and you guys all performed super well. You were fourth. Sam Hendry was fourth. Mika was second. Frickin' A. You guys all crushed it. Andy was 10th, too. Andy brought it home, representing the old guys.
I think he's racing tomorrow, too.
Yeah, he's 34. So yesterday in our sort of recap show, we were just commenting on the youth of the men's race. It's like Patrick is 30. Andy Wacker's 34. Yeah. Philemon's, though, 21. And we had a lot of youngsters in the field yesterday, too. So
Mika.
Really exciting times, sort of changing of the guard and a new generation coming to the sport. And Anna, I think you very much represent that. So do you, Garrett. Awesome.
Yeah,
great
seriously.
Cool. Well, you guys are great to come in and hang with us for a little while. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
more
thanks
than
for
welcome
having
to
us.
hang out if you feel like it, but you're also more than welcome to go enjoy the sunshine and fresh air as well. So,
Anna, will we see you at the beer mile tonight?
I might be cheering. I can't drink beer because I'm gluten intolerant. So
there's gluten-free beer.
Yeah,
is there?
Yeah.
Cider.
All right, twist my arm. Maybe I'll be there. Can't make any promises.
Garrett, you seem like a beer mile guy to me.
I like to give off that impression. I'm actually pretty bad at chugging beer, though. So
really? What's your PR?
I hit 14 minutes once. I had to do 2 penalty laps, and after I puked everywhere.
Guy. I've clipped off a 6:15 beer mile.
I gotta train on my beer drinking a little more. I was trying last night at Wild Willie's Hot Springs, but
what's the American record in the beer mile?
Like It's sub 5, I think, isn't it?
The world record's
Yeah.
4:24. Corey Belmore. I think
God.
he's probably the greatest athlete of our generation. Like, that
truly
is
is.
the most impressive performance I have
truly
ever
is.
seen.
Unreal. All right, you guys are great. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, Mammoth Joe asking where their beer mile is happening.
Yeah. That's a secret. We can't talk about that. On the podcast.
DM me,
Yeah.
Mammoth Joe.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah. Cool. So we are back to the racing 50K. We are just over the 4-hour threshold here. It is now 11:30 a.m. local time. We don't think there's been a lot of movement in the women's top 10, but we have seen
4-2, I guess.
much of that top 10 cruise through this main lodge aid station, which is roughly mile 22 on the race course here today. So about 10 miles to go for the runners. We do expect that Nick Handel is still in the lead of the men's race, too. He's sort of been in control ever since Chad Hall dropped out. Actually, we do have a split from Nick Handel at the Canyon aid station. This is mile 29. So Nick Handel's getting close here. He came through just a minute ago, it seems like. 3:59 elapsed.
Okay.
Hold on. That just disappeared for me. So let me see if I can find that again.
So we can expect like a...
Yeah, Nick Handel through 3:59.34 elapsed in first place. He's now only got 3 miles to go to the finish line, so he should be done here in about 20 minutes.
That consists of a half-mile climb with 300 feet, so it's a good kicker.
Yeah. Who was this again? This is the Mammoth Trail Fest hat. I think this was the woman on our screen. Bear with me, everyone. Yeah, the bibs have their names on it. I think this was that Bessiford? Yeah, I think that may have been Laura Bessiford or Dana Stimson. Here we go. Another one of our female athletes cruising in here.
Oh, you know, I think that is Dana. I remember that top.
This blue top or
the yellow top.
one?
Yep.
So then this is maybe Devin Ramsey. Let's see. To our friends in the chat, please do educate us too. So I know
We got a request for update on the top 10s.
It'll be easier to do that update here in just a second here. Cool. We should have the top 10 men through this mile 29 aid station in the next like 15 minutes. So we can, why don't you, actually the pinned comment in the chat here to High Tech Hippie, you can check out the live tracker. The most recent updates from the top of the mountain, so it may or may not be super accurate anymore in terms of the true leaderboard. But we do have men's leader Nick Handel through the final checkpoint, only 3 miles from the finish lines. He went through there just a couple of minutes ago. So Nick Handel is in the closing miles of his 50K here today, well on his way to victory. Another great performance from Nick on what has been an awesome season for him.
Will Connor looks, last I saw he was in 9th through this aid station.
That was awesome to have Garrett and Anna here in studio.
Yep. 2 really young athletes who are going to kill the sport.
Yeah.
Certain of it.
More runners coming through here. Not stopping. Another one of our female runners coming down here. Now we've got the audio coming through my headset. All right.
Runners fueling up for this last little climb.
All right, so is that F6 potentially? Is that Kaylee Schumacher or Devin Ramsey?
I think Devin was through, So this must be F6.
So that might be Kylie Schumacher from Mission Viejo. Okay. Linda Ramsey did ID Devin Ramsey for us.
Yeah.
So I think that was Kylie Schumacher, who we just saw come through the aid station here. We believe in 6th or 7th position. I'm going to take a 2-minute break.
If you're just tuning in, runners just came down a big 5-mile descent off the summit of the mountain to Main Lodge. It's about almost a 2,500 foot descent down. A little kicker up. They got about 10 miles left to the finish line from here, and this is the last place they'll receive some aid. Cool to note how runnable this section is.
There's my free trail guy. Rocking his trail running will save the world t-shirt. Okay, who's that?
Is that F8 through?
Yeah, it still looks pretty cold down there, doesn't it, Rod? You got a lot of puffy jackets.
Yeah. I was going to mention Sally had taken hers off the top. So as the sun rises more and more, that climb, the Dragon's Back climb, is actually south facing. So it warms up pretty nicely over there.
Yep.
This is definitely more, although it's in the sun right now, but this is more on the northwest side of the mountain, so it doesn't get a ton of sun relatively, especially in the winter months.
That's why it's the main skiing area, right?
Melts out way slower.
So we think we have most of the women's top 10 through here. I want to say that was Kaylin Newman, who we just saw wearing the maroon jacket. At the top of the mountain, she was sitting in 8th place. So we should see, if I'm correct in that assumption, Abigail Swift and Lindsay Allison coming through here pretty soon. But I think the race for the women's top 3 is going to be really interesting here today. MK had a 5.5-minute gap at the top of the mountain ahead of Keela Barger. And then Selena Langner was in 3rd, and it seemed like that gap was the same, if not had shrunk, between MK and those 2 chasers. So I guess we will find out soon enough, but super interesting race for the women's podium here. Either way, Keela and Selena are neck and neck, more or less, separated by, maybe a minute and a half. So
yeah, that'll be an awesome battle between the two. I think even extending down to the top 5. This race will pay out the top 5 men and women. So good incentive there to keep pushing from this aid station, especially with the race that tight.
This guy's just hanging out, getting rehydrated, enjoying the sun, chit-chatting with the awesome volunteers, getting served some delicious piece of sustenance here. So we cut back to the single track here. Okay, we do have Patrick Wachter through this final checkpoint called Canyon, mile 29, so about 3 miles to the finish line. And it looks like he was 10 minutes back of Nick Handel there. So Nick, a comfortable lead between him and the second place runner, Patrick Wachter, who, according to the trackers from Berkeley, California, but according to Matt Seidel, he has just moved to Roanoke, Virginia. So like you said, Rod, a bit of a homecoming for Patrick Wachter here. Coming to the Mammoth Trail Fest. Looks like he is in good position to finish a proud second place and take home some prize money here today.
Nick has got to be about 5 minutes from the finish, I'd say, at this point. And big shout out, Michael, in the chat. I'm going to read it out. Win or lose, congrats to Nick Handel. Great guy. Got me into cycling back in the day. Gave me his old bike that I ended up going cross country with. Pretty awesome. More love for Nick. All around great dude. Genius CEO, co-founder, data scientist, absolute monster on the trails, and giving out free bikes. What does this guy not do?
What a guy. All right, so again, I think we're still waiting for the last couple runners in the women's top 10 to come through this main lodge area here. Again, they should have about 10 miles to go once they exit this aid station that we're showing on the screen here. The women's leaders left this aid station, don't quote me on it, but probably a half hour ago or so. So again, I would guess that MK should be finishing if she's able to hold her lead and hold it all together in about an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes. And again, we probably should be expecting the men's winner to be finishing imminently. This looks like Lindsay Allison cruising down the hill here to me. She was 10th at the top of the mountain.
Might have picked up a spot here.
She maybe picked up a spot here. Lindsay Allison from Telluride, Colorado. Looking
fresh off a 100-miler.
Yeah.
She's still cruising.
100-mile stage race at the Ultra Tour Monte Rosa. Yeah, this is Lindsay.
Okay.
Oh, and she's giving someone a big hug. Trail culture.
Thank you, Michael.
That's Ryan Becker, Lindsay's partner, another great, phenomenal athlete. And their dog. We are going to be, as soon as we can, sending it to the finish lines. Bear with us as we get our tech sorted out. that may have been our 10th place woman. Again, Lindsay was 10th at the top of the mountain. Could be that she picked up a spot on the way down, and she may be now sitting in 9th. Either way, she's having a good day. Two more runners coming downhill here. 3 more runners coming downhill. 4 more runners coming downhill now.
This trail is just, it's like running on a sidewalk. Look how buffed out that is right there. Definitely a place to kill your legs, but I think runners will love the ability to kind of turn off the mind coming off the mountain here down to this aid station. Although talking to Chad just now, if you were tuned into that, he mentioned that trail running is quite different from road running in the way you can't ever really turn off your mind, or you're gonna miss some flags. So always be tuned in a little.
That looks like Frank Sinceri, the brother of Michelino Sinceri, who just won the Rut 50K last weekend. Shout out to the Sinceri crew.
Yeah, another 50K VK, 26K crusher.
Oh yeah, he's doing the triple, isn't he?
Yeah.
So we should be moments from the finish of our men's champion. Okay, so here is this. That says Kayla. So that's Kayla Newman. So I think Lindsay did pick up a couple spots.
Cool.
Kayla was 8th at the top of the mountain.
Nice.
I mean, Lindsay was 6.5 minutes behind Kayla at the top of the mountain.
Wow.
So Lindsay just absolutely sailed down the backside of Mammoth Mountain.
Destroyed that downhill.
So I don't know if we've seen Abigail Swift, but I guess we'll find out here. Kayla Newman, a local, 23 years old. Good job, Kayla. Running her hometown race.
Are you in music while you run, guy?
I'm a podcast guy. Does that surprise you?
A little bit. You think you get sick of it?
No, I don't. I listen to only podcasts, honestly.
Nice.
Are you a music guy?
Definitely not when I race, but sometimes if I feel like I need help out the door, I'll pop on.
Okay, and with that, we are going to send it down to the finish line, where the one and only the great Max King should be on hand, and we'll go split screen. Yo, Max, how's it going, buddy?
Hey guys, it's good. Everything is right in the world. The pizza and the donuts have arrived, and so it's people are starting to mill around down here. It's starting to get a little bit crowded, and things are looking pretty good. So we're getting excited. We're eagerly waiting that first finisher. So looking forward to them coming in. We got some questions for them, and we're going to talk it up with that first finisher whenever Nick gets here.
Awesome. What's the vibe like down there? What's the temperature like? Is it a perfect day as it looks like on TV here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like how it is all over the mountain right now. We've got bluebird skies. The temperature is great, nice and warm in the sunshine. A little bit of a breeze down here, which is cooling the crowd off and keeping us from overheating. But it's super nice. We've got some people starting to kind of filter in here, starting to feel the vibe of the village. And like I said, I mean, I'm standing here. All I'm smelling is pizza. So.
Wow.
Yeah, bring some in here for us after your finish line interviews.
And here's Pat Wachter coming down the trail in second place. Looks like he's moving really well. Hard to tell how many miles he has left. It could be anywhere from 1 to 3, honestly. So, excited to see him finish.
He looks good. Hey, Max, we're going to check back in with you as soon as Nick is on screen for us here. So hang tight. We're going to watch Pat as he screams downhill towards the finish line here.
Focus on that. I'll talk to you again in a few minutes then.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Max.
Again, Patrick Wachter was about 10 minutes behind Nick in second place at the last update. He is we think still in second place, moving super well.
Must be at least 20 degrees warmer than the morning.
He's ripping those GS TAMs down the hill like it's no big deal. Shout out to my guy. Again, yeah, Patrick Wachter, Bay Area dude, but it sounds like he just moved to the East Coast. I don't know much about him. You know, Patrick? I know he ran the 26K last year. I looked up his results. I think he was 11th in the 26K. This is sort of a breakthrough race for him, it seems like.
Yeah, I think he's really good at these faster races, these shorter courses. I know he's tried his hand at a few 100Ks. He was at the Black Canyon 100K earlier this year. Not sure if it was the day he was looking for, but I remember back at the 26K last year, he was definitely in for a top 10 performance. I think he took a wrong turn with Cole Watson coming down from the summit of the mountain. So he's definitely got legs. I think he's also coming from more of a track background himself, did a lot of training with guys like Matt Seidel in the Bay. So the guy has wheels.
And Nick Handel, folks, your men's leader.
Here we go.
Ripping and shredding and ripping. Cruising downhill. Wearing his Mammoth Trail Fest hat, it looks like. Those things are very popular. Embracing impermanence, as we've talked about a couple of times.
Wabi sabi, Nick.
Oh, here he is. Yeah, he's a minute away from finishing here now, folks.
Awesome performance.
Really great day. 4 hours, 21 minutes on the clock right now. We're going to get Max King potted up for a finish line interview. So again, Chad Hall finished last year in just under 4 hours. Course is a little bit different this year. Garrett Corcoran, who finished second last year, was about 4:15. Tim Tollefson predicted that this would be a slower course this year. It is indeed. So this will officially be the new course record here at the Mammoth Trail Fest.
Oh, we can hear the screaming outside the studio. Wow.
That's some real screams.
Yeah. Let's go, Nick. Bring it home. Take it in. Embrace the impermanence. All of the above.
Nick Handel, the Quad Dipsy champ from 2022. Great races this year at Speed Goat, at OCC. There's a Broken Arrow.
Canyons.
Taking
up another W for the season. Wow. A lot of podiums this year for Nick. Awesome.
Nick
awesome
Handel,
job.
the champ. Taking home 1,400 bones.
There you go. Get an icon pass, Nick.
It looks like that was Jamil Curry on the camera duties there. Shout out to Jam Jam. Doing the hard work. Big smile.
That Nick Handel smile. Looking fresh.
Can you hear that? Tough to hear. Sorry, folks, but Max will get a good interview with him. He's rocking his SFRC singlet, too. Represent San Francisco Running
Third fastest
Company.
time here. Yeah, slightly different courses, but coming back from Chamonix and racing over there is incredible just 3 weeks later. So congratulations. What was the hardest part of the course?
I mean, Dragon's Back. Woo! It's like I tried to run every step. I had to stop once or twice just to grab a little water and make sure I was fueling. But and then there's two kickers on the downhill. You know, you're like, this is a really, for the amount of vert in this course, it's sneaky hard. Really and people who finish this today should be really proud of themselves because it's impressive. So.
Yeah, it's the deceiving thing about Mammoth. Our vert doesn't look as impressive as some of the Euro races or maybe in Colorado, but it does sneak up on you and it punishes you, especially if you don't take care of yourself. But Chad unfortunately dropped at Duck Pass. He was
that guy is amazing. He's amazing. Oh my gosh. Just like yesterday and to try and bounce back and do that today, unbelievable. What a hero.
Yeah, Chad is a legend. But today is Nick's day, and you took the title in the second annual Mammoth Trail Fest. Wow. Let's give it up for Nick!
Good job, Nick.
Congratulations to Nick.
Again, what a year.
Today, we are honored to have you here. We are pleased that you crushed yourself out there. Dragon's Back will never get easier, but do you want to run DBA tomorrow?
I don't know. I'm no Chad Hall, but oh my gosh, no.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Nick. Let's give that for him one more time.
Hey, Nick, can I grab you a couple more questions here? So we've got the live feed on. Everybody has been watching you all day long. It sounds like you were just you're surprised that you came across in first place here, thinking that Chad was still out there. But
That's my brother. That's him right there.
That's awesome.
And my parents on the
That's so cool. You got the whole family with you then.
Yeah. My mom and dad.
So pretty surprised, right? Everybody's been watching you all day long, though. I mean, talk about the course a little bit, just about the views, what you had extra out there on that Duck Pass loop back there. What was that like?
Let's see. So I mean, it was the first bit was just like everything is sneaky hard in the first bit because like there's no massive climb, but you're just constantly going through like fairly technical terrain that's not the easiest to run on, but sorry, I'm just catching my breath.
Do you want to sit down for a minute?
No, it was just a moment. And then I mean, I feel like everything is this like build up to get to Dragon's Back, because like you look at the course profile and man, that's like right in the middle there, just like the crown, right? So.
And you probably knew you had those two little kickers afterwards, but were they easier or harder than what you kind of expected?
I think that I've been climbing really well all year. I did Broken Arrow and Speed Goat and OCC, and like I've just been trying to do races kind of like this and so just trying to really push those climbs at the end there was the goal. And I know somebody's behind me somewhere soon, but I think I saw them going up that last 300-foot kicker where you kind of look across and it's like probably 6-7 minutes back, and so I was like, I did the math and I was like, all right, 6 minute miles in, and I'm like not gonna get caught. So
you kind of running scared, but also thinking ahead that you had Chad in front of you, but you didn't really see too many people all day long, which is pretty amazing. You had a kind of a little bit of a lonely day out there. Nice job.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Chad just disappeared at like mile 1 from me, and then after that, just alone. Like I didn't see anyone from there on pretty much after the first aid station. So.
And do you feel like you just coming off OCC, your 11th place out there? Take a drink, man. 11th place out there in OCC, phenomenal performance. You feel any of that this weekend?
Spencer?
Yeah, for sure. And just that straight into getting COVID, which was really tough. And I still feel a little bit like it's all just hitting me, So, but I've got a month and a half, so 2 months before my next race. I'm gonna do Quad Dipsy, which I'm really excited about. That's like I love that race. It's such a fun little local race. So.
Yeah, Quad Dipsy's awesome. Congratulations. I'm gonna let you go sit down, take a little break. You need it. You deserve it. So nice job today, man. All right, back to you guys in the studio until we get our second place coming through the finish line here.
Thanks so much, Max. What a champion. Nick Handel it's funny to hear that he was surprised to be in first place. He thought Chad Hall was in front of him.
I wonder where that realization came from or when it came. But there's Nick, eloquent, your champion. He's used to speaking in front of a lot of people, pitching his company to the board and investors, and it's no different at the end of a finish line for him, just maybe a little bit more gassed.
Yeah, so some updates here. So we do expect Patrick Wachter to be our second place finisher here any minute now. But further back on the course at the Canyon checkpoint, Chris Myers came through in third place, so that's a bit of a shakeup. Spencer Strom is the athlete on our screen now from Orem, Utah, but he was apparently 6 minutes back of Chris at that Canyon aid station, followed by Jacob Grant, who was sitting in fifth, and Jordan Perry in sixth. So anyway, we may have had a shakeup here in the podium positions. Patrick Wachter, we do expect to finish in second still, but it could be Chris Myers that we see coming over in third because he was in fifth, I think, at the top of the mountain. So Chris Myers looking good.
That was my prediction for the day as well. 1-2, Nick and Chris, and
your predictions have been spot on this weekend, bro.
I don't know what it is, man. I should have played fantasy.
We only played the 26K.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you should have played.
Yeah.
So Spencer Strom looking strong here. If he is indeed in fourth place, he is ripping it. Looking really good.
This section hurts. It definitely does. It's not quite as downhill as you'd expect. It's more flat than anything, just a very gradual, maybe 2% grade down. So
you got to appreciate those 2-inch split shorts that our guy Spencer's rocking there.
You don't see that too much anymore.
Yeah. I wish I had the self-confidence to wear something like that.
Hey, I believe in you, man. You could pull it off.
Someday. Gives me something to aspire to. Super inspiring, though. Nick Handel, what a great representation of, balance in life and being able to have a really high-achieving career at the same time, racing at a super high level. It's inspiring, especially as I struggle with, managing a small business myself. Makes me feel like, man, what's your excuse? Why can't you get your training back on
Incredible.
track? Nick's crushing all these races. And
yeah.
I'm
Nick's
having a hard time getting out of bed every morning, but I guess I'm 6 years older than him too. So
1 in a million.
1 in a million.
It's truly quite the undertaking.
So we should probably see Patrick Wachter finish here soon. Last split we had, he was 10 minutes back of Nick. Nick now finished, I think, about 9 minutes ago. So should see Patrick Wachter here momentarily, and we should be able to get another interview with Max King at the finish line. Patrick Wachter, only 26. So much youth in the races this weekend.
Yeah.
Chris Myers is only 27. Spencer, who we just saw, is only 25.
Wow.
Jacob Grant, who was in the podium race there early, who I think is sitting in fifth now.
And here comes
He's
Pat.
Only 25. There's Pat.
Looking great. Looking excited to be done.
Close it down, young man.
This GS Tam is really handling the turns.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the determining factor to put him on the podium here today. Let's be honest. Excited to learn more about a lot of these athletes here this weekend. There's been so many great stories. We still have so much racing to go. I mean, we're not even halfway done with our coverage. We're going to be here again through at least the top 10 women here this afternoon, so don't go anywhere. And then we're going to be back tonight for a little recap show, and then back again tomorrow to round out the coverage with the Dragons Back Ascent.
Great weekend.
Best weekend.
Here comes Pat into the village, right back where we started, a single loop course. 32 miles, 6,200 feet of elevation gain. Those final stairs will hurt.
Best race of his career for Patrick Wachter.
Absolutely.
Second place here at Mammoth Trail Fest, only 10 minutes behind the winner, Nick Handel. Maybe 11 minutes when it's all said and done.
Let's go, Patrick.
$1,000 to take home for the effort here today.
Not too shabby.
Straight into an embrace with the race director. Long hug.
Let's give it up for Patrick, second place. This is Mammoth Trail Fest.
Tim's got a lot of hugs to give out.
That's the best race of my entire life.
Heck yeah, dude.
Nice work, man.
Did he just say best race
I
of
want
my
to hear
life?
that one more time. What did you just say?
That was the best race of my entire life.
Let's give it up for Pat.
Wow. Big.
Pat, how'd things go out there, man? I mean, second place, you chasing Nick all day long. What place did you think you were in? Nick wasn't sure.
So early on, I was in like fourth, I want to say. I actually had to stop and pee like a mile and a half into the race, which I was like, it was probably going out too quick anyway. But the climbs just felt easy. I was trying not to push them and trying to keep it real smooth on the downhills. And eventually I passed, I think his name is Jordan. Oh, wait, here comes Chris. Hold on.
Wow. So Chris Myers
Third place
coming
coming
through
in now.
third.
Oh, there it goes. Look at that sprint.
Man,
He's sprinting.
one of the races of the weekend so far here, Chris Myers. Finishing with style. Chris Myers.
Guys, nice race out there, boys.
Yeah, look, I got it.
Looks like you were chasing over the last couple of miles.
I was. It was pretty fun. That last downhill is really smooth.
Feel like you were having a good race, like coming through the pack?
No cramps. I was so happy. Yeah. Woo! Oh, man. Dude, I was so scared of you coming down and just mowing me down that last downhill. For my 50. Oh, my God. Yeah, I would see him every once in a while in the switchbacks, and we'd say hi to each other. And every time I was like, oh, he's a little bit closer than the last time. But, oh, man. Dude, I love being here. Dude, good job, man. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I puked like right before panorama down my.
You want to go ahead?
Like, but I might talk for you. Like, you can you need some electrolytes?
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, go for it. Wait, when you pick them, I go, yeah. Yeah.
So stand by, folks. We should get a fun finish line interview between Max King, Pat Wachter.
What an incredible run by our top three men. It was a close race. Chris and Patrick were returners, and Nick was a first-timer. Actually, I want to ask Patrick and Chris. You guys were here last year, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, what's your take? Course-wise, we made some changes. Yeah. What did you think of this course versus last year's course?
Oh, I love not climbing up to McCoy right after bombing the descent down from the summit.
Yeah. And how about you, Patrick?
Well, I ran the 26 last year, so for me it was more Dragon's Back feels a lot different that late into the race, but I loved it. It was real smooth. I was just telling Chrissy over here, I was like, compared to the AT, this was all butter, so I was pretty happy with it.
Yeah, we got some California carpet out here with little sprinkles of technicality, but we like to run fast in California. And I would say, well, let's see, Chris, what do you think your fastest mile was today?
Oh, probably like 6 something or maybe high 5 coming down from the summit. Trying not to fall. I saw him coming down that. I was like, I gotta see me. He was way down there, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta catch him.
Yeah. How was the wind up there, Patrick, today? I know yesterday was really ripping. When I went up on the summit at about 8 a.m., it was still blowing pretty good, but by the time you got there, what was it like?
At the summit, it wasn't too bad. The worst of it was, maybe you think the same, right at the start of Dragon's Back on the kind of scrambly bit, it got pretty windy. So I just kind of like cinched the hat back, but at the summit, it really didn't feel too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that wind can just cool you off. So, I mean, coming from, you're from San Francisco, or East Coast, you moved east, I guess, just recently. Does 11,053 feet feel a little different than running along, the Bay Bridge or through the headlands?
Well, it definitely feels a little different. I was telling my friends when I came here, I was wondering if that Appalachian humidity would give me any sort of adaptation, but honestly, no, it felt pretty fine. I mean, ask me in a couple minutes though. I might lose my lunch in a second.
Well, the age-old saying is humidity is the poor man's altitude, so I think it pays off. But thank you, Chris and Patrick, for having a heck of a race out there, coming back, and we hope we see you guys in 2024.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Ted. We like running the same race.
Hugs, sportsmanship, trail culture. Best sport ever. Thanks to our RD, Tim Tollefson, for that finish line interview. We'll see if Max King wants to do any follow-ups. But that was awesome, man. Chris Myers screaming into the podium here. Yeah. I was just looking at their splits throughout the day, and it looked like Patrick had like 3.5 minutes on him at the top of the mountain. Chris Myers ended up finishing just over a minute behind Patrick, so he made up about 2 minutes in the last 14 miles. So
yeah, I think that's pretty on brand for him and how he races. He's snuck in a pretty pretty hefty top fives this year, including a 4th at Bandera and 5th at Lake Sonoma. So great season for Chris as well. Way to cap it off here in Mammoth.
Can I give you guys a donut? Are these like apple cider ones? Oh, that's brutal. I caught one. I don't think it's that. Nick, can you handle a donut yet? I don't know if I can eat a donut.
Hey, Max, if you can hear us, tell Tim to come into the conference room with that box, please.
Pizza, water, seltzer.
I'll take a couple.
Hey, Tim Jones says go to the conference room with that box.
Dylan, you want some of this? Come on out. Come out of your cave.
Dude, I'm busy. I'm working, bro.
Donuts
What are
and
you
dirt,
doing? What a great weekend.
Those donuts look delicious, guys.
Yeah. Max, what do you think, buddy? That was a great race for the men's podium.
Super great race. I mean, Chris filled out the podium. It was his plan to kind of go out nice and easy this morning and kind of work through the field. I feel like each of those guys really kind of executed to like a great race. Nick was kind of out pretty hard, following behind Chad. Chad ended up dropping, and he stayed out there all day long, had a great race, looked super solid all day. The other two guys, Patrick and Chris, seemed to kind of like work their way up through the field, which was great, and finished, topping off the podium. So it was awesome. And now, I mean, they've got an entire box of donuts that they can eat all by themselves. So,
we think Spencer Strom is in 4th place, Max. I bet he's going to be in here pretty soon.
All right, sounds good. We'll grab Spencer as soon as he's in.
Is it true? Did Nick say that he thought that Chad was still in front of him? Like, did he not know that Chad had dropped?
Yeah, he did not know. He came in and he looked really confused about the finish line because he broke the tape. And like just did not know that Chad had not come through already. And so he thought that he was in 2nd place. I think must have been all day. He said he lost Chad early on at about a mile into the race and didn't see him after that. Chad was pretty significantly out front at that first aid station. And so it was totally possible that he didn't see him. And then even passing him through the aid station, I believe it was Duck Pass aid station, right? Where Chad dropped. He must not have seen him there. Totally missed him, kept running, thought he was out front all day long. It's a tough way to run a race when you're kind of chasing somebody, but you've got some guys like gunning for you behind you that aren't too far behind you too. So, and just to remain in that position all day long, that's pretty incredible. So sounds like we've got our next runner coming through the village right now.
4th place male, Spencer Strom coming in. Looking great. Rocking
great.
the 2 inchers.
Gotta get that thigh tan, you know?
Skies out, thighs out.
Exactly. Look up some of Spencer's results here.
I'll give you the mic. Nice, Spencer. Nice job, Spencer. Man, you look fresh. What's going on? Did you run hard out there?
I was walking a lot of the climbs, so the downhills I had time to move.
So you're moving on the downhills, the climbs.
Yeah, no, the altitude was hurting me on the climbs.
Say that again. Altitude
was hurting? Altitude was hurting on the climbs. Dragon's Back, I didn't run a step.
It seems to be okay. You're in 4th place right now, so that's pretty good.
For sure. I mean, I heard there were a couple of wrong turns ahead of me or dropouts or something, so sorry to hear about that, but
it happened yesterday too a little bit. You gotta
keep
your eyes up, right?
Yep.
So, how'd you feel about your race? I mean, you're out there. It's a beautiful day. Did you take in the views while you were climbing up Dragon's Back?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the view of the minarets, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I had a couple of wrong turns earlier in this season, and I was really happy to not have one today.
Okay, cool. And you feel pretty fresh today, coming off like the whole summer season. Like, what do you think? Are you capping off your season now? Are you going to keep racing?
So this was kind of a warm up. My peak race for the season is Trans-Lantau 100K in Hong Kong in November.
Nice.
So hopefully this will prep me for that, although that's at sea level and very humid. So
have you been over there to race over in Hong Kong? Okay, get ready for some steps. There are steps everywhere at Lantau. So just be ready for the steps. So it'll feel exactly like Dragon's Back. You're going to go up and down a lot, but there's a lot of steps, even though you don't have the altitude. yeah, it's an awesome place to run. So looking forward to that. Nice job today. Congratulations. Great race. Anything else to add?
No, thanks so much, Max.
No, it's been awesome being out here. You guys had a phenomenal day. So
Thanks so much,
that was
Max.
Spencer.
Congrats,
Yeah.
Spencer.
He had a great race. Put him in 4th place there, and just super strong race. So
Sounds like he's going stone hunting at Lantau, probably looking ahead towards a UTMB race next year. So awesome. It'll be fun to keep our eyes on Spencer Strom. I just pulled up some of his results here on Ultra Sign Up. Where did it go? He's got some good results sort of around the Mountain West. He did well at the Tushers race earlier this summer.
Taking a big swing at Hong Kong. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Chinese runners are very, very strong and competitive out there. So be fun to see how he compares.
yeah, Dylan, I don't know if you guys can still hear me in the studio there, but one of these things is like with this field out here today, they're all younger guys, right? They're all kind of gunning for that next step on the podium. Spencer's heading over to Lantau, which is pretty phenomenal. Big international race, and a lot of these guys, they've been running domestically in the U.S., some smaller races, and now they're starting to like really step it up, have some good results. It's pushing that trail scene in the U.S. to that next level, and it's awesome to see these guys who maybe we're not all that familiar with, but we're going to be in the next couple of years, because these guys are going to keep having great results like they are here, and they're just going to keep moving up that ladder and get their name out there. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, so true. We just had Anna Gibson here in Studio Max. We're doing a little interview with her, and she said that, yeah, she's getting hit up in texts and Instagram DMs all the time from her fellow, like, fresh out of college track and cross-country runners saying, hey, how do I get into trail? So it's going to be an interesting next few years. Yeah,
that's awesome, too. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday about the young kids coming straight out of track and getting into trail running. And just with her, it's cool to see that interest from her peers. I mean, we don't always see them doing the sport, but you hear about like people being interested in it, and I think it's going to continue to grow. People are going to continue to see this as a viable option, as a path coming straight out of college. So I guess we've got our 5th person coming in, so we'll cut to them and look at that.
5th place finisher.
Let's go, Jacob!
Jacob Grant, Salt
Jacob
Lake
Grant
City.
coming home with $300.
Spend it at the bar tonight, probably.
These village prices, man.
That's like 2 beers.
Yeah. Yeah,
Jacob.
Another Salt Lake guy.
Jacob Grant, only 25 years old, echoing Max's comment.
Yeah, big hug at the finish line.
Changing of the guard here.
You're welcome.
Okay. You want to sit down, man? How you feeling?
Got to do more 20-mile plus runs so my legs don't blow out the last 10 miles.
How they feeling? It looked like you got some good quad pump going on there, dude.
Last 10 miles was straight pump. I was going slower on the downhill than the uphill.
Oh man, you see those legs? Like those things, like that is a quad muscle.
It's an advantage, but I'm telling you, it's a disadvantage. It's not. It's more area for soreness and cramping, so it doesn't work out
The
again.
camera stays on it.
I just wanted to get that in there. No, nice job today, dude. 5th place. Like, where was out of that course? You had some phenomenal stuff out there. What was your favorite part?
Dude, like at the top of Summit, just like there were so many people up there, and everyone was super hype. I was trying to hype up the crowd and just like get everyone to feel excited, and I feel like that would reverberate back to me a bit, and it definitely did. Maybe honestly too much so, because I started going pretty fast and probably blew up. But honestly, it's worth it. I feel like just for the crowd.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you get the crowd hyped up, you get hyped up, you start moving a little faster, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh shoot, that's maybe a little bit too hard. Did you guys changing places a lot out there on the course? You have some fun racing with the other guys around you?
Yeah, Chris and I were going back and forth for a while. He was behind me. I think we ran together for a bit. He passed me at like 21. It was nice to chat a little bit. Spencer, shout out to Spencer. He came back hard. I thought that he was going to be in for a tough day, and he came back real hard. So really impressive stuff from him.
Awesome. And it looked like you guys, like I was around the first aid station, looked like you guys were kind of pretty close together. Some of you guys moved up, some of you guys kind of like stayed where you were. But it seemed like you guys all had really solid races. Nobody really like fell apart. Nobody really pushed forward. Nick, he found out he was in second right here at the finish line because Chad initially dropped out.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't even know it. So he came in second. Yeah, so Nick won and had a great race, stayed out there all front.
That's awesome. Yeah, I heard that Chad had dropped a little bit, and I knew I was in third, and I was just I was hoping to keep that. And then, yeah, Chris came just barreling in, like, just really fast. He caught me on the downhill after the summit. I thought he was going quick, and, yeah, he was just on another gear, so I didn't see him again after that. Yeah, it's fun, though.
That's awesome. How are those two little kickers at the end, those two little uphills after that huge descent?
That was so bad. I definitely was just walking that. I almost just like, I don't care anymore. I was just, whatever happens. I just got to get up this thing and then hopefully. Actually, the guy with the gimbal who was filming me the last like couple miles, he actually kind of inspired me. I was playing some music and running with him, and I was like, all right, I got to like look fast for this guy. Like, so that was good.
You always got to look good for the camera, right, man?
Really
like
cool.
They can really motivate sometimes.
Trying to look good.
Those glasses look great, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I know. Shout out to Gary. He gave me them to wear earlier. Trying to look good out here. Look good, run good.
That's right. No, exactly. That's my motto. I think that, Dylan, that's your motto too, right? I mean,
Yeah,
look good, run good.
Yeah.
No, it works every time. Works every time. 50% of the time works every time.
Well, congrats. You got anything left in the season, or is this going to like cut the season off, end it here, or you got some more stuff coming up?
Oh, I got some adventures in me. Yeah, we're going back to the Wind Rivers. I just got to clean up before the snows come in.
FKTs or just kind of getting out for fun?
Man, you just got to get out there. It's just, that stuff just centers me out there. Wind Rivers, I'm telling you, really nothing better out there. And it's a great way. I closed the season last year with that big day out there, and I think I got to do the same thing. It's calling me.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It sounds like a great way to finish the season off, man.
Yeah.
Nice job today.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I got to sit down.
Yeah, go sit down, man. No, great races all around. Everybody's doing really well. Looks like they gave it their all. They're all hurting pretty bad. I will say, man, Jacob's quads, they're impressive, dude. So,
I love it.
really nice.
Great quads on that young man, Jacob Grant from Salt Lake City, and his folks are in the chat, so shout out to Jacob's family there.
Great interview, Jacob.
Yeah, awesome interview. Cool to hear he's going to go out for a fun season-closing adventure in the Wind Rivers there in Wyoming. Hopefully he posts some cool pictures. We are back on course with our top 5 men now through the finish line. Let's just go through the official results here. Nick Handel, our champion, 4:22.17. Patrick Wachter, 11 minutes back, 4:33.37. Chris Myers, hot on his heels, 4:34.49. Spencer Strom, 4:42.48 in fourth. And then Jacob Grant, who we just saw, 4:47.17.
This is Jordan Perry on screen. He must be, yeah, he's real close here. Heading into the village.
San Marino, California. Jordan Perry here.
Great race for Jordan.
He moved up, didn't he? Am I on?
Yes. Yeah, you're on.
Oh, okay.
I
think he moved in from the summit. Yeah, he, because I remember his yellow shirt.
Yeah,
That's
I think
great.
he was hovering around somewhere in the top 10 there, 6th to 10th all day. So this is awesome. He held on. He's looking really good here, looking like he's hurting a bit, but
It doesn't look like Jordan Perry has raced very much. I'm just looking at Ultra Sign Up here. He ran the Mammoth Trail Fest 50K last year, and according to Ultra Sign Up, that was only a second ever result after doing a different 50K back in 2019. He was 8th here at the Mammoth Trail Fest last year, so Jordan Perry coming back, improving that. A couple of positions, coming in 6th place here today.
dad of 2, qualified for Kona in his first Ironman, and PT and a coach.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this is Katie Asmith. Intel there. Thank you so much, Katie. My husband's coach, Katie says.
Awesome.
Thank you, man. Nice job.
So, Katie, if you can type any more intel into the chat, does that indicate that he's more of a triathlon guy? Because he doesn't have a lot of trail results. Anyway, top 6 now through the finish line here as we look down on Mammoth Village, not far from where we're sitting here comfortably in a conference room. If you're just joining us, we are now almost 5 hours deep. I'm Dylan Bowman. To my right is Rod Farfard, and to our left now,
yes,
the best field reporter, Sally McCrae, who
I don't know about
crushed
that.
it the last couple of days. Just came down from the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Sally, have you warmed up?
Oh my gosh. I had on at the top 4 or 5 layers. Still got a couple layers on, but it was so beautiful up there. It was such a treat. And just watching the race up close, of course, has got me fired up all weekend. It's hard to be on top of those mountains and not be out there running.
Yes, definitely.
I'm like, I can't remember the last time I was on top of a mountain in jeans. Like, I'm wearing jean overalls. I'm like, I'm usually in running gear.
Yeah, if you ever need some motivation, just go to a mountaintop in jeans and be like, all right, I need to start running.
or go to UTMB and just record podcasts all week. That's
yes.
how you get motivated.
Yeah, Dylan, you speaking from experience there?
Exactly. And then come to Mammoth Trail Fest and feel exactly the same way. Like, I should be out there, man. Come on. What am I doing here? But no, this has been so much fun. It's been great to team up with both of you guys here on the broad. And here's MK
There's
Sullivan.
MK. Wow, cracking into the top 10 overall, I believe.
Incredible.
Yeah.
She's looked great all day. Such a strong runner. She came in with a big smile on the summit there at the top, highest point. She looks so good. And
amazing.
That's carried through. Look at her
Is
move.
this like the closing mile here, Rod, or is this further up the
It looks
course?
pretty further up. Yeah, I think probably 2 miles from here.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the winning women's time last year was 4:21, so this is probably a couple miles from the finish line.
5:21?
5:21.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, 5:21. But she's looking super strong. MK Sullivan in the lead all day here.
Hopefully having the day that she was looking for. She was looking for something to make her feel herself again after not feeling great after OCC. So, yeah, excited for MK here. I do believe she will transition to some road training and road running after to get an OTQ at CIM. But way to cap it off, MK.
Which is incredible. I don't think people understand how difficult that is to go back and forth, to be able to run up steep, high mountains, and then be able to run fast on the road.
Yeah.
That's some solid, dedicated training.
It's awesome. And there's people doing it more and more now, right? Like there's Chad doing it, like at least in this race, Anna doing it, and yeah, I think a few others are really using that road speed to see what they could do on the trails, but don't have finished business yet with the road. So
Finish your business on the roads, guys. Come on. Finish your business. Just kidding.
I mean, those workouts you're doing on the road, the quick leg turnover, that fitness you're getting, the leg strength, it does transfer well onto the trails. But I always tell people, you don't even have to ever run a road marathon in order to run on the trails. If you love the mountains, you love the trails, the sport is strong enough to stand on its own. But that's what's also so great about the sport of ultra and trail running is there are so many different types of disciplines and distances that you can never get sick of it. I mean, if you want to try sky running, do sky running. You do ultras on a track, you can do ultras on a track.
If you want to run like 11 200 milers in one season, like Sally McCrae, you can do that too.
The possibilities are endless.
Speaking of which, why don't you give us a quick Sally McCrae update as you look ahead towards Moab 240 coming up next month. After already doing, is it 4 200 milers this year?
Yeah, that'll be the
200 plus.
That'll be the fourth one, and then my off season will start. So I'll do some different stuff during my off season. But yeah, this year has been the year of 200s. Just like I was saying earlier, every year I want to get better, stronger, and grow as an athlete, and so that's why I chose to do the 200s. Like, why not try this distance? I've been in the sport for a long time, like you, Dylan, and that's what I've always loved about it, is that you can run all over the world and try new things and test yourself. And so we got 19 days until Moab 240. And yeah, hopefully it'll be a strong day out there. But everything in between, from Bigfoot to today, it's been really busy, which when you and I talk, it's so encouraging because it's like we're juggling a million plates. I've been on a couple recruiting trips with my daughter. I was at Leadville, UTMB. I have another couple more trips before I go out to race mob. So it probably, from a coaching perspective, is not an ideal lead up, but it's real life. And
how's the accumulated fatigue feel? Like, not only with those 200 plus mile events, but then, traveling to Europe and coming back, and then also preparing to see your daughter off to, being a collegiate athlete herself. Like, you must be wrecked.
Yeah. I've been traveling every single week.
Yeah.
So, but it's also that's the choices that I make. I mean, I love doing these things. And I love creating and putting things out into the world as well. And I choose to do that. I've said before, like, I've got amazing sponsors. If I just wanted just to run, I could. But I love connecting with the community. I love putting out content. And that's where the stoke is.
Giving back. It's more than just the race result, definitely.
100%. I mean, that's why I love what Tim's doing. I love, Dylan, what you're doing, what Jamil is doing. It's like we've all kind of been in the sport around the same time, and it's just neat to see how much you can grow in the sport in other ways. But it always does come down to the community. Looks like we have another running crossing the bridge. Is number 6.
Number 7 now.
Number 7.
Is this Daniel Grimm?
He looks great.
Let's see.
He's just floating down those stairs like no problem. I wonder if we're going to talk about his quads too.
Yeah.
He's got some Nike Trail shorts on.
We're going to need quad analysis on this athlete too.
I love it. I should go stand out there with them. I saw him at the summit too, and literally this is how he was running at the summit.
Really?
He's just so strong.
Steady Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just over 5 hours there. Let's see. I feel bad that we can't ID that individual, but
Jeannie Connor in the chat. That's Will Connor from Santa Clara.
Will Connor.
Let's go, Will.
Did he come out of nowhere?
He was in the top. He was around 10th. 9th.
Will Connor was 9th at the top of the mountain.
How'd that go out there for you?
Finishing 7th today.
It was a day.
Great finish.
It was a day. But first time out here at Mammoth, it's absolutely beautiful. Thanks to Tim and everyone for putting this on, the community out here. Great support. It was a blast.
Where are you coming from?
San Francisco Bay Area, Santa Clara.
Okay.
Yeah, so Flatlander, thank you.
Got a little bit of saliva around the mouth there, so just get that cleaned up for the camera a little bit.
All right.
We're just gonna have a little makeup session right here before we give him a quick interview. You were really early on. You were with that whole pack of guys, kind of coming through. How'd your race kind of play out? You racing with everybody, like find some good guys to run with?
I was pretty solo from probably just past this first aid station for pretty much the rest of the race. It was I couldn't really make contact with guys. I think there was one guy who made a wrong turn, unfortunately, so I was able to catch up to him that way, which is always a little unfortunate. But that's the way it goes.
Feel like this is a pretty good race for you?
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I'm happy. I have no idea what place I even came in, so it was good.
You're 7th.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
7th male right now. So.
Sweet. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, top 10 finish, pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Was it kind of what you expected?
Yeah, pretty much. Climb up to the summit is tough. It's not easy. So.
Were you trying to run most of that, or you hike it?
Oh, I hiked it. Okay. I definitely hiked it. Quads were not feeling it from the start today. So there was more hiking than I probably would have liked.
You gonna run Dragons back tomorrow?
No, I am not. Thank you though.
Hey, I thought I'd throw that out there for you. So. Nice job today. I'll let you go grab a donut. Donuts over there, pizzas over there.
Sweet.
Yeah, have fun, man.
Thank you. Yep. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome energy from Will. Insane finish too. intel from Sally. He was up at the summit. He was in 15th up there. Finished in 7th place. Oh, here's 8th place coming in hot.
Woo, coming in hot, man. Nice job. How'd that feel out there, dude?
Well,
Okay, so this is Nick Reshetnikov.
conservative at the beginning because I've gone out too hot before, and because I knew the climb was going to be hard, and I live at sea level. But it actually worked out because I passed like 5 people after climbing Mammoth, so I'm pretty happy. That's not my best time, but the elevation really hit me hard. So.
For sure, not your best time on a 50K, but here, as far as like being in Mammoth, is this your first time running here?
Oh yeah, this is my first time above like 10,000 feet.
Nice. Yeah, that altitude will really hit you. It tends to slow you down quite significantly. So, I mean, the fact that you're trying to go for your fastest time, that says a lot. I'd say you're in pretty decent shape right now.
Well, I wasn't necessarily trying to go for my fastest time ever because I knew that at least the elevation gain is a lot, even without the altitude. But yeah, I mean, this is my 6th race, so I'm a little more seasoned than I was like a year ago. So yeah. Anyway.
Congratulations, man. Number 8, did a great job. Nice race. Go get some donuts.
Great job, Nick. 9th place coming in too.
I think this is Daniel Graham, but I could be wrong.
Is that Jamil each time running in with the finishers?
Yeah. Daniel cracking the top 10.
2 Roanoke Virginians in the top 10 here today. Oh, there's Patrick Wachter, 2nd place, fellow Roanoke guy.
The Roanoke camaraderie. They know how hard it is coming from there.
Awesome. Splendor is now off the steps.
So we did have a lot of movement there in the back half of the men's top 10. Very cool. A lot of really well executed performances.
A lot of places to make moves, I feel like, in that descent.
Oh, here's another Utah guy.
Oh, this guy too.
Let's give it up for him. Bring it on in.
Nice. Way to squeeze it out.
I know. He had a great attitude at the summit, too. He had a huge smile. He was so happy.
Oh, Josh from Longmont. That's right. This is Garrett Corcoran said, this is my friend from Utah's good buddy. So he's often in Utah, but he lives in Colorado. Shout out Josh Young, 28 years old, representing Longmont, Colorado, rounding out the men's top 10 here today.
Awesome job, Josh. Go get some pizza.
Jeez, he's gone. He's out. Peace out, Josh. Good work today, buddy.
Straight back to Longmont.
I wonder if he knows he's top 10.
All right, so now the question is, MK Sullivan was in 11th overall at Canyon, mile 29.
Oh, here we go.
So it could be that MK might be one of, if not our next finishers.
The second woman on the screen.
Probably, yeah, who all day has been Keela Barger from Salt Lake City also. Yeah, it looks like on her bib that did look like it said Keela, so if so, she's hanging on to a really great breakthrough performance. Only 23 years old for Keela. Giving MK a run for her money. Let's look up Keela and see if we can find anything out about her.
Yeah, I love seeing these younger ones come in. I've been getting messages in DMs from high school and college kids asking what do I need to do to get into this trail scene. Super exciting time.
So do I, Sally. I get those messages all the time.
I love it. I need to do something about it because, there's just not a lot known. And I'm sure high school and college coaches, maybe they don't know either. And, sometimes kids think they need to do maybe time on the track and road outside of college in order to come to the trails, but you don't.
Looking
so
real
yeah,
smooth.
this is Keela. She looks great. I'm
She
just
looks
looking up her
great.
name on Ultra Sign Up, and there's nothing that populates. So this could potentially be her first ever trail race, first ever 50K. I guess we'll try and get confirmation from that from Max when she makes it to the finish line. But one of the stories of the weekend so far, 23 years old, Keela Barger, putting together a great performance. Also from Salt Lake City. The Utah contingent is showing up strong here this weekend at Mammoth Trail Fest. And she is looking super strong.
So good. She looked great at the summit. She came in with a big smile on her face. She was so happy to be up there, and she just looks just as fresh as she did at mile 18. So, you know, I'm sure inside she's feeling that joy, knowing she is very close to the finish line.
Salt Lake breeding a lot of new talent.
I was
Pretty
there.
awesome to see.
I was there
It's
a
a
few
great
weeks
place to
ago.
run.
Yeah, it is. It's a great place. Like such a, I feel like it's an underrated Mountain West city. You know, like people get so wrapped up in like going to the various places in Colorado.
Yeah.
Boulder, Denver, Colorado Springs.
Yep.
Fort Collins all have big trail communities, plus like all the mountain towns. And I don't know, it's easy to overlook Salt Lake City, but yeah, I was just there, and not only is there a lot of great running, but it's just a cool city.
It is.
Yeah, the big university there too. Yeah,
yeah, great. I mean, yeah, the
looks like we got MK if we can go full screen.
oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Women's champ. The tape is pulled.
Patiently awaiting MK Sullivan.
So she is going to finish just outside the top 10 overall. I think she was 14th at the top of the mountain.
Is she going to be breaking her own time?
She will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this a new course record for our women?
She
On a
didn't run the
tougher course.
50K, but she is breaking the last year's winning time by a 10-minute margin.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And for reference, Nick Handel was 20 minutes slower than last year's finishing time for the men's race. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow. That is a stellar time on this course.
Yeah.
Again, when you mix in the altitude, it's over 6,000 feet of climbing, you know, varied terrain. She's got a lot of strength and fitness to finish.
I think that's Helen Mino Faulkner on the left-hand side holding the tape. Helen Mino Faulkner, we've talked about a few times, one of the breakout stars of the 2023 season, just finished third at CCC. She went to the University of Nevada, where MK used to be the coach. They share a coach now together, as they've both made a career in the trail scene.
Helen's been breaking the tape a lot herself this year, so good to see her on the other side of it.
You know, give back a little bit.
Yeah.
Let somebody else break the tape.
Up and down the stairs.
We should start hearing some loud cheers from outside the studio where we sit. MK Sullivan from Reno, Nevada, 29 years old.
This is awesome for MK. She predicted anywhere from 5 to 5.5 hours for herself. 5 on a stellar day, 5.5 at least. So I think she's had a really good day today.
So great to see. Bouncing back from disappointment at OCC, where she dropped out last month, part of UTMB World Final. I know she had big goals there. Both her and her friend, podcast co-host Danny Moreno, bringing home huge podium performances this weekend. I'm sure that's
Sub-Hub represent.
Yeah.
Yeah, MK! Good job, MK!
Woo! Oh, you got to let go of the tape.
Yeah.
Bravo,
Yeah.
bravo!
Oh, Lord.
Can we get you something? You need some water or a seat?
Do you guys have sparkling water?
We have sparkling
Some
water.
sparkling
Yes,
water.
Get her
that's
on
my
the
girl.
board, please.
Sparkling water.
It's very Euro.
Oh.
She's still on the Euro schedule.
So, fun
To the
fact,
LaCroix marketing
MK Sullivan
representatives.
is now the first ever Mammoth triple winner of all 3 races.
Wow.
Thank you.
Last year in our inaugural event, she won the 26K, won the hill climb, and this year you've taken the 50K title. How you feeling?
I'm really tired. Yeah, kind of nauseous, but it's good, you know. We finished, we got it done.
Yeah.
Now, compared to the 26K, adding on the extra 15 miles, what do you think? Do you want to go back to the 26K or keep it at 50?
I want to go back to the 26K. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, yeah. MK is one of our resident locals to the north, basically, coming from Reno, Nevada. But so after you were out in Chamonix, you had a tough day at OCC. What were the last couple of weeks like after you got back stateside, saw Murph, your dog, and then came back here in Mammoth?
They've been kind of weird. I haven't felt that great. So it was a lot of fun just to come out here and just like enjoy racing and not put too much pressure on myself. And I had a lot of fun. The views in the 50K are way better than the 26K. So that was really nice.
You heard it here first, folks. If you think the 26K is nice, you got to join for the 50K next year. Yeah. Okay, so I know we were talking about what you wanted to do to celebrate tonight. Regardless of how it went, what are your thoughts now? Do you want to share with people what you were thinking about?
Yeah, I'm hoping to do a beer mile tonight, but honestly, that's going to be rough. But if you want to watch me chug beer at like a turtle pace, come to the award ceremony.
All right. Well, we are so proud of you, MK. Heck of a day. Let's give it up for our overall women's champion, MK Sullivan at Mammoth Trail Fest.
There we have it, folks. MK Sullivan, your 2023 champion, smashing a La Croix before smashing those frosty cold ones tonight.
Great champion.
To the La Croix marketing representatives who I know are watching today's live stream, make sure you hit up Mountain Outpost for future sponsorship opportunities. Make sure you hit up MK Sullivan as well. A beautiful day here in the village at the Mammoth Trail Fest. We now have the top 10 men in. MK Sullivan officially our 11th finisher, just outside the top 10 overall. Speaks volumes of her talent as an athlete. And now we will await the rest of the women's top 10 before we sign off this afternoon.
On the topic of the beer mile, Dylan, I think the people want to know your PR.
Everybody wants to know my PR. I could talk about the beer mile all afternoon if you guys want. I haven't run one in a few years. That being said, I've run a 6:15 beer mile, not to brag.
That's solid.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Although it's like 2 minutes slower than the world record, which is insane.
I think there is an official list of every single beer mile.
But here's the thing, is I've always run the beer mile with cans. And now when you watch like the really fast beer milers run, they do it with bottles. And I'm sure I could do it a lot faster with bottles because it sort of funnels. It sort of does.
You've really thought about this.
Obviously. If you know anything about me, you know that beer miling is like, something that falls squarely in my domain of expertise.
Right.
Athleticism and like having a good time, partying, socializing. Yeah. For better or for worse. I'm getting far too old to do this anymore. But anyway.
I just love that she considered it because she crossed the finish line, said, I'm going to puke, but also if you want to come watch me run the beer mile tonight. I mean, that's a girl that likes to have fun right there.
See, that's what I love, especially as the sport gets like so professional and like hyper performance.
Yeah.
I hope we can still have the great people who still, bring it back to having a good time and, having the after parties and things like that. Celebrating the hard work. Celebrating the hard work, not just like putting the compression boots on, hitting the protein shakes. And
it's definitely the culture of the trails.
Yes.
Because how do we end long runs with groups? I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Like
with a bottle, not a can.
We're talking about what we're going to be eating and drinking like 9 miles from the finishing a long trail training run. Yeah. And, this happens at races too. We're talking about how we're all going to celebrate together. So
actually, now that I think about it, I won the Silverton beer mile. I think it was back in like, this is like 2015. I feel, and this was one of the early videos that Jamil ever made.
Dude.
I'm pretty sure on either Run Steep Get High or
what was the percentage on those beers?
Yeah, they have to be minimum 5%. Those are the rules. But I think Jamil made a video about that in like 2015. I'm sure the internet.
Oh my gosh, I remember this
archivists
video.
Could go find it.
Yes.
Yeah. So if
I
you
think
wanna,
Billy was there.
I mean, that was at 9,000 feet. I think I ran
Yeah.
like 7:30. So
Oh
9,000,
Wow.
and it was only like
That's
2
pretty
weeks
good.
after Western States or something like that. So.
So I'm on beermile.com now just to get
Oh my-
some official world record stats. Corey Belmore, Canadian, 428.1 beer mile. Yeah, that's got to be a sub 4 mile
Of course
plus
he's
28.
Canadian, you know, that's unfair. The Canadians can choke here.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Before we get back to
Another finisher.
All right, number 12 overall here, 11th male. Ford is his first name.
Congrats, Ford. He's a local, I
Ford
believe.
Nichols,
Yep.
Mammoth Lakes, 34 years old. Great job, Ford.
Home trails.
Let's give it up for Sean Gallardo.
Amazing!
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, I've never seen that. That was
Insane.
incredible. Parkour.
Is
That
that
was-
Zach Sinoga there?
That's terrifying.
Is he the does he
You gotta
he
clip
just
that
had
for
initials
social,
like
Matt.
CY if I remember right on his bib.
Oh, that's maybe that's Cy Chittenden from Palo Alto, 22 years old.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's why you sign a waiver.
Right?
Yep.
That was incredible. I hope
Tim
one of the
probably had a heart
photographers
attack
got
there.
that mid.
Oh,
And no one was expecting that.
Yeah.
No one was expecting that. That was fantastic. That's going to go up there as one of the best finishes.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Finish line shot
Ever.
of 2023. He's also, did you say he's 22 years old?
Got to be if you did that.
That was good.
That was unbelievable. Wow. Great job, Cy Chittenden. Let's see if I can find out any more about him. Again, only 22 years old from the peninsula, Palo Alto, California. Great run from him. 12th, what was that? 13th overall, 12th male for Cy. Yeah, it looks like his first race too. No results on ultra sign out. So
That's great.
yeah, what a great place
Very
for people
impressive.
to enjoy their first 50K.
Tough one, but again, where else would you want to be? The heart of the Sierra.
We have another runner coming into the plaza.
So the Canyon Aid or the Canyon Checkpoint, Keela Barger was still in second in the women's race, and she was in 16th overall. So we probably still have a couple more male finishers to come in before we see Keela, who we expect to be in second place. She had a 3-minute lead over Selena Langner, who was in third just behind her. Kevin, it says on his bib. Let's see. Kevin Stewart from Gilroy, California, 33 years old. Great job, Kevin. Yeah, so he's in 14th overall, 13th male. We're missing Zachary Sinoga, who was in 10th overall at Canyon only 3 miles ago. So he has either missed a turn or maybe has suffered some sort of difficulty out there on the trail. So hope Zachary's doing okay. Kevin
Is
Stewart.
this F3 that we're
This-
seeing on the
yep.
screen? Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe like 4 miles out?
Yeah, so.
Okay.
So we now officially have 5 women through Canyon. Again, this is mile 29, 3 miles before the finish line. Now 7. We just had another update. So in second again was Keela Barger. Third, Selena Langner. In fourth was Dana Stimson. So there's a bit of a cushion between third place Selena and fourth place Dana, about 11-minute gap there. So it seems like the women's podium is mostly secured at this point. In fifth place is Devin Ramsey. Then it's Laura Besserford in sixth. And then the last update we have from Canyon is Kylie Schumacher, who was in seventh.
I just want to comment on, I know I'd said this at the summit, it's been so fun to see how many runners are wearing the Mammoth Trail Fest hat in the race.
Yep.
I mean, most of us are testing out all of our gear. We know exactly what we're going to wear. And a lot of these runners are like, nope, packet pickup decision. I'm wearing this hat because it's that cool and comfortable. It's really fun. Really cool to see that. And the colors are so cool. You don't see these colors a lot, so just a fun little pop in the forest as they're cruising through the trees.
Nick Handel, the men's winner, wore the hat.
Was he
in his
wearing
race.
it too? Yeah. It's great.
So let's go back to the overall here. We are now 5:25 elapsed since our 7:30 a.m. start time this morning. We're now just over an hour since men's winner Nick Handel finished. So an hour separating first through 14th places. Not too shabby. Some runners who we expect to be finishing soon. Oh, here we go.
We can hear it. Oh, here we go.
It's Keela.
It's Keela. Second place female is in the village. She's got her eyes on that finish line, which she's been dreaming of all day.
One of the stories of the weekend so far, Keela Barger, an unknown coming into today's race. You can't even search for her name on Ultra Sign Up. 23 years old from Salt Lake City, Utah. Keela, the next generation, second place behind MK Sullivan.
With a strong
home a
finish
second.
and right to Charlie Salami.
Keela came in.
That's great. Look at that smile.
Nice job, Keela.
13 minutes back of women's winner, MK Sullivan. Yep.
I'm going to give Keela just a second here to catch her breath.
Hey, Max, if you can hear me, just some insight from me since I have access to the internet. You can't even look up Keela's name on Ultra Sign Up, so I'd love to hear what kind of experience she has.
No.
Yeah.
You can't. I looked as well just to try to find some information about Keela, but I couldn't find any either. So I'm going to get some information here. I was trying to let her catch her breath a little bit before I give her an interview here. You want a hand? Keela, so you're 23, right? Where are you from?
Originally from Flagstaff. I live in Salt Lake.
So Salt Lake City. First trail race. We can't find a lot of information out there about you, but we're all kind of curious. Like, you're from Salt Lake, but where you been?
I just finished running collegiately in the spring. I ran a Park City race in July and a Cirque Series in July, but this is my first ultra.
Very cool. First ultra. And who'd you run for? I mean, no, in college.
Oh, University of Utah.
Utah. Okay. What was your event? What'd you do?
5K.
5K?
Yeah.
So how is it kind of moving on now? Like, we've got a lot of younger athletes now on the trail team and stuff like that, moving on from going from college to trail races, but not always ultras. So how was it kind of moving up to that ultra distance today?
Honestly, running an ultra sounds so much better than running a 5K, so it's been awesome. I love it. I would way rather be doing this.
I actually kind of have to agree with you there. 5K on a track is pretty rough.
Fun.
So how'd the race play out for you? So obviously, I mean, great race for you. Second place to MK, who is one of our best trail runners in the U.S. So congratulations on that. How'd it play out for you? How'd it feel?
Yeah, honestly, we were trading back and forth. She was awesome. So we were just kind of leapfrogging the whole time. And yeah, I don't know, just try to keep running.
Very cool. Nice job. Congratulations. I'm going to grab her for an interview as well. So nice job.
Okay, so that is F3 Selena Langner coming in for a proud podium performance, just hot on the heels of Keela Barger there. Max, go ahead with the interview.
Yeah, so we got a little bit of information about Keela, right? So she's like another young athlete, hot off of track season, and done a couple of trail races, but this is her first ultra. I'm going to check in with Selena now. Nice job out there today. Sounds like you were trading places with Keela a little bit, and yeah, just have a fun race out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Super pretty.
I'm going to have you, we're going to inch this way just a bit, so we're on camera. This is our camera right here. So how'd it play out? So you're going back and forth with Keela. Could you see MK in the distance? How'd it play out?
No, I couldn't see MK. I was just out for a fun, beautiful day, celebrate mountain running, and had fun switching places, going back and forth. Everybody was super positive. Survived the climbs and had fun on the downhill.
Well, nice job. I mean, I'd say you survived. So it sounded like you're going back and forth with Keela. Was it really a race, or were you kind of just taking it easy?
Oh no, I was racing. Okay. Yeah, we were going back and forth. I think she's just a really strong runner, so that was a blast just to have that on course and, you know, have people to run with.
What was that course out there? Have you run this course before?
No, I haven't been up here before.
What was your favorite part of it?
Oh man, I love that last 2 miles because I just opened up and went down, didn't have to worry about anything. But the views are just gorgeous. The climb, those gentle climbs for the first 13 miles are just awesome.
And so tell us a little bit about yourself. How experienced are you with ultra running? Is this how many 50Ks have you done? How much do you do? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Like racing or pushing around a stroller with a pumpkin in it for 50 miles.
Or that. I mean, that's not something we all do all the time.
Well, you run your errands with a stroller, get in your miles. I just started competitive running this year, trying to be more competitive. I think previously I just did a lot of dumb stuff in the woods. And I live out in the prairie, so I do a lot of fell running on the hills, following deer paths. So, I just, bounce around the mountains, have fun.
So with that in mind, can we see you at more races and stuff? Do you expect to be doing a few more races and stuff in the future?
Oh yeah, I'm hooked. I've got, so many friends in Arizona that support me and run with me. We've got this awesome girls squad. They've been so helpful in just teaching me things like I gotta eat, because I didn't know that this year. So that's just been great, and finding that community. It's just so supportive and so great.
Very cool. And so, yeah, so it sounds like, I mean, you had a great race today. They taught you how to eat, taught you how to trail run. So now you're like a experienced veteran now. And so what is your next race? What do you got on the calendar?
I've got Javelina.
Sweet.
Let's go.
Yeah, so we'll see how this transfers to flat ground.
I mean, it's building strength, right? So you've got the strength, you build up some quads now. So now you're going to make it through a 100-miler. Just keep eating. It's like a eating contest, basically.
Turns out I'm really good at that. I love to eat. Everybody.
Great. That's awesome. Well, huge congratulations. Nice job today. And go grab a donut. There's some donuts over here, pizza. Yeah. Enjoy your day.
Thanks so much to Selena and Max. Amazing. The women's podium is now officially in, and Selena Langner, I've just looked her up on Ultra Sign Up, and indeed she is signed up for both the Javelina 100 and the Black Canyon 100K in her home state of Arizona. She is from Parks, Arizona, 28 years old. It's funny to hear she's just getting into quote-unquote competitive running this year. She did run Black Canyon earlier this spring where she was 16th, and she was second at Tiger Claw, second at Flagstaff Extreme Big Pine, first at the Mogollon Monster 42K only last 2 weekends ago. And now she'll round out her season at Javelina in a couple weeks. A lot of talent there for
a lot
Selena.
of talent.
Yeah.
And I love the diversity in experience and distances with our podium, with our women's podium.
Mm-hmm.
Second place, she's coming straight from college, and she's crutching her first ultra, and she decided to choose a gnarly one here at the Mammoth Trail Fest. I mean, that's amazing. And then someone who just is deciding to become competitive, and she just ripped a fast 50K, and now she's going to go run 100 miles. I love it.
Yep.
I love the diversity and just the distances and being able to kind of jump around. that's really what makes the sport fun, and you're challenging yourself in so many different ways.
Yeah, she kept it pretty low key in that interview, but it sounds like she's targeting these golden ticket races, right?
Yeah.
Abilene 100, Black Canyon 100K. She might be eventually seeing her eyes on Western States, and we'd love to see Selena there. And I think we can all point to this result as kind of that turning point for her.
Hey, speaking of golden ticket races, Grindstone's happening right now, and it sounds like the 2 men's golden tickets have already been accepted by Caleb Olson and Caleb Bowen.
2 Calebs.
Top 2 finishers in the men's race.
It's a lucky name to have.
Okay.
Awesome.
And right now, the top 2 women are Lottie Brinks and Devin Yanko.
Wow.
So
Amazing.
those would be 2
so awesome.
great additions. And it seems like they have a decent gap. Lottie has 7 minutes on Devin, according to the UTMB algorithm, which can sometimes be off. And then 5 minutes behind Devin is an athlete named Jenna Bensko, who I'm unfamiliar with. But
Same.
Anyway, just to provide a
Lottie's
update.
great, man.
Yeah.
Another one that's so fast on the road. And
we got Mika in the building. This is perfect timing.
All
buddy.
right.
Come have a seat with us. You can hang if you want, Sally.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool.
Also good to see Devin after Leadville come back so quick and jump in, and she's in the top 2
and also
right now.
remember, she had her golden ticket to Western States last year. She ended up getting COVID like race week or something. Pulled out DNS.
Yeah.
So if Devin, and she's been on the podium at Western States in the past, so I'm sure she's hungry to get back.
Strong runner. She's not throwing in the towel this year just because she had a couple rough patches. She's still pushing, so super exciting.
Amazing. Caleb Olson too, another Salt Lake guy. So just highlighting the depth
Lake.
there.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to obviously stay tuned for the rest of the women's top 10 here. But in the meantime, we've got a very special guest. Sally, thanks for joining us. Awesome job.
Thanks, Sally.
You're the best.
Amazing.
To our viewing audience, Sally is out of here. Clocking out for the day. But in her place, we've got a VIP, a guest. Hey, buddy. Good to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Hey, Mika.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice to meet
Have
you.
a seat, young man. Put those headphones on, too, if you don't mind. So just so you know, we're going to be kind of bouncing back and forth between questions with you and some coverage of the women's race as things continue to come to a conclusion here. So just to catch our viewers up, we obviously just saw Keela Barger and Selena Langner come through in 2nd and 3rd. In between them was Vincent Damassa, who came through in 16th overall, 14th male. Since Selena's finished, we've had Eric Kinsey come through, 37 years old, from Mammoth Lakes. Then we've finally got Zachary Sonoga, who I was just talking about, from Rock Creek Lake. He finished 19th overall, 16th male. And then Darian Alberry rounding out the top 20 overall, 17th male. Mika, welcome to the show, buddy. How are you?
Thank you. Doing good.
You got to use the mic. Use the mic.
Oh, yeah. Not used to this. Doing good. How are you?
We're great, buddy. Great. And congratulations on an amazing run yesterday. Officially 2nd place for you. There was, a little bit of confusion there at the finish line, but, ultimately, Chad Hall's disqualification. You ran a fantastic race, obviously well deserving of a 2nd place finish. Maybe just tell us how things played out in broad strokes, and then we can go into the details.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that race was amazing. It was it's been a huge goal for several months as I was planning out my trail schedule for the summer. Having spent so much time in Mammoth, this place is pretty special to me, and so it was one that I was definitely looking forward to a lot. And yeah, to answer your question, my main goal going in was just to kind of have fun and try to disconnect myself from any expectations or results, because I didn't want to put any limits on myself. I just wanted to go out there and see what I was capable of, and doing so meant running my own race, and so conserving some energy on the uphill, because I knew that downhill was going to be really long, and I knew that I could run that really well and probably make up a lot of ground on people if I came to the top with my legs underneath me. And so, yeah, I mean, everything played itself out pretty perfectly in that I executed my race plan and was able to move really well on the downhill. I was definitely struggling pretty hard there at the end, the last mile. I think I was bonking, or my legs were
Dude,
something was wrong
smashed.
with them.
Yeah.
But I made it to the finish, and yeah, I was obviously super stoked with the
And
results.
then full on collapsed.
Yeah.
You gave it everything, man. You got to respect it. I just pulled up your splits from yesterday. So for our viewers here, you were 7th at Twin Lakes, 3.5 miles in. You were 8th at the summit, finishing 2nd place overall. Super well executed performance.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the downhill was where you recognized that you'd probably have an advantage over the competition, more or less?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of my rookie trail season, so I feel like every single race I've kind of been learning and simultaneously trying to figure out what my strengths are. And so I felt like in previous races, I had maybe overextended myself a little bit on the uphills and wasn't fully able to take advantage of the downhills because I have a lot of like confidence in my downhill abilities, but it's obviously very different when you're bombing down a steep downhill on like a training run and when you're getting to the top of a summit and your legs are lactic and they feel like jelly and you can't really trust them as much. And so it's very much been like a learning process, and I felt like I wanted to experiment with getting there with a little bit more like gas left in the tank.
Yeah, smart.
And how do you feel mentally lining up for a trail race versus a track race? Like, do you feel less confident? Do you feel just as confident as you would like stepping up to the waterfall?
It's definitely like a very different feeling. I think the biggest difference for me is that trail running and mountain running is my favorite thing in the world, and so I'm going out there knowing it's going to be like a great experience and that I'm going to have fun, and having fun is like a huge goal for me going into every single race. And I think that mindset has a really big difference for me personally, at least.
Yeah. And as far as your training goes, like in Palo Alto, how often are you getting on trails and stuff like that?
Well, historically with the NCAA schedule that demands racing pretty much 9 months of the year with cross country followed by indoor track and then outdoor track, it was definitely like hard to get on the trails during the college season. I would always try to get maybe like one trail run in per week, which was like just good for the soul for me.
Just quick time out here, guys. We got 4th place female coming in here to the finish line. We obviously want to give her all the kudos necessary before we get back to your story, Mika, because I'm super interested to hear a little bit more, especially this amazing transition you've had.
I believe this is Dana, right?
Yeah, this is probably Dana Stimson.
From Bishop, California, just down 395. Bringing it home. Local trails.
Awesome work, Dana.
Really yanking that cowbell. Love it. Yeah, Dana.
Big hug from the RD. Chances are they're friends if she's from the Bishop area.
Yeah.
Max will probably do a short interview with her here in a second, Mika. And then
Take a seat, Dana. You earned it. It's amazing.
Dana from Bishop. Let's get up for Dana.
So that is officially Dana Stimson. Finishing time about 5:41 and change. So she was about 12 minutes back of Selena Wagner in 3rd. So that top 3 did have a nice little cushion.
Dana across the line, 4th overall.
So behind Dana Stimson.
Dana, can I grab you for a question? You want to sit down? Do you need a moment?
And then we'll have a bit more
seconds.
of that probably
nice
more
job.
Beresford.
So I wanted to interview Dana, women's 4th place, right? Dana's local, and so that was why I really wanted to talk to her because she's got experience in this area. She's from Bishop, ran it last year. You were 5th, I believe, last year, if I remember right, and moved up a spot this year. How'd your race go this year as opposed to last year?
Oh, it was so much better.
More prepared?
Yeah, I mean, I think I trained a lot smarter, I would say, than last year. And last year I had a lot of GI issues, and I wasn't really taking in any calories for like mile 18 to 25 or something, and it destroyed me.
And did you figure that out? Was that something you knew you found out this year, or was that like just something that happened last year?
I've been working on it a lot this year. I hired a coach, MK, who I don't know, did she win today?
She did. Yeah, MK came in first.
Hi. She's been working with me a lot on styling and nutrition and figuring out stuff that is good for my belly, and it paid off today.
Awesome. And this is like home
And that
trails.
looks like-
You I take it you really love and like running these trails, know them probably like the back of your hand. What was your the favorite part that you have around here?
That's a really good question. I honestly think bombing down the backside of the mountain is maybe my favorite section of the course, because you get the whole panoramic minarets and Ritter and Banner in the background, and then you get some really cool single track that you can really hit hard if you feel confident in some more technical downhill. And you don't get to run on the mountain all the time because of the bike trails, so it's kind of a treat to
And were you taking in the views of the minarets and stuff, or were your eyes focused?
when I could.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on 4th place today. Will we see you back here next year since it's home trails?
Planning on it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, go have a donut, get some pizza, take care of yourself.
Thanks so much, Max. Awesome run from Dana Stimson. And we did have Devin Ramsey also come through, our 5th place women's runner, rounding out the top 5, 31 years old from Reno, Nevada. So shout out to both
I might
Dana
go try
and
to
Devin.
find Devin, see if I can grab her for a quick interview, and I'll be back in a second. How about
Thanks,
that?
buddy. Great. All right, Mika, back to you, buddy. Where were we? You were talking about collegiate transition, etc., going from, track to trails.
Oh yeah, so the transition was definitely interesting because I was, like I was saying earlier, it was very hard for me to get on the trails during the academic year when we were training and competing. But during the summer, I would come up to Mammoth and I would train up here for 8 weeks and do tons of climbing and mountaineering and just have so much fun in the mountains with friends, and always had like a ton of different projects going on. And so now, being able to focus exclusively on this trail running is just a dream come true.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've been enjoying every aspect of training so far.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got an interview with F5, and then we'll come back to Mika here.
No, you're good.
Ready for you, Max.
All right, we're back. We've got Devin here. F5 she just came in. She had a little bit of time. She came over. She's sitting in the shade. She got something to drink. So, she's fresh. She's ready to go for her interview. Devin, how was it out there?
That was definitely the hardest trail race I've ever done. I'm very new to ultra running, by the way.
How many first 50K? How much experience do you have?
I did the Way Too Cool last year, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, congratulations. This is a big step up, right? From coming from Way Too Cool, that's fairly flat, down at pretty much sea level, up to this altitude. What was the hardest part of this type of environment as far as an ultra goes?
Well, definitely once we started climbing, I had to make sure I kept my heart rate down because I started getting a little bit of a headache, and I didn't want that to take me out. So I just had to chill out for a few times. I hiked a lot.
I think everybody kind of hiked a lot today on that Dragon's Back because it's steep, it's hard, you're at high altitude, it's not easy for anybody. Did you how do you feel about your race? Second 50K, did you feel like you nailed it, or do you have stuff to work on?
I was not expecting that at all. I was like, I would be stoked if I got top 10. So this was a big shock. Yeah.
Nice. Congratulations. That's awesome. Great finish today. Way to go. We're going to see you back next year. This is the end of your season. What else do you have planned?
I'm running CIM in Sacramento in December, and then that'll be it for a little while, but I totally want to come back, but I might do the 26K.
Nice. And, honestly, you got CIM coming up, a race like this makes CIM and a road marathon feel so easy, right? So.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome. Nice job. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks so much, Max. Awesome job. Great top 5 here today.
Expecting a top 10. That's an awesome surprise.
Yeah, awesome work. Okay, Mika, back to you, man. Sorry for the interruptions here, but obviously it's important for us to do as much coverage as we possibly can, bouncing back and forth between the great women's finishers and the great stories from yesterday's performances also. So.
Oh, no worries at all. It's really cool to follow along with the 50K here. Yeah. It's really cool to follow along with the 50K here live and be on the coverage.
Yeah. Okay, so let's so coming back to, you said it's like dream come true to be focusing 100% on trail running now. So you just graduated from Stanford. You're part of the trail team. I know you ran like 28 and change for the 10K. So you're bringing immense talent to the trail category. This season, you had a great race at the Broken Arrow 23K. You had another good race at Pikes Peak Ascent. Great race yesterday. Can we expect to see you at the Golden Trail World Final next week or next month?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
That was the goal for the season, and everything's been going really well so far. So, really excited to be lining up in Italy in about a month, and then after that, I'll be doing the USATF half marathon champs in Moab.
Okay,
Awesome.
Cool.
So when did you know in your collegiate career that you wanted to make the transition to trail?
Pretty much like right at the beginning when as soon as I discovered that competitive trail running was like a thing, and that it was like a viable option to continue pursuing running at the highest level, because I'd always wanted to keep running after college, but I was a little bit disconnected from a lot of like several parts of the running world. Like I didn't have social media until 2 years ago.
Okay.
And so beginning of college is when I kind of discovered that there was like this whole world out there, and David and Megan Roche, who are now my coaches, like really helped me in that time in terms of like learning everything about trail running and the different opportunities that existed out there. So I remember like getting off on a call with them and just being like, this is absolutely what I want to do as soon as I graduate.
That's so great, because we just had Anna Gibson, your Brooks teammate, your trail teammate, that she said the same thing, that she's working with the Roches as well. And, the comment that Rod and I were making is that they always have a great long-term approach and sort of making sure that their runners are not only preparing for performing this season, but to still be crushing it 10 years down the line. As we now welcome F6 into the finish line here. Let's give her a quick shout out. And then I'd love to hear you talk a little bit both about short-term and long-term goals within the sport, but give me just a second here as we recognize F6. I'm sure Katie Asmuth is typing it into the chat right now, but let me just...
She has looked so good all day. Same stride all day.
All right, so we believe that is
Laura.
That Laura? Yeah.
Yep.
Laura Beresford from Dana Point, California.
I mean, I think we're
And
staying
then we
live
should
for top 10
have
females.
Kylie Schumacher
So we're close.
just behind her.
Oh, yep. There comes Kylie.
Kylie Schumacher coming home for 7th. What a race there
Woo.
for 6th and 7th.
These finishers are stoked, as they should be.
Mika, have you traveled internationally yet to race any trails?
Not any trail race. Well, I guess I did the Quebec Mega Trail.
Okay.
So that was really fun. I almost don't consider that international because that's where my family's from. But I'm super stoked to be going to Europe.
Okay, so bringing that up, your name is Mika. You go by Mika, and then is it Boudin Rousseau? Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah, you're pretty darn close. Baudouin Rousseau would be the French way to say it. But
Okay, well, I'm as close as I'm going to get with my pronunciation. So your family is from Eastern Canada, it sounds like?
yeah, pretty much all my family is from Quebec. I have my dad's side of family is in France, but most of my immediate family is in Quebec, and then my parents live in the Bay Area.
Did you grow up in Quebec, or you grew up in the Bay Area?
I grew up in the Bay Area, so
Cool.
my parents both went to college, did their graduate degrees in the Bay Area, and then saw that the weather was amazing and was like,
It's hard to
we're not
leave.
going back to Quebec.
That's where I live too.
And so yeah, I was born in the Bay Area, me and my sister, and so we grew up there.
Awesome. And are you still based in Palo Alto at this point, or?
I am figuring out where I want to be based at right now. I think the past several years I've always dreamed of being based out of Mammoth because it's my favorite place in the world, and the trails and the mountains are absolutely amazing up here. But I haven't finalized anything yet. It is kind of hard to run here during the winter, so I'm like considering being a little bit nomadic and maybe going somewhere different during the winter to train and coming here during the summer. I'm also hoping to race a lot in Europe next summer. So there's I feel like there's a lot of different possibilities, and I'm in the process of like kind of juggling these, weighing these different options and figuring it out.
Then going back to the short-term and long-term goals, right? Obviously, this season you're going to probably finish things off with, like you said, Golden Trail World Series final and the half marathon USATF championship. Going over to Europe for an extended period of time next year. Does that mean you're probably going to be targeting Golden Trail World Series again?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, Golden Trail has just done a fantastic job with their series and their races. And I think coming off of college where like kind of the 10K was the focus of my training, I think moving up to like the 25K-ish race distance over the next couple of years is kind of like a perfect transition into trail running. And I think, I mean, endurance has always been my strength. And so I always feel like I've done better in longer races. And so, yeah, for the next couple of years, I think that distance is perfect. And then kind of playing around with maybe a couple 50Ks and seeing how I do in those.
Awesome.
Well, we would absolutely love to have you here in Mammoth, Mika, pushing us all to the next level. I will say that if you do plan on traveling a ton, it's tough here, needing that airport. But
gotta go to Reno.
Yeah, exactly.
Katie Asmuth has typed in the chat in all capitals, stay in Mammoth. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to do winter in the Bay Area, summer in Mammoth.
Yeah.
That'd be the perfect mix.
What are your roots here? What caused you to come up here every summer? And yeah, do you guys have a house here, or is it just something that you guys would do as kids?
Well, my family was like super outdoorsy, and so that was kind of like a little bit my gateway into trail running. And so,
yeah,
I mean, yeah, growing up, we would always go to the Sierras during the summer. But I mean, interestingly enough, we always go to the Western Sierras.
Okay,
we'd always do like Yosemite, and my family does have a cabin near Bear Valley by Ebbets Pass, and so yeah, we'd just do a ton of adventures and stuff over there. And then as I got older and like got my driver's license and a little bit more freedom, I started like kind of going further out and doing my own adventures and exploring. And I remember the first time that I came up to the Eastern Sierras, I was actually planning on kind of exploring like the lakes and like fishing and everything. But what really struck me was the mountains. And so from that day on, I've been coming back for the mountains and have, been spending my summers here based out of my car. Based out of my car since.
Love it.
Speak a little bit about the trail team, because we've been talking about it all weekend, and Rod asked Anna Gibson the same question. You guys crushed it yesterday, not only yourself, but Anna, Sam Hendry, Andy Wacker even, your sort of mentor and coach, was in the top 10, and he's obviously a legend and an icon in his own right. Just talk about the structure and support that's given you.
Yeah, I mean, the trail team has been really cool. I think Andy Wacker has done a really good job of connecting a lot of people with kind of common goals and a common interest and passion for trail running and the outdoors, but maybe not necessarily the background to know everything about it. And so it's just been an amazing community. I think that's been the biggest thing, just going to races and just having like almost like a team where like you're united by a commonality of being on the trail team. And so it's been really cool, like at Broken Arrow, like going there and meeting like 15 other people and just all of a sudden like feeling very integrated into the trail running world as a result of that.
So awesome. And we were also, Anna made the comment that she's getting a bunch of texts from her former teammates and former competitors in the NCAA saying, hey, how do I get into the trails? Are you getting similar correspondence?
A little bit, yeah. I have, I've always struggled to get my Stanford teammates out on the trails with me. But Callum Sherry, one of the current sophomores, has always been really stoked on trail running. So we've been texting for a good part of the summer, talking about the process of trail running. And
just send him yesterday's broadcast and say, "Come on, bro."
Oh yeah,
this makes the pre-classic look like child's play, man.
You definitely don't get those mountain vistas in the pre-classic.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, Anna was pretty spot on, similar to what you had to say about community being the best thing that came out of the trail team for her. And I'm sure the guidance is just great when you're starting out and something that you don't really know much about. So having a mentor like Andy to guide you guys through it is really amazing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it grows too. Like this being kind of the first year, I feel like everybody's kind of been figuring out what it is,
Yeah.
but it was very helpful in terms of navigating all of these different race series and
you guys are off to such a good start.
Yeah.
I mean, both you and Anna have been absolutely shredding it. Sam Hendry is flying under the radar compared to the two of you at this point, but a collegiate Nordic skier. He's been smashing on the Cirque Series, and I'm sure he's qualified for the Golden Trail World Final also. So, you guys are off to a hot start.
Yeah, it's been super inspiring to see everybody crushing it out there, and it'll be cool to have a couple of us at the Golden Trail Final, probably.
Awesome.
Definitely.
Well, Mika, thanks for coming in, buddy.
Thanks so much
How's
for
the
having
body
me.
feel? You feel ready for the vertical tomorrow? You going to do the Dragons back Ascent or what?
Oof, I feel pretty wrecked right now, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I strained my calf in the last couple miles, so I was walking. I've been limping around, grabbing the railing, going upstairs. So I think it's going to be a couple days of cross training and really easy stuff for me, but I'll be back out there soon.
You definitely won the go to the bottom of the well award yesterday, just based on your collapse at the finish line and how hard it was for you to get up. But it was well earned. It was super impressive, and we're proud of you. And thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah,
Awesome.
That was absolutely everything I had, and that's how I wanted to run it.
There you go. There you go.
Any last piece of advice for anyone looking to get into trail?
I would just say get out there and have fun. Go run your local trails. Maybe check out some FKTs, and I would say follow your passion.
Love
That's
it.
the biggest thing.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Mika. Go enjoy some recovery. Go enjoy some sunshine. Go clap your hands for some of these 50K finishers, and we'll see you around. And just in time, we've got Lindsay Allison coming into the finish line here.
We go 8th now.
So we are rounding out the women's top 10 here. Incredible racing today in the Mammoth Trail Fest 50K. Lindsay Allison coming through in 8th. Awesome performance from her. She's from San Rafael, California originally, but she now lives in Telluride, Colorado.
No stranger to mountains. Was just out on Ultra Trail Monte Rosa. Ran all 3 races at Broken Arrow. Won the Triple Crown. Crushing Telluride trails. Feels at home at altitude, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Let's maybe just give some more finisher shout-outs. So just going back to Selena Langner, I know we've seen other finishers come through here, but let's just give everybody a shout-out. We had Eric Kinsey come through an 18th overall, 15th male. Zachary Sinoga, 19th overall, 16th male. Darian Alberry was 20th overall. Evan Goodwin, 21st. Dana Stimpson, again, was in 4th female, 22nd overall. Then we had Duncan Mullen in 23rd. We had Devin Ramsey in 24th, again, 5th female. Then we had Charlie Harper in 25th, Andrew Clark in 26th, Jason Fazio in 27th, Ian Jacopuzzi in 28th, Carson Clowes in 29th, Laura Beresford in 30th, 6th female. And then, of course, we saw Kylie Schumacher coming in. Officially, it looks like 40 seconds behind her in 7th position in the women's race. 32nd overall was Marius Poza. 33rd was Raheem Barista. 34th was Mario Medina. And 35th was Leo Pershall. 36th was Thomas Stitt. And then I think after that was Lindsay Allison. So that catches us up. So we missed a good number of finishers there, but congratulations to everybody. It was great to get to know Mika a little bit. That was my first time really interacting with him. I just followed him on Instagram like a couple of weeks ago, maybe after Pikes Peak. I can't even remember.
Yeah, I just knew him from taking a lot of the FKTs around here in the Eastern Sierra. So really nice kid. Really bright future.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we are now just over the 6-hour mark in today's 50K. We will be awaiting the 9th and 10th female finishers before we finish off for the day. Just to remind our audience here, we are going to be going live again this evening at 6:30 p.m. to do a bit of a recap show and to preview tomorrow's Dragon's Back Ascent, the third and final race of the Mammoth Trail Fest of 2023.
It's going to be a showdown, potential appearance from race director Tim Tollefson on the start line. So you're going to want to tune in to see that. The guy's probably logged over 300 Dragon's Backs in his career. So we'll see him doing all-out effort, hopefully.
Let's go. I'm sure nothing would feel better for a race director at this point than to red line for 35 minutes. Just get all the stress and tension out of the body after escorting 1,500 runners around the Eastern Sierra for a 3-day trail running festival.
Yeah, huge undertaking, but we so appreciate it. It's so awesome to see so many people descend on Mammoth, and hoping for many years to come this thing will grow to the moon.
All right, so I'm looking at the women's update through Canyon. Again, this is mile 29. In 9th place was Nora O'Connor from Binghamton, New York. And in 10th was Keely Bishop. They were only separated by 2 minutes. And then in a minute and a half behind Keely was Rebecca Scanlon, local from Mammoth Lakes. So we could have a bit of a battle here to round out the women's top 10. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, a lot can happen on just that short climb up to the last ascent. It's about 300 feet, half mile. If you're that close, you're running, someone else is hiking. Definitely catch up. So the battle to round out the top 10. We're excited to see how this shakes up.
Yep. And they were...
Yeah, here we go. 9th woman.
They're probably both going to be here in a couple of minutes. So we think this is Nora O'Connor from Binghamton, New York, coming home in 9th place. Not easy to come from Binghamton to Mammoth.
Another East Coast represent.
Awesome run from Nora. Rocking the all-black kit. Ninja style.
Yeah, Nora, bring it in. Woohoo!
Great job, Nora. Represent the Beast Coast.
Walking off like it was nothing. There's Frank in the iconic tank top.
And again, Nora was only separated by 10th place Keely Bishop by 2 minutes. So probably any minute now we will round out the women's top 10. Probably sign off for the afternoon. Rod, are you going to go out and get some fresh air, buddy?
Yeah, definitely inspired to go out for another run.
Another run?
Well,
you
a run.
Out this morning?
No, I didn't get out this morning. But I need some food ASAP.
We'll go hit the donut stand after this.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay. Sounds like a deal. To our viewing audience, we hope you guys enjoyed today's broadcast. It was super fun for Rod and I to sit in here. A big shout out to our boy Matt Feldick behind the screens here, who's produced a brilliant weekend of broadcasts with one more to go.
Amazing
Shout
work,
out to
Matt.
Always fun to work together.
My first time on the media side, so it's been really inspiring to sit in this chair instead of being out there on the race course and just seeing how much work goes into these live feeds.
Look at you, buddy. You're a natural.
Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I know there's some spots and it's hard to get everyone on the camera sometimes, but it's truly incredible
fantastic
work.
Coverage.
Yeah.
Fantastic coverage. F10 coming in. We think this is Keely Bishop.
Let's go, Keely, round it out.
Also from Reno, 26 years old.
It's a nice stride.
Yeah. Bada bing, bada boom. Keely Bishop, what a day.
Huge push, huge dig, hands on the knees.
Well earned. It's so cool, Rod. How old are you, Rod?
28.
Man, it's really awesome. I mean, so many of these top 10 finishers are, you know, in their early, mid 20s.
Yeah, I think
so much
that's
to be excited about for the future, especially for old guys like me, you know?
That's the big storyline of the weekend, I think, right? Like, so many people in their 20s in the top 10s here. And it's just such a great race to do it. Great community. Really get you hooked on trail running. It's not always out there in the Sierra and big alpine mountains, but it's cool to have this somewhat close to home for some people.
It's so fun, man. As a 37-year-old guy, when I was coming into the sport as a 22-year-old whippersnapper, there was nobody like me. I felt like a fish out of water, and now there's so many great young athletes coming into the sport, being able to take a long-term orientation, focusing on shorter distance stuff earlier in their careers, taking a progressive approach, maybe if they're motivated to moving up in distance progressively over time.
Yeah.
And here we are closing out with a beautiful aerial drone shot of the village here in Mammoth Lakes. Rod and myself are about to go head down there to grab a donut. We hope you guys enjoyed today's broadcast. Big shout out to all the runners who finished here today. A big shout out to the hundreds of runners who are still out there on course. You can always click the link here at the top of the chat that's pinned if you're cheering on a runner or following a runner, and you can check in on their splits as they make their way to the finish line. Again, a reminder, we're going to be back here at 6:30 p.m. this evening to do a recap show of today and look ahead preview for tomorrow's third and final race, the Dragon's Back Ascent, which will start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We're going to start broadcasting at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, but join us again this evening, 6:30 p.m. Rod's coming back. I'll be back. We'll have some special guests. Any closing comments, Rod?
Just look at that shot on your camera. Beautiful place we get a call home here in Mammoth Lakes.
And book your tickets for next year.
Book your tickets. All right, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Peace out. Have a great day.